So we're all sitting here talking, and we
started
it.
Yeah. For the last 6 to 8 weeks, I've had this frozen shoulder, and the more I use it, of course, the worse it gets, and I was in absolute agony this afternoon after it. So, yeah.
I've got a very, very, very sore heel, and a little way up the leg and the ankle at the back, where I put my bare foot through a stacker box. Yeah. I don't know which hurt more, the going in or the coming back out again. Yeah. And it's still a bit sore now, actually. So...
Oh, I had like a sprained shoulder for like a year, like probably 2016, 2017, and this is right after I started playing bass full time. But I was playing like an 8-pound, 9-pound, 6-string because it was all I had because it was given to me.
Yeah.
But actually, I got it New Year's Eve. My shoulder started hurting, and the pain just wouldn't go away after a year. So I finally was like, all right, I need to go get it checked out. And I did, and they were like, yeah, you just got a sprain. And they just, gave me a couple of exercises to do and stretches to do, which I was already doing anyway, so they didn't really help it, And then just slowly but surely it got, it got better.
Yeah.
But it was a freak thing. Like, why is this not getting better? And I'm not playing a heavy 6-string. I had gotten a 4-string, that weighed maybe about 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been doing my fucking head in. But if you go to the doctor will just say you've got a frozen shoulder. If you're lucky, they'll refer you to a physio, where you just go and the physio will say, do some of this, do some of that, give you a leaflet, fuck off, and that's it. Or you can just go on the internet and go to the NHS website where they show you, they tell you what exercises you should do, and you don't have to worry about going to see a physio.
Yeah, exactly.
And painkillers, and that's it. And alternate,
It's like, yeah, there's 2 hours of my life I'll never get back.
Talking of painkillers.
Bam, bam, bam.
Bastard. Evening.
What?
Whoa.
Chewing on the ring.
Man.
We bought these tortelli. They're just like crispy, biscuity, sugary things, which I really shouldn't be having. But we bought them for my son. He's like, all right, so I'll have them. I sing. Here you go. You want to see what's printed on my mug? Are you ready? Oh, hang on. I think I can do it with this arm. Oh, yeah.
Words to describe you: tremendous, wonderful, amazing, thoughtful. Yes, love it.
Twat. Yeah. Well, you see this mug, the one with doggies on it.
Yeah.
That's the last one. Lily has destroyed all of them now.
Oh, jeez.
Oh shit!
Everything, including my I play piano because punching people is frowned on. One. That's gone. She destroyed... Oh. And now she's a bit taller. She can reach the next row of tiles on the wall, so she's pulled them off. Tore them into 1,000 pieces all over the landing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that Lily in the thumbnail?
Yeah.
I've got an echo.
No, not me.
No.
Is it 201?
Okay.
Might be me.
Yeah.
Better or worse?
I don't hear anything.
Haven't got any echo here, babe.
I could hear it. Gone now.
Huh. Yeah, so so I think the studio is a lot quieter now. Certainly sounds it. Compared with, yesterday and Thursday. It sounds like there was a washing machine going in here.
What's going
on? A mixture of some cables and, bits and bobs. There was some power supply contributing as well. But it was just lots of weird crap going on. So I went right through it again. and then I found these two cables that are misbehaving. So what I did is ripped them out and put in a different two. But I already knew they weren't of great quality. But at least when I plugged them in, all the noise went.
There you go.
Because it sounds pretty quiet, doesn't it? Not hearing any hums or high-pitched whines from anything.
No.
Only when my
It's
wife.
not even hearing anything from the CS.
No, exactly. So look, there's volume there,
Yeah.
but not all that cobbler's going on.
Hello, fat boy.
Hello.
I actually tried practicing some, whatchamacallits, the doobies.
What you got the doobie?
Juggle.
Yeah,
The
the
thingamajigs,
thingamajigs, yeah, the
Magic
Ujima
tricks,
flips.
yeah.
Yeah. No, some little classical bits after having a fart around on Thursday, and discovered that I'd forgotten everything that I ever knew. And I was playing them like, I don't know, like my fingers had been replaced with, sticks. It was all very sort of stabby. There was no flow and all the rest of it. So I thought, no, I need to have a mess around with this and get some of that back
See,
again.
then I would become a bass player because it worked for Tony Levin.
Yeah.
Sticks.
Yeah. But as it transpired, it came back very quickly. So I was like, oh, okay, cool.
So that's the benefit of being me. I've never known any musical stuff, so I can't fucking play it.
Well, the thing is, I in terms of music theory, reading music, blah, 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 nothing. I have nothing to offer. I remember shapes.
It's pretty much what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shapes and positions.
Yeah, I think that's what most of us do.
Well,
What really, really does my noodling is if I have something to play, like a note at a time, I struggle. If it's about 7 or 8 notes at once and it's moving around, no problem. What the hell's that all about? It's like, what? So, does it frustrate me? Depends which part. There's parts to it. But this is why people practice, because if you don't practice, you forget it. It doesn't matter how good you were at it at the time. It will rust. It will just rust up. So, and that's basically what has happened. So I wasn't doing much. I wasn't doing a lot of jumping around the keyboard either. I was being very sort of like, sleepy, lazy, sort of like everything is close by to the next one and so forth and so forth. And then when you start jumping around, you suddenly discovered all that delicious coordination you used to have. No.
There's a saying:
Not
if
so
you
good.
leave it once, it'll leave you 1,000 times.
Yeah. And it was all a bit sort of like, oh, that was close, but... So, just practicing on being able to go and smack the particular note I want to go and smack, rather than 3 above it or 2 below it or whatever. Or, more annoyingly, right in the middle of 2 notes. That's always a lovely sound when you're playing. It's like, oh.
Oh yeah, gosh, yeah. Especially that.
Yeah.
That.
They call that jazz.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I played an awful lot of jazz this morning.
Yes.
that's all I play.
See, I'm good at going up. Just
I'm
going
shit
down.
I'm shit at going down. Yeah, I can go
That's
So
the
is
hard.
my missus.
that way. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Matt's making up his own jokes there.
Going down. Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah, so
And then arpeggios, like
Yeah, I'm not anywhere near that speed anyway.
Well, I mean, I watched a quick little Jordan Rudess thing on YouTube, and
Oh, that was a bad thing to do.
yeah, well, no, because I wanted to see what his approach was, and his approach was imagine your forearm being pulled, along the keyboard instead of jumping, because then you're not gonna, you're not gonna hit everything. If you imagine it, being pulled. I'm getting a little bit of an echo there. And then all different, positions. That's what she said.
Oh, Wagyu. Shit on going down. Poor Fiona.
So I'm not the only one doing it.
Oh, hello. We have been graced by the devil herself. I emptied the bin, so ha ha.
Which one? Isn't there two of them?
No, there's one.
Oh, okay.
There's one that has been crowned king of all.
Ah.
Where is she? Oi. Come here.
I like how she responds to "Oi."
Yeah.
Do you know what she does? She also responds to lump. Call her lump. Fluff bucket. She comes to fluff bucket as well. Oh,
Nope.
so we don't sit on the cables. Where are you? That's you. Oh, who's that? Oh, yeah. Might have known it's Lily sitting on the cables. Here. Come here and say hello. Come here. Come here. Come here. Up here. Come on. Up. Lumpy. Come on. Hey. Ah. Ready? Ready? Oh, no, no. Oh, God, you're getting heavy. Oh. There you go.
Helps
Here we
herself
go.
by grabbing onto the nearest available thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
She's
size of her neck.
she's a real sweetheart, but she's also a complete fucking nightmare with a fur coat on. Aren't you?
Would that be the Jekyll and Hyde syndrome?
Tasty. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum. How about the whole arm? A whole arm? Yeah, get in there. Right. Nom, nom, nom.
Nom, 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 nom.
Nom, 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 nom. Oh, yeah, no, it's all right. She's not hurting me. It's all right, Dan. There you go. There she goes. Oh, she's a
Somebody needs to do an animation of that with his voiceover. That would be brilliant.
She's an absolute nightmare. What are you doing now? Yeah, just sitting there looking all innocent.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Just trying to take the wallet out of my back pocket. Go down the offie. Oh yeah, fruit bat. Yes, so so trying to improve keyboard technique a little. And I had this idea of like, I'll go and learn something that I've never played before, and spent like 20 minutes trying to decide what, and then went, I'll give up. Couldn't think of anything to learn to play. So
that the first prelude in C.
yeah,
That's like
well,
a
funny
good.
enough. Can you mind your ass off that? Can you get off the cable?
I think he's still got a dodgy cable.
Yeah, she sits on it, and it. So it's going to be at least Tuesday before those new cables turn up. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. I think 80 is lovely and quiet. That's 80. I think full blast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Okay. So that's normally all sort of all simultaneously. So that's a bit better. Oh, now what's she doing? What are you doing? Lily?
Well, we will have them.
Would you stop eating that? Come on, off you go.
Just see a little pair of ears down the back. Look.
Just like I didn't do anything. But it tastes so good. It's fiber.
Woman's a nightmare. Boop.
Oh, someone's up early.
Bonsoir.
Well, hello.
Kapla!
And he's brought loads of noise with him.
Is
Sorry. It's all him. It's all him. Yeah, it's all you.
Well, it hasn't got the filter to go through anymore. What the hell?
That's what it is.
Did you fall on a sander?
It was actually a unfortunate Velcro-like incident.
Oh, I see.
Matt got it. Hey,
Really?
Matt.
I see.
It's weird, isn't it? Sorry, is it just me?
Is it that I look like? Yeah.
See, that we see.
It's different.
It is different.
Yeah. I look more round, I guess. And
We've gone from like a biker to a insurance salesman.
yeah.
I was going to say Jehovah's Witness or something. But yeah.
If I do this, then I.
I wasn't there,
Yeah,
saw
you're
nothing, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've gone from Amish to Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, good one.
Better technology.
Yeah.
How you doing, Matt?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm good. Thanks.
Oh.
Come on, Rob.
I do look weird like that, though. It's weird.
Tower of Power, mate. Come on, where's the light?
Oh, where's the light? Oh, shit. I keep forgetting that's the one that hurts.
Aye.
The Tower
Dun,
of Power.
dun, dun.
That is fucking
Dun,
spectacular.
dun, 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 dun. And QT2.
Oh, I need the. I don't even know where the horn patches are on here.
Huh. Which one's that, Robbo?
That's Astrolab playing
Is it augmented voices
something
or?
called augmented voices. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It sounded very. It sounded well. It's a very, but it sounded slightly like Trio Bulgarka that Kate Bush used to. You know, the little
Yeah.
Hungarian. So I kind of was playing around with that earlier.
I've spent years looking for the Boo Barboo of Tomita.
The Boo Barboo.
Yeah, the Boo Barboos that he used to do. So, unless it was doing it through a vocoder, but it didn't sound it. It sounded more format than that, but
Yeah, that's.
who knows?
I still need to really explore the vocoder. Well, because you can plug a microphone into the back of this.
Right.
But they do have patches that have got.
All I've ever wanted was an ice cold beer. And all I've ever needed was an ice cold. All I've ever wanted.
So, yeah.
Oh, it's one up from Arsehole's Piss
Arsehole
Flaps.
Piss
isn't it?
Flaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, where's Arsehole Piss Flaps?
But yeah, I need to mess around with this vocoder a little bit.
Hands up, let me see what you got. Those knobs, those bars won't pop. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it.
It's the crazy French.
No, I'm
Sounds
kind of
so
with
speed.
I'm kind of with you, I think. But the thing is, if you want to try and recreate it, you kind of gotta have it, kind of thing. That's it, but that's the only reason they weren't. Well, let's just say they didn't age well.
Night.
The more quarry kind of sounds were beautiful. They can stay, no problem. But yeah, the Boo Barboos and whatever it is, yeah.
Night long, all night long.
Hours of fun guaranteed.
Excellent.
Shall we play a game of guess the synth part? We played that
Oh,
once
okay.
before.
Mm.
Hang
Ooh.
on. Let me make him full screen.
Right, we've got 2 sliders. That's off a
Oh, gosh.
Selena Strings.
No.
You know, Elka.
Elka, yeah.
Okay. Elka Melody.
Rhapsody.
Rhapsody.
Which model?
Oh,
Yeah.
110.
Somebody should have screen capped that because his eyes were bang in the middle there.
Hello.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a
so-
490. Oh, a 490. Oh,
There we
okay.
go. Right. I'm getting a
Elka
screen grab of
Rhapsody
that.
for-
There we go. Hang on, stay there.
Got it?
I was going to say, wow, I worked out it was a string synth straight away, but it actually says cello and strings above the fucking alt for the buttons. It's like, yeah, dickweed. Yeah, it's a string synth. Fucking hell. Even, you know,
You
series
can
of
hide the fat face, please.
yeah, Lily's
Oh,
at the back of the
yes.
room going, oh yeah, yeah, it is a string synth, Einstein. Shit, man.
Oh, I was going to guess M1.
Yeah, I took the
A very, very old M1.
the Elka out and started playing with the sliders, and then the buttons fell off, and then
Yay!
the plate fell off. But it still works, so I don't care.
Okay, yeah. It's when the keyboard falls off. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's the only thing. Game like that where all of us are at a slight disadvantage compared to Mr. Fucking Synthesizer in the middle up there. Look.
well, yeah.
Me?
Yeah, you.
I wouldn't know a Volca if somebody pulled it out of my arse.
That's where you generally find them.
That explains a lot then.
I'll pull out a Raspberry Pi and figure out which chord it's from.
Yeah. That's what it
You
is.
got
It's
how
not-
many options now? Now they've got like the Mark IIs out.
Clearly I don't have enough analog in my diet. See if it now. Milady.
To quote Seven, Rob, what's in the box?
Oh, that.
Yeah.
That's something that's leaving, as opposed to arriving. I
Are
know,
you ill?
right?
Are you ill?
It was a very strange feeling putting a synthesizer back into a box. Yeah.
Do you know what? I actually nearly pushed by on a Polybrute 12 4 times today.
But yeah, but the real question is, did you avoid the hobnobs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I made sure she wasn't around when I was looking. But I must admit, it's a very effective way of stopping you from pushing a buy button.
I bet.
Very effective.
And tasty too.
Mm.
Nice with a cup of tea.
So,
Hayley just takes her top off and I forget what I'm doing.
Fitted my alarm system today.
Nice one.
Yeah.
But
Works.
okay, so it's leaving with what is leaving?
Oh, the
It's the Mark
Keylab,
III.
Keylab 61 Mark III,
Okay.
which came in for review, and apparently they're a bit thin on the ground for reviewers, so they said, can we have it back? And I was like, I'm just glad it wasn't the Polybrute 12.
yeah.
Yeah, you receive an email from her too.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna
Send the
say.
synth back. No.
I know, yeah. As I was reading through the email, I was like, oh, I know what's coming. Oh, thank God for that.
Yeah, and somebody at Arturia's just gone, he's still got it.
Yeah,
Fucking
and the rest. Yeah.
Ah, well. Indeed.
Do we know if Ty ordered a Polybrute 12
Probably.
or a Muse? Because somebody was asking when
Probably.
he was the other night.
Yeah. All of the above.
I don't
Probably
think
does.
he didn't he say the other night that he spoke to his contact at Arturia, and they said something He hasn't got one yet, but I'm sure it will. He's got any sense. He will.
To be fair, if he's spunking money on Joe 90 glasses, he's going to be outputting for decent synths. He's going to come on there and rip me a new one, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure we can avoid that. There we go. It'll keep him off for about a couple hours.
Oh, man.
You know what the actual irony will be is that Arturi will send me an email next week saying, "Can we have your Polybrute 12 and can you post it to Ty?" I was like,
Oh, wow.
no way.
Yeah, he's only one on back order for 2 months. Well, you always say you can actually deliver it and maybe get some
Slip a
brownie
note
points.
in there. Here you go, Ty. By the way, I hate you.
Ah, bless him.
Let's not talk that shit up, shall we?
No.
Yeah. Oh,
Wagyu. That email mysteriously got filtered into your spam folder.
Yeah, exactly. I had some VAT certificates come through for a few things that have been sent to me where I've had to pay VAT on, telling me that I can claim it back, but I need to be registered for VAT first. So it wasn't for an insignificant amount of money either. So I need to sort that out.
You wait until you find out how much that costs. And it costs a pretty penny to get that registered.
Yeah. I should say might outweigh the benefits.
I don't know where is it compulsory to have an accountant when you VAT registered?
I don't know. I've got one, so I should be okay. But
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Oh, if you've already got one, yeah.
yeah.
No, we were reading up about the local history of the area
Mm.
earlier this morning, and one of the things that came up was Fiona goes, "Do you remember the mental hospital?" And I said, "Hospitals." She goes, "Yeah, how many were there?" I said, "I can't remember now. There was a few." So we thought, let's Google it. Googled it, right? There was 5 mental hospitals in Epsom.
Wow.
And it was the highest concentration of mentally ill people in the world.
Wow.
Right? And they're all closed, they're all gone, bar one. And have I gone deaf or is his noise gone?
No, I've just put on background noise
Oh.
cancellation.
Oh, I see. And yeah, they're very, very posh housing estates now. And go, so where did all the people go? Because one of them, which was, I don't think it was West Park. It was, it might have been Manor Hospital. Was supposedly had a lot of, like violent, mentally ill people. But it was this story that we come across, and it was just so sad. There was this woman. She was born disfigured, and basically what it was she had sort of like an elongated face, so she looked like a horse essentially. And the family put her into a mental institution because she had a face like a horse. There was nothing mentally wrong with her at all, and she spent her entire life in a mental institution because she looked like a horse.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. And yet Princess Anne could become, a Duchess. Do you know what I mean? So
She actually won a gold medal.
well, there you go. Yeah. And you think, back in the day. Because St. Ebers was a mental hospital where people and children of all ages went to if they suffered from schizophrenia. It was considered a mental illness back in the late 18th. I think, Jesus Christ. In many ways, I'm glad the fuckers are gone. But yeah, so there was. It was the highest concentration in the world. So, hey, we learnt something about our local area. We're all mad. Cool. We knew that anyway. Didn't have to look it up on Google.
No.
And now we've got to get, we called a plumber as well because our water pressure right off the... And called this plumber, described what was wrong, and he went, sorry mate, it's not the plumbing in your house. It's out on the road. I went, here we go. So we've got to contact the water board. Wow, that's a helpful organisation. Jesus Christ almighty. So great. So I don't know how much that's going to cost. But seeing as the dogs are better, we'll probably be all right now.
Yeah. Noah looked happy today.
Yeah, he's a happy bun.
Well, I should hope he's a happy dog, not a happy bunny.
Well, I know he's a noisy git. But where they shaved all the hair around the wound, it's still very dark. It makes it look like his eyes watering. But it's coming back now anyway. But to be honest with you, it's lucky that his eye didn't get bloody ruined.
Yeah.
So... yeah, but it wasn't an illness that you would institutionalize somebody with. I think is what I mean. So this hospital was basically like if you were diagnosed with schizophrenia, you were taken from your family and put into this hospital. Never to see the light of day again.
Yeah.
And give you all sorts of electric shock therapy. Yeah, exactly. And all that cold baths and all that sort of bollocks. So, yeah, not good by any stretch of the imagination. Used to do a lot of gigs at the mental hospitals, right up until they closed.
Captive audience, eh?
Yeah. Yes, now listen to our Buddy Holly covers with a fucking Yamaha organ. Oi. I don't know.
Oh, dear man.
Is it true that Elvis is buried in the back garden of Graceland like a hamster?
What?
Elvis is buried in the back garden of Graceland.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Yeah, somebody said something about it.
I know I'm sure I've seen pictures of his grave, which is, of course, incredibly elaborate, but I don't know where it is, whether it's on the ground.
I think it is in the grounds of Graceland, because you can visit it. They're all there. Because his mum and his dad and now Lisa.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Well, he was definitely too big to flush, wasn't he?
Yeah. He's buried on the mansion's grounds.
Well,
there you go.
What killed him was, Kent, that was...
The 10,000 prescriptions he was getting from that fucking doctor.
No,
For ketamine and Christ knows what else.
He died
Jesus
at the
Christ.
party. It was,
Yeah.
they reckon he was straining too hard and it fucked his heart, don't they?
Which, of course, was...
What was he trying to pass?
Aided and
A
abetted
department
by-
store?
Well, judging by what he was eating, yeah.
A pink Cadillac.
What was he eating? He was having a particular burger that every time he ate it was 15,000 calories.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, yeah.
Oh yeah, the Elvis is what is it? It's it's like a cheeseburger, but or grilled cheese, but it's peanut butter, bacon, bananas,
Yeah,
Yeah.
bananas.
and it's fried in butter. Yeah,
Oh, it's got some fruit in it at least. There you go.
you have it at the Hard Rock Cafe, and it's called the Elvis sandwich.
Oh, cool.
Never
They have
had
very large toilets out the back.
They're all clogged.
Jesus. Wow.
Apparently, he was originally interred in a mausoleum in Forest Hill Cemetery in Memphis. And then alongside his mother, apparently. But then Vernon, his dad, got special permission from the town council to bury both him and his mother at Graceland. Since then, his father, grandmother, daughter, and grandson are also buried there. There you go.
More. More.
Elvis has not left the building.
Yeah, he's still there apparently.
No, Elvis came back.
Yeah, it's like we saw a video a couple of weeks ago where they would put in the coffin bearers putting the coffin into this, like one of those slots in the wall type thing.
Chambers, yeah.
Yeah, and they slipped. Somebody slipped, and the coffin fell back, landed on the floor, and split open. And the cadavers out on the deck and everything like that. And it was like, oh, that went well. Not good.
That's how they bury a lot of them out in Italy.
Yeah.
All my grandparents and great grandparents are all in a wall, and they don't necessarily. It all depends how much you've paid up in advance. They'll make room. If your time is up, you might pay for 50 years or something. They'll hoik you out, put someone else in.
Yeah. Well, it's better than the other way around, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
But I'm still alive. No, you booked in for today, mate.
Yeah. I'm not dead yet.
I feel happy.
I heard you guys talking about Elvis. I had to chime in. Have you guys ever been to Graceland? Have been to the U.S.?
No.
Oh, I've been outside of it just to see all the impersonators outside. It's pretty fucking crazy. When it's closed, they still do plenty of business with impersonators hanging outside, taking pictures with tourists, and
wow,
it's very funny.
That's
But one
weird.
of my favorite Elvis things was this British guy who did a show on Comedy Central here called Travel Sick. And he was going around, he had these challenges. First it was U.S., then it was around the world.
Yeah.
And he had to go and do all these various tasks, like a dossier of stuff he had to do, a big roster of stuff. And one of them was go to Graceland, ask to use the toilet, and simulate Elvis Presley's death on the toilet. And so he went and bought a deep fried peanut butter banana sandwich, his favorite thing. Sat there. He wouldn't let him use the toilet at Graceland, obviously, but the tourists obviously have to have something. So they have like a bathroom facility right outside the building.
Yeah.
And so he's in there. He's got a stall. He says, "I hope no one comes in. They're going to kill me." And he sits on the thing and pretends to eat the sandwich a little bit, and then he downs a bunch of Tums like they're drugs. And then pretends to have a heart attack on the toilets.
God. Wow.
It's class. Just look him up. Travel Sick Memphis, Graceland or whatever. It's pretty funny. So. I forgot the guy's name. But he's got a really heavy accent.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, Ross Gray, Dread Zeppelin is the best band ever. I don't know if you know Dread Zeppelin. It's like
The
an Elvis
Rastafarian Led
impersonator,
Zeppelin.
Yeah.
and they play Led Zeppelin music, and they mix the songs. It's something. I seriously, you have to listen to. I mean, Google it on YouTube. You get it on YouTube. And it's phenomenal. I'm not a fan of Elvis, really. I'm not a fan of Led Zeppelin. You put them both together, and I go, yeah, this is genius. And it's all played in reggae. Oh, yeah. And I don't like reggae, but it's like, yeah.
Oh, man.
I must have recognized him since you shaved everything off.
Well, not everything.
Well, okay. You don't have to show that part
He's
on
still
the
got his hair.
No,
Yeah.
I still got hair.
I meant down. So.
Yeah.
See where Andy's coming from.
Well,
Yeah.
You're talking about Elvis, right? Elvis and
Yeah.
Elvis. So
Well, the thing is, right, the whole thing about Elvis impersonators, it kind of seems sort of like normal these days, isn't it? It's quite normal. Could you imagine if there were Chuckle Brother impersonators outside fucking his house or something like that. That would be like that. No, that's weird.
Well, it is weird when you have Elvis impersonator at the wedding chapel, right? Get married by Elvis.
Yeah.
That is that's a big Vegas thing.
That's just weird.
We just had blacksmiths doing it in Scotland, didn't we?
Yeah, well, I suppose, yeah. It just seems a bit different, I suppose.
They're fanatics for everything. Sometimes they take it a little too far.
Yeah, well.
I wouldn't
So
be
did you
surprised
get
if
to see
Trump
that news story?
impersonators doing wedding chapel stuff. So.
Andy, did you get to see that news story about the woman killing and eating the cat in Ohio?
So somebody recreated it so they could say it actually happened? Is that what happened?
No, apparently somebody videoed this woman doing it.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
out in the street.
Look, so here's the deal. It happens around the world. Like Korea loves eating dogs. So does parts of China. So that's not so unusual in the world. It's just that this country, we don't eat our pets. We love certain animals, but we love eating cows and chickens and goats and everything else because it's not little pets that we have in our house, So the people draw these weird artificial lines. And I'm not saying we should go eat all the dogs and cats, but it is a little overboard when you consider a lot of countries. Even in Eastern Europe, they eat dogs and stuff.
Yeah, but even at that, in Korea and China and Vietnam, it's not. They don't kill the pets. It's dogs that are bred for food.
But they are breeds that are pets, and so it's not like it's a special breed they only eat just for this is food dog and this is pet dog, right? Yeah. They eat dogs you would normally. I mean, I've seen this horrible footage. You wouldn't wish anyone to watch it, but I saw it a long time ago, where they're boiling a cat alive and skinning it, still there, still moving while they're getting ready to eat it.
Yeah.
God's sake.
Yeah, that's horrible.
It's cruel. It's very, very cruel. And they think because it suffers, it actually tastes different. They actually said that, or people actually said that.
Do you know what? Thanos had the right fucking idea.
Right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I saw that long after I became vegetarian, so that didn't drive me over the edge. I was already, doing that. But
get rid of all the cunts in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya.
Well, you turn them into Soylent Green, right? So we can eat them.
Yeah.
All the awful people, we can just turn them into food.
Yeah, it's more likely going to be the other way around.
Of course.
Yeah.
But no, I did not see that. Was there actual footage that you could see, or was it just...
Apparently, yeah. I refuse to watch it.
No, I know. I wouldn't want to see it either.
But it's made all the major news stations.
So, of course, now the Moog people go, see, we're right. We found one instance of it.
Yeah, except the woman's not
rampant.
Korean. She's not Korean.
Right.
So she's African American, as far as I can understand.
Well, was she Haitian? That was the big story, right?
Yeah, that's what.
Oh yeah. No. She's an African American. But like Fiona, she goes, "Oh, maybe she's a Trump supporter." I went, "She's an African American." Yeah, it's not exactly a demographic he'd want knocking about anyway.
Well, they don't, but they still want their votes. So that's the point.
Yeah.
That's why there are tokens all over the place.
Yeah, well.
There are Asians that are on their side, there are blacks that are on their sides, and the party really doesn't want them other than their votes.
Yeah.
Even Hispanics, where he says, they're all rapists and
oh yeah, they shit on Marco
lords.
Rubio all the time, but he's also an idiot. So
yeah, but I mean, they get all those votes. There's stupid people from every culture. Yeah. But even here in Canada, there's people who wear MAGA hats. I'm not kidding.
Oh, I believe it.
Fuck.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I guarantee you, he doesn't mention outright because he doesn't want to affect his channel, I'm sure. But Synth Samurai is clearly a MAGA guy. Just the way he talks, and when he lets it slip once in a while, he's a MAGA guy. I'm telling you. Listen to what he says when he says.
He's Canadian.
He's Canadian, exactly. Yeah. So there's your Canadian MAGA guy.
Yeah.
That was my connection there. But
yeah.
Oh, you remember during COVID, there was this big protest in the capital in Ottawa. Alberta great again. Well, yeah, in Alberta. Oh yeah, Trump is like, well, yeah, he's got it. Yeah, But in
Wow.
yeah, during the COVID thing, there was the trucks. They were blocking the whole city, and people were all, MAGA hats and Trump all the way. And you're in Canada. Go, no, dude, wrong place.
Go out, go.
Well, I remember you're talking about the truckers, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
whole
yeah.
truck. Yeah, that was a whole crazy. They went nuts down here about that.
Fuck.
And it's like that's first of all, it's in Canada. I mean, you want to worry about your neighbors, but at the same time, people are melting down like it's in the U.S.
Yeah, and it all because they were all anti-vax.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Because
that was the
they
big deal.
they couldn't do their job if they were not vaccinated.
Right.
Well, go get a fucking vaccine, buddy.
Get off that. Stop waving your
But
tail.
suddenly they're medical experts without
Yeah,
any
yeah.
background saying, "Well, this is going to affect my DNA. How am I going to live the rest of my life?" It's like you guys haven't read anything, have you?
You've never had a vaccine before, have you?
Yeah,
You
it's like
didn't go to school, probably not.
schools forced it on everybody. That was a great idea, and now that's even suspect these days.
Come here.
I mean, whooping
getting
cough actually
bigger by
came
the
back
second.
a little
Say
bit
hello,
because
look.
of
Say hello.
anti-vax. It was supposed to be gone.
Num. Tasty?
Chew toy.
Yeah.
Kent is the new chew toy.
They said, it won't take long before she gets out of her mouthing stage. Yeah, right. Now,
Maybe in 10 years.
don't go near those cables. Do you understand me, woman? Ready? What did I say? What did I say? I don't know.
Well, the dog has to have some fun. Maybe go after your expression pedals again or something.
Yeah, but it's like if you say don't do that, she sort of does this and then goes and does it, and then you have to actually smack her ass.
So she's like a human child.
Yeah, and she does this thing where if you make her stay somewhere and you sort of like restrict her, she has a tantrum. Has a literal tantrum. She'll grow out of it. She's got no bloody choice, to be honest.
Well, how old was Charlie when you got Charlie?
Pass. We still don't know how old he is.
Oh, really? So he was an adult when you got him.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But he's the only dog I've ever known where he's still wearing his cone of shame, but I take it off so he can eat his dinner because he was having a lot of trouble with that. So I take the cone off, and he eats his dinner. Then he comes back, offer up the cone. He puts his head through it and push it on. Yeah, there you go. Do behind his ears and everything like that. He goes, thank you, and goes out, goes and have a pee. He's the only dog I know that comes over to have his cone put back on.
Oh, he knows the routine.
He's but he's such a quiet, delicate little dog. He really is unbelievable. Whereas Lily, oi. What are you doing now? So we're now up this far up the wall. All the acoustic tiles are gone now, around the corner, and she's torn them into tiny, 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 tiny little pieces. What was I thinking?
Yeah, puppies are destructive no matter what, but some are just way more than others.
Yeah.
We had a dog that would just dig up the yard. It would just dig all over the place. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, you get that, don't you? You get the old dog that's just like fascinated with digging up dirt.
Yeah. Well, they get you, so it's something to do.
Yeah. But it's quite clever. Fiona's iPad, where she dropped it and the on-off button is stuck, and she tried to sort it and cracked all the screen. And it's one of those ones where the digitizer is actually welded to the screen. Yeah. And I said to her, look, just buy another one. Be done with it. Just buy another one.
Take a screw replacement.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
it's
too old.
almost as much as a Recon anyway.
Yeah.
So
It depends. I mean, it could be several $100s, but if you do it yourself, use the iFixit website. Tells you how to do it yourself. You could get the screens pretty cheap, I think.
Right, are you... Well, the reason you can't open the door is you pulled another bloody tile off the wall. Well, anyway, I got this. I said, look, I'll buy it. So I bought her this. I think it's a 4th gen. And I said, so buy yourself a cover for it. And she went, yeah. So get this Amazon parcel come to the door, and she removes from the box this cover, which is a big rubbery one in pastel shades of pink and blue and orange and stuff like that, right? And it comes with a little shoulder strap as well. So she's got this. She's got her USB-C to 3.5 to her little headphones, right? And she's wandering around with this thing. And I said, what are you doing? She goes, what's wrong with it? I said, you look like a kid at special school. Fucking, what look like you go, or a deaf kid, so you go, hold up what you want to say or anything. I said, what? You got a nice 4th gen. It's like, oh, okay, all right, whatever.
Well, she doesn't want to drop it again. I can see that.
Yeah, true
I
enough.
finally dropped one, and it didn't land properly, and I cracked one of the screens. And luckily, it hasn't gotten worse. It's still usable.
Yeah.
Because all the software that's on there, you can no longer get on the App Store.
Yeah.
So I have to take very good care of it from now on.
It was just quite bizarre, really, that because she runs these audiobooks. She plays them very loudly. She says there's nothing wrong with her hearing. There's something wrong with her hearing. And so these audiobooks are going really loud. What's the type of stories she likes? Is those fantasy things, sort of like with talking wolves and dragons and elves and goblins and stuff.
Owls of Ga'Hoole.
Kind of thing, yeah. And there's lots of it, right? There's lots of these books.
So which Disney story is she reading?
No, these are all
That's
sort of
all
like
it is.
quite, very, very quite adult, some of them. But what was interesting was there was this one book she had, and it was like the guy's voice that narrates it, I found to be quite...
Sexy.
No, quite the
Yeah.
opposite.
Who's that?
Nauseating.
Creepy?
It's a very nauseating voice, and he did all the voices as well. And one of the principal characters that he was doing the voice for was sort of like very piercing and everything. I didn't like it, and it was still going on like 4 or 5 days later. I said, "How big is this book?" She goes, "Oh no, this is book 2." I went, "Oh, okay. How many books in the series then? 3, 4?" She goes, "No, 13." I go, "Oh, for fuck's sake, yeah." So like a month, I got this. And then when I think it was a wolf that got killed, and it had this really annoying voice that he did for it, and it got killed, and she could hear me cheering from the other room. Go, "Yay! Sheba's fucking dead. Thank God for that. Fucking annoying little cunt."
Wow.
Yeah, and it was like, oh God, I'd be glad when this series is over.
One of your cables is playing up again.
Oh, that was
Now
him.
behave yourself.
You been chewed on?
Yeah, see? Technician. If at first you don't succeed, fucking
Those-
idiot.
Those little acted out stories are pretty annoying at times. I
Yeah,
was at
yeah.
a youth exchange in Japan in the 80s. I was driving around with one of the host families, and the guy's English was really good. He was a teacher, but he just likes to practice his English. So he listens to these stories in English as he drives around the place. So we did this
Yeah.
long family trip to some little town somewhere, middle of nowhere, and we're listening to this book. I said, "Oh, okay, that's fine. Listen to it." And after like an hour or two of that, I was ready to poke my ears out because the voices were so annoying.
Yeah.
And to him, it's just English. He doesn't care one way or the other. But
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
it's this goofy guy. And then Christoph said this, and he said this. I'm like, oh, just kill me now, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's one guy, he's very prolific. He's done so many audiobooks. And his voice is like, okay. and he doesn't affect the voice much to depict certain characters saying certain things, and it's okay. But this other guy's like, oh Jesus, not him. Oh my God. I hope there are no women in this particular story, because when he does women's voices, it's like, oh God.
You're better for the Monty Python, like fake.
yeah, that is him. Yeah, so and it's it's all a bit sort of like. And I go, darling, why can't you listen to something like Ringworld or Rendezvous with Rama or something? It's always got to be some talking fucking animal with magic powers and gems and shit all over the place. It's like, and the Council of the Four.
That's funny.
There can't be any more of these kind of books left. She's been listening to them now for like 10 years.
Well, you talk about the young, what do they call them? Young audience or whatever. Books for like tweens. There are all kinds of fantasy books for that age group.
Oh, God.
So if she gets hooked onto those, watch out.
Yeah, I don't think she takes much notice of age groups anyway. So, yeah. So she did Diverge for a little while, and she'd done all of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxies. But they were okay. But what was better was they did the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series, but from the radio show, and it was like instead of transcribed, it was the audio recordings of the radio, which is much better to listen to. So, and the Dirk Gentlys and all that sort of thing. But
I never heard the radio show. Just saw the TV show they had in the early '80s.
That
wasn't
most of the cast from the radio show.
Yeah.
Was it really? Okay.
Essentially, yeah, it was a visual version of the radio show, but the radio show you could get away with a little bit extra.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, but they didn't do a bad job, did they, really, I suppose?
It was good, yeah. They played it on public television here. So
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was filmed down in Guildford here, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where Douglas lived. I think it's only about 20 miles from me. Didn't know that at the time, obviously. But,
he had some good. You want to hear about some nature stories and stuff? He had a thing he did called "Last Chance to See." Talks about weird things in nature. It was like a radio show, and then they turn it into a computer program. You can actually have some graphics to go with it, showing you what he's talking about. To track that down, I think you'll like that. Because he has a good voice.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, some of the radio shows I put her on to were Cabin Pressure, which is absolutely fucking hilarious. That was Benedict Cumberbatch's first exposure. Old Harry's Game, Andy Hamilton's. That's hilarious. What else was there? But there's this one Armstrong. They only did the one series, and I'm really, really annoyed because it's just so fucking funny. But it's mentally mad and funny. But I only did the one series, and then it got cancelled. Most annoyed. But I got her onto them. She enjoyed them, but then went back to, talking tables and fucking crossing.
The Jonathan Pye one was quite good. That he did on Radio. It was Radio 4.
Yeah.
Because it was a proper like radio play where he gets his own phone-in show. So it's Jonathan Pye hosting a phone-in show, which hilarity ensues. But there are other characters, So there's the producer and there's the intern, and we listened to that on the way. I think it was last year on the way back from France. Did the whole series in one hit.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. Yeah.
So's John Locke's 15 Minutes of Misery. That was a good one.
Yeah.
What was another good one with I can't remember the name of it now. that's gone. Yeah, and there was some stuff there that actually could have done well getting to TV, but never really made it.
Mm.
As a kid, they used to play those old-timey horror things on the radio at night.
Oh yeah.
I go to sleep with all the sound effect, they're really creepy actually for really old radio shows.
Well, there was a massive one here, late 50s, called Journey into Space. I mean, it's huge, absolutely huge, apparently.
What space? Yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah, massive.
Yeah, last I checked, it was big.
Well, they called it Journey into Space. The first series about them going to the moon.
Oh, right.
And it was more like a submarine than a spaceship, because that's what they were drawing on.
Yeah.
And I suppose most of them had been in the Navy anyway. And then there was a second series where they went to Mars. Ooh. Hilarity ensues. But yeah, it was pretty good. But there was this guy called Lemmy, and he made it in film. And I cannot for the life of me remember his name. But he was famous for playing, like Jewish characters. He was quite short. If you saw him, you'd know who I meant, Robbie.
Mm.
You go, oh yeah, him. He's in like a lot of the comedies and stuff like that. Can't remember his name for the life of my money. But yeah, and I downloaded that, and the original 1956, I think it was, series and everything. And I thought, yeah, do you know what? It's bad enough to be enjoyable. Do you know what I mean? Something like that. So I've got the other series as well.
I saw a documentary about old British radio shows. It was kind of fun because they showed on the set when they were doing the shows.
Yeah.
And they're in a kitchen sketch. It's dressed like a kitchen. They were using oven mitts to pull things out of the oven, even if it's not hot, it's not on. It's just they're all method. It's all just
like full method, mate. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
There used to be a show. I did find out what it was called a little while back. But when I was a kid, if I used to wake up in the middle of the night, I'd just put the radio on, and generally sort of 2-3 o'clock in the morning, there's not a huge amount on, certainly back then. And I came across this show. And it was on one of the might have been Radio 4 or Radio 2, where they would play a song, a popular hit song of the day, but then they would break down the lyrics to explain what the lyrics meant, and it was almost like it was an English lesson, but using songs as the hook, and then they would explain. And I always remember hearing them dissect Africa by Toto, line by line, explaining. And if you listen to the lyrics from Africa, they're not the most straightforward things.
Yeah.
Like Mount Olympus rises above the Serengeti or something, and the Mount Olympus is nowhere near the Serengeti. And so they was just trying, and it was quite weird. But I went on some forum or Facebook group some years ago and said, does anybody else remember this? And somebody came on and said, oh yes, it was called blah 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 blah, and I've completely forgotten it now. But there was a whole series of them, and it's very weird, surreal, because it's like the middle of the night, you put your little headphone on, your earpiece on, listen under the covers in bed because you didn't want to disturb anyone else, and hear what weird shit was going on. And there was these weird people explaining song lyrics. So.
Yeah, we're showing our age. Talking about radio shows.
Listening in my crystal set that I made in school.
Little Radio Shack kit.
Yeah.
Our headmaster used to get us to build little, crystal sets on a piece of balsa wood. And you have to, wrap all the wires and My mum still listens to the Archers.
Yeah, they're still going, aren't they?
Yeah, religiously.
Mind you, if you remember the first year of Emmerdale and then watched it now, you'd only have the name to go by.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what the fuck is this? Well, it used to be called Emmerdale Farm.
Emmerdale
didn't
Farm,
it?
yeah. Got a bit limiting, that.
Yeah, my mum used to like listening to Sorry I Haven't a Clue
Yeah.
and such. That's where that, was it Hamish and... Oh, Christ, what was that? Because it was Tim Brooke Taylor and Graham Garden used to do Hamish and McDermott and whatever it was. It was quite hilarious. But there you go. It looks like we've exhausted 50s British comedy radio shows. Moving on.
Are you kidding? You could
the
do a whole
60s.
week of that.
Yeah, Fiona did it a couple of nights ago. I come down. She's watching an old episode of Call My Bluff.
Oh, God.
It's like, wow, really?
Robert Robinson. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Frank Muir.
Tish and Piffle and all that. Frank Muir.
Who was the other
Frank
captain?
Muir.
Frank Muir.
You had Frank Muir as one captain. Who was the other captain?
Wasn't Arthur Negus one of them? Or was that...
yeah.
Oh no, he looked like Arthur Negus, but it wasn't Arthur Negus. I can't remember his name now. And then they had the Totty.
Clement Freud would be on there occasionally, wouldn't he, as well?
Yeah. And always be some young budding
Oh,
actress.
yes. Yeah, there'll be a little bit of...
There was Jilly Cooper on the one she was watching,
Yeah.
back when she could still stand up unaided. And how is it? Leslie Ann Down. Hello. Hello.
Did,
I say. Jolly good, y'all. Leslie Ann
Because the whole
Down.
premise of Call My Bluff was basically Would I Lie to You, wasn't it? It's just...
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a derivative of
Yeah.
Call My Bluff, yeah. But it was the words. It was like, Jesus Christ, I don't know.
Some of the captains, Robert Morley,
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he did a lot, yeah.
Patrick Campbell,
Mm-hmm.
Arthur Marshall.
Arthur Marshall, that's the Arthur Negus looking chappy. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was basically a word would appear above Robert Robinson's head, and then one team had to give 3 different explanations,
Yeah.
and only one of those explanations of this word was true, and the other team had to guess which one was true.
I only
Yeah.
ever got one word right on that. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
It came out of the famous 5, believe it or not. It was a word that they'd used in one of their books, and it came up, and I went, "Oh, I know what that is." And my mum went, "The fuck?" I was about 8. She went, "How the fuck do you know that?" Because
You
I
go-
read.
And the
I
next
don't
word,
send you to school
ting.
for education. That's it, yeah, because he used to turn the words with a little ting on his bell, didn't he?
Ah, no, yes, well, ting. And our next word is tosspot. Over to you, Frank Muir.
You're too good at that, Ken. That's slightly.
I am, aren't I? Yeah. Shit. Ah, piffle, bing, bong.
Did you guys have a British version of The Weakest Link?
Yeah,
It was
weakest
British.
link.
It was,
It was
British.
British.
British?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was British.
We have a version.
I always thought it was American. I only
Sometimes
watched
we get in first and send our shit to you,
Yeah.
Wasn't
rather than
Ann-
you doing it to us.
So that's what it was. So we took it over, but you guys had it first.
Yeah, wasn't Ann Robinson the host of the British version, or
Yes.
was it
Yeah.
somebody? Yeah. And then she did the American version.
Yeah.
for a while. Yeah.
But it used to get a bit sort of like blurry as to what was originally an American show and what was originally a British show, didn't it? And it used to sometimes get very confusing about who started
Well, it's
what.
like Celebrity Squares was Hollywood Squares,
Yeah.
but it was Hollywood Squares before it was Celebrity Squares.
Well, judging by the people that were on Hollywood Squares, it was before R1. Yeah.
Or The Office.
Yeah,
yeah.
The Office was British. Yeah.
Yeah, some things you don't want to export. So
Well, some things work really well. You know, a lot of things really don't. But The Office was one that seemed to
Office is great. Yeah, I love that.
translate.
Yeah, it worked
quite
both
well.
sides.
You could do in any culture. Yeah.
Yeah, it worked both ways. It was pretty good.
Isn't there an American version of Ghosts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Was
right.
that British to begin with?
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
I don't know either one.
The company of actors.
America's not old enough to have ghosts.
No, the,
We have Holy Ghost because we're very religious here.
Oh, yeah, that's true, yeah.
the company of actors that were responsible for Ghosts. Because in the UK it was a bunch of these actors who were famous for a thing. I don't know. Again, I don't know if this is something in the States. Horrible Histories. Do you know Horrible Histories?
Doesn't sound
Oh,
familiar.
no.
So Horrible Histories was a series of books, I think, originally. And then these guys got together and said, we can make a kids' TV show out of this. And it's utterly brilliant. Even though it's for kids, it will teach you accurate history, well, pretty accurate history.
Well,
But
yeah.
in the guise of these people just dicking around in costumes and making up songs. And it was just, it really, you I'm sure there's some on YouTube somewhere, Horrible Histories. And so that company of actors and actresses, they used to write all this stuff and then perform it, and then they came up with this concept called Ghosts.
Wankety wank.
Blankety blank, yeah. The thing is, blankety blank's fucking come back in it, and it's not going away.
Yeah, well.
anywhere. And it's bloody awful. I mean, it was,
Do you know what? I knew about the Red Dwarf pilots. And
Yeah, I
think
didn't see
s-
that Red Dwarf is horrible. The Red
I
Dwarf
think, I saw one. It was awful.
Yeah.
But I didn't know they did an IT crowd one.
oh yeah, and Richard Ayoade, so I get his name right. Richard Ayoade was in the US version. He played
still
the
didn't
same
help it.
character. No, because I mean, his comedy is not translatable into American, is it? He's very
Dry.
yeah. It's just
It's very
not,
dry. It's not direct. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's almost subliminal.
yeah.
So, yeah, but I mean,
So I'll be alone on that.
yeah, but the thing is, I mean,
I didn't like
this
Big
stuff.
Bang Theory either. I thought it was really fucking stupid.
It did all right here, didn't it?
Yeah, it was very.
It was
popular.
okay, but we were seeing it from it being an American. It was an American show, so we, brought it in as that, so it was okay.
But
Do
it's
you know
just
what I mean?
it's made it's science humor made by non-scientists, so it's just not funny. I just think it was very good.
I mean, you were taking it far too seriously there, Andy.
I know, but science can be hilarious, right? But I just
Well,
thought it
true
was
enough, yeah.
juvenile and silly,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, if you listen to Neil deGrasse, yes, it's hilarious. Yeah.
Listen to like Monty Python did juvenile very well, but it was also a bit of educated moments in there, right? So it worked really well on all levels.
They were all speaking above everybody's pay grade that was watching it when it was on the TV by quite a long way. But that's what made it funny.
And I thought,
But they were, like you
Big
say, they
Bang
were
Theory
also
was just
learning.
childish across the board. I just
Yeah,
didn't get it.
but they were also learning at the same time, you know. So, but that's why it was funny, because they were delivering cold, hard facts in silly voices.
Yeah.
But
I'd never
also
heard
very,
of Proust until summarizing Proust contest, and then the one who wins is the girl with the biggest tits. How great is that?
Are you calling the author of A la Recherche de Tombeau a loony? And I was like, what is this book?
Oh man!
Yeah, now Monty Python was great, but I mean, half of it just went over my head. I was watching it back in the 80s when they showed it here, but it was so very British that when you don't know about the culture, you miss a lot of it.
Yeah,
But the great thing is you learn through osmosis. If you watch it enough, you pick it up, right?
yeah.
Yeah, but
The real shame was that I think it was most of the first series was broadcast live. It was never recorded.
Oh.
Yeah. And one of the episodes that was broadcast live and never recorded would have been genius, and I wish they'd done it again. Which was, I think it was Terry Gilliam had the idea of. He started the show off, and they brought all the volume down on the mixers. So the show's going, everybody's turning their TV up, and he just turn it down, and everybody keeps turning their TV up, and then he just goes boom and puts it on full volume, just thinking about hundreds of people up and down the country all going fuck, except they'd have to run over to the TV to turn it down because there's no remotes.
Or have the kid do it.
Yeah. Well, not at that time. No, they'd be in bed. They'd be in bed, sleepy boys. Yeah. But I used to hear my dad killing himself laughing downstairs, and I'd creep down the stairs and just peeping around the corner, watching it. It's the only way I got to see it. As a small child, it was weird. You know, a small child shouldn't really be drawn into it. There should be no interest there.
We used to sneak listens to my parents' Richard Pryor records. You know?
Well, yeah,
Those are pretty wild.
Yeah.
They're still wild today, and they were wild when I was a little kid. You know.
Yeah. It's like when old Benny Connolly released that first record of one of his shows. I mean, everybody and his wife had that record. And it was weird. You couldn't understand a single fucking word he was saying. He became more eligible as he got older. His voice got less Scottish because he was like really broad, that kind of thing. But you could actually pick it out. But you had to listen to the album several times in a row, and there was still words there that you'd go, don't know what that means, but I'll laugh anyway. Do you know what I mean? So it was sort of like worthwhile pursuing it so you could get the joke in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even repeat the title of the album of my favorite Richard Pryor record. You know, I get cancelled immediately if I say what it says.
What, in a pub? I don't think so.
In a pub,
It's probably got the N-word in it.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Well, that has become.
That's a universal cancellation thing.
Yeah.
Pub,
Funnily enough,
pub does not exclude that stuff.
when I spoke to Fiona about this the other day. About I wonder what they call the dog in Dam Busters now.
Yeah.
Nipper.
No, Trigger.
Is it Trigger?
It's Trigger. Yeah, but the voiceover.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
It's all like, "Hello there, Trigger."
So the dog's
Good
named
boy,
that, huh?
Trigger.
Yeah, but wasn't there a petition and even something to have the dog's plaque altered
Wow.
at the airfield where he's buried
Mm.
because it's offensive?
Well, just to show we haven't come that far, I mean, I was studying botany a lot in college, and there's a California Flora by Munns, a famous edition. It's like 54 or something like that was the last official edition. The amount of common names of plants in the desert and other parts of California with the N-word as a title, it's unbelievable.
Really?
Common names of these plants, yeah, because no one thought it was offensive back then, or did it on purpose because it was offensive. I don't know.
Yeah, but you know what? It's one of those words where I've never used it in my life, under any circumstances ever. It's such an aggressive, oppressive
Well, definitely.
word.
Yeah, the hip hop with the A at the end is one thing, but this was the R. This is the full version. So,
According
Yeah.
to Wagyu, the Dam Busters dog plaque has been altered.
It wouldn't surprise me because it's such an awful word.
yeah.
I mean, I'm all for free speech, but you know what? You can have free speech without having that word exist.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that's really offensive about it is the word initially came from like lazy person, and who was more lazy than the goddamn slave owners?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, talk about doubly offensive.
Yeah, but it's just everything associated with it. It's just
Yeah.
yeah. So
No, it is an ugly word.
yeah,
Definitely.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in terms of freedom of speech and stuff like that, you've got to have boundaries. There should be natural moral boundaries. I get that.
Although I have to say, when you're reading classic works and you want to be honest, especially in high school, we'd read Of Mice and Men. There's a character there who clearly says the N-word many, many times.
Yeah,
I think
but
it's
the story
guy with his hand
itself.
in the glove.
It's in context, isn't it? Though?
Yes,
in
the story.
context.
Yeah, and books like that need to exist and stay existing.
Yeah.
Like
And
Tom
so there was a
Sawyer.
black guy in my class, but it was all white kids pretty much, maybe one Asian kid. And so we're reading out as characters in the class. And at some point the teacher goes, okay, I'm going to stop everybody. When you see that word from now on, just say black person. Right? And that
That's giving it an association instead.
Exactly. It didn't help. It made it worse.
No,
This
it's.
is
know what?
historic. Just know it's bad, but
How
say it's
many
with it.
graveyards are filled with dead people because of do-gooders who are not qualified to be do-gooders?
This teacher sucked anyway. I'm not
Mate.
surprised. So it's just,
I mean, I still love that bit in Family Guy where he cuts to Peter and the big black bloke on that raft going, "Don't ever call me that again." What? So,
was
and
that
that's humour with it, and that's fine. But people got upset about that.
sure.
Fuck off.
Well, like
Well, we
Blazing
had-
Saddles. They said it several times in Blazing Saddles. And the way it was done was funny. 'Cause, I mean, Richard Pryor co-wrote that, right?
Yeah, yeah,
On purpose, they used those words.
yeah. But it's things like that tear it down. That
It exposes the
it tears down
ignorance.
both its power and its importance. It just tears it all down and turns it into the laughing stock that it actually is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because when Matey turns to it, he goes, "He said the sheriff is near." It's like,
Yeah, exactly.
Mwah. No, god damn it.
But you would think, high school, that's a good time to maybe bring that up to kids who didn't learn that in life. And you
Abso-fucking-lutely.
just danced around the issue.
Oh, yeah, we had to read To Kill a Mockingbird. And it's in there a few times.
Same idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But,
And and sadly, it's the only thing I can remember from that book because it was like 20 plus years ago.
yeah.
It's like 10th grade English.
But meanwhile, they still screen Birth of a Nation with no problem, right?
Oh,
I mean, it's an amazingly shot movie, but it's so incredibly racist, it's unbelievable. Making the KKK guys look like the heroes and the black people look like maniacs, right?
Yeah.
Little known fact: my grandmother's maiden name was Negro Morel,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
I couldn't sort of directly translated. It's black cherry. But yeah, that was as a kid. It was like, oh, Negro, because you see it Negro. It's pronounced Negro, but you see Negro and you think, oh, confused. But then it's just
Yeah,
it's
but
just-
Arnold Schwarzenegger, it means black
Yeah.
plowman.
yeah,
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Schwarzkopf, blackhead.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, but like
words.
I've always said, black is a colour. It's not a fucking race.
Yeah.
And you make it a race if you need to make it a race.
Well, there's supposed to be a human race, all right? That's what we're supposed
Right.
Well, yeah.
Because the concept
Exactly.
of race, color being a race,
Yes.
is very new in the
to be.
world
In biology,
history.
like there are different races of like bird populations of a given species,
Yeah.
and they're clearly very different than just a minor color change or something like that, right? So it's really offensive to say different races.
Yeah, but you get self-inflicted segregation.
Yeah.
You start at a human race and you work it all down to just one race, and then that race is segregating different people from different people, and so forth and so forth and so forth.
Yeah. Not to mention throughout Europe, there's no pure white anybody, right? Everyone's a mix of a bunch of different things, right? I mean,
Pretty much. Well, I mean, as a country, Britain wasn't exactly didn't exactly hold back on the whole. That looks like a nice place to invade.
We'll have some of that.
Yeah. I mean, when you look how many flags around the world have the Union Jack on it, still.
It's like, we'll go
Some
invade them, but we
provinces
won't
have
want
it
them to
here.
come back here. We'll just go invade them.
Yeah.
Don't allow them back into our country.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, said, oh, I remember my nan talking about her dad, saying about how proud he was of, Britain. We commanded 3/4 of the world, kind of thing, and he was Welsh.
Well, still technically British.
Well, yeah, but within Britain, Welsh. Not exactly that high up the social ladder. They were
Just wait
considered,
for
were they?
Longlegs to turn up now.
Yeah. Well, they weren't. They weren't that high up the ladder. Socially. All sheep shagging imbeciles or whatever.
Yeah, but
it was,
then
wasn't
my old man came over from Italy in '69. He was an immigrant, and yet, certainly towards the later years of his life, when his restaurant was on a road of other restaurants, and the Chinese restaurant was the one next door, and the stuff that he would come out with sometimes, I'm thinking, hang on a minute, Dad, you're no different. You came over here from another country, but when you get to a certain
Everybody
age,
sees
I suppose-
people differently from how they see themselves.
Exactly, yeah.
And
he would come out with the old stereotypical stuff about Chinese restaurants, and I mean, he was right. People would come over and they would work there for 6 months, and then you wouldn't see them again. They'd move on somewhere else, and that was a regular thing. But then that was the same that he was doing. That's how he worked in the 1970s. He came over and got a job in one restaurant, and then moved on 6 months later to another one as he got friends, through friends and stuff. He would get various jobs. So it was no different, and yet and I would call him up on it, and he would just sort of like laugh and
It's the old glass houses thing, right?
yeah. I mean, he knew he knew, but it was
yeah, but I mean, it's like when I look back on my heritage. I'm half Irish, a quarter Welsh, and a quarter English, and I don't feel any of them.
no.
Yeah, genetically it means nothing.
And I can take the piss out of all three with equal measure, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm predominantly Norwegian and some Irish and some other stuff, but Norwegians get called herring chokers. So
Apparently, I'm 1/8 Norwegian, so
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 3/4 Irish and a quarter Greek.
So if I get a
Hey.
little bit more Norwegian, if I rape and pillage, it's okay, right? Because that's supposed to be the history. Is that?
Well, yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah.
So 3/4 Irish and a
Yeah.
quarter Greek.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Interesting
yeah.
combo.
It is. It
Yeah.
is.
Much like my kids are 3/4 English and a quarter Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a tiny bit of Italian somewhere on my grandmother's side.
So does my missus.
Bump, bump, bump.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's
well.
like, who said it? I hate the whole concept of countries and borders, because borders are just imaginary lines. If you go up in a plane and you fly across the countries, you don't see no.
9 times out of 10, they're
borders.
financial conveniences.
Exactly, yeah. So
The only thing obvious is the Great Wall.
that's not even a border. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah,
But
not anymore.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And on that note, I'm going to go get a glass of wine.
Steady on.
Speaking of Great Wall, it's kind of funny. They back when we had the Kuwait fires during the war, and the oil fields and stuff, and the astronauts. Some of the astronauts were asked about what was your obvious sign of civilization in space, without being at night, where you see the lights and stuff
Yeah.
on the dark side. And they said it was the fires of Kuwait, the Great Wall, and the erosion around Madagascar.
Yeah, but you don't see the Great Wall from space
You can.
because
Depends
it's
on which
narrow.
orbit. Depends which orbit. You
Yeah,
can
but
have quite a low orbit and see it.
Yeah, but it's very long, but it's narrow, It's like,
Yeah.
at the max 10 meters wide.
Have you ever seen a
so
photograph
they
of
have
the
grazing
end?
light. They have different sun angles, so you can see things differently. at
Right.
different-
Yeah.
Because I asked Chris Hadfield, and he said, no, I never saw it.
Have you ever
Chris
seen
Hadfield, the
a
astronaut.
photograph of the end of the Chinese Wall? Great Wall.
The what?
Goes into the sea, doesn't
The
it?
end of the it goes into the sea about 20 feet. You walk round it and you're on the other side.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Well, they couldn't get the horses to do that. Maybe I don't know.
You go, we're not getting our feet wet. We've got
The
that.
Mongolians were very picky about the horses. So
Yeah, it's true enough. Ooh. Supposed to light, not explode.
but I just thought that was interesting because it's there really wasn't much evidence from orbit of us during the day anywhere.
No, we used
There's
to
a
have-
highway apparently in Belgium that you can see from outer space, and it's a highway because it's like very bright. I've never been to space.
You can see Elon Musk's ego from space.
You can see that. You can see that from Pluto.
Probably, yeah.
Fucking asshole. I like Wagu's thing about the Carl Pilkington. It's the all right wall of China. That was
Yeah.
great. They tortured him by making him walk a whole bunch of it, and he just hated it. Even part of the broken sections of it, they made him walk way out there.
Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, well, it's weird, isn't it? It's just the planet always seems to be slightly unsettled somewhere. At any one time.
There's always a war going
There's always
on.
something kicking off somewhere, isn't there?
There's always somebody stirring up an anthill somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hum-
because I
human
remember
anthills.
I read somewhere that if you put all the written history together, the periods where there was no wars anywhere, if you take that past 10,000 years, there's about 200 years that there was no wars anywhere. It's pretty funny. So we are, we like to fight apparently.
Yeah.
They should all come to the pub. We don't fight. We have fun. We're silly.
Well, one of the sad things is wars turn out some good out of the end. Like you get technology increases, you get people have this crazy ideas about I want to make better killing machines and better this, better that.
Yeah, I don't know if it. Is that really a positive thing?
No, a space race is more positive. It's the same idea. It's technology increase for the space race, but
Trouble is, there is no space race, is there?
well, yeah, that's.
Because that's when shit got done.
Well, the problem is NASA screwed up so badly, and some of these other Boeing things and stuff. It's like sadly, Elon Musk has the best equipment in the U.S. right now.
He does.
It's like he should not be in charge of shit like that. It's terrible.
Yeah, well.
Even Jeff Bezos has the penis rockets. You only saw a couple of those go up. What happened to those?
I saw one blow up.
Went out of juice.
Yeah,
Oh,
shot his load.
Probably, unless it got lost in the post and it'll get delivered on Thursday.
he's waiting for parts from Amazon.
Yeah, well, they're waiting for the rocket to bring them back down again because a card comes under the door. It goes, "We called, but you weren't in."
But
Please contact us to reschedule your rescue.
the space races. The space is going to be private industries.
Of course.
It cannot be. It's too expensive to have governments.
We're going to have a version of
it's-
Wayland Yutani, basically.
It's not the expense. It's that there's no race on at the moment because they're too busy throwing rockets at each other.
But once they get to the asteroids, the wealth in those asteroids is insane. So once they learn to mine asteroids and come back safely, it's going to be so much profit.
Yeah.
Profit for companies, but then
not
there's
for
still
us.
going to be starving people on Earth.
Of course,
and,
yeah.
and our minimum wage is going to get still more minimum, and we can't keep up with the economy as it is.
Look at the movie Elysium, right? It's not a great movie. It has visually cool stuff in it, but the message was clear. Like the elites go live up
definitely.
in orbit with the paradise, and the shitheads live on Earth, right?
But it's it's just a
It's like that now.
exactly. So they're just putting it in a science fiction
In a
but
different
it's like
place,
that.
yeah. Just separating it more.
The allegory is what I was looking for.
Good word. Now then. Allegory. Ding.
Ding. See, that's a cultural reference I don't get. But
Yeah, exactly.
I go with
you have to watch an episode of Call My Bluff, and when you eventually wake up again, you'll understand.
call my bluff. Okay.
Yeah. Not exactly the most violent action show on TV, shall we say?
Mm.
Plot's pretty shit as well. Isn't it?
It's a shame too, because Blomkamp was on a roll for a while. Then he started making some garbage. You know, he made District 9, which is amazing. Then he made. He was going to work on the Halo movie, that never happened. And then he worked on Elysium, and then he tried to do some stuff during COVID, which is pretty terrible, actually.
Yeah.
He was
But
going
it's
to work
supposed to
on
be
some
it's a Halo
Alien
movie
sequel
now,
that
isn't it?
never worked out. What was that?
There is a
Yeah,
Halo.
there's more than
Halo
one.
now, isn't there?
There's a Halo series, which is pretty lame.
Oh, okay.
But he was going to work on an actual movie with, I think James Cameron was loosely involved or something. I forgot. But so Blomkamp's kind of out of the picture now. He's like passé.
Yeah, well.
But for those who liked Silo, season
Silo's
2
good.
begins November 15.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, but I thought there would be one series only because it ends in such a perfect way.
Yeah.
So I'm worried that season 2 is going to
Oh, they'll probably
gonna
ruin
just
it, yeah.
fuck it up.
Well, it's like, have you seen, is it Outpost 23? Have you seen that series? I think it's called
Nope.
Outpost 23. It's these little beacons in space, or Beacon 23. Maybe it's Beacon 23. It's these beacons in space with these different factions way out and distributed through space. And it's about these beacon caretakers and conflict and AI shit getting involved. And it had some good moments. It was kind of dopey in a lot of ways, but it was visually pretty cool. So
Yeah. Is Robbie pressing the grapes?
Probably.
Yeah.
he's got barefoot in the thing, and he's going stomp, stomp, stomp.
Yeah, in the bath.
You've seen the famous clip of that woman, the reporter, doing that, right? Where she falls down.
Yeah, when she falls
yeah.
over.
Oh.
Yeah.
She's making like dog
Yeah.
noises when she falls down.
She was either very hurt or just too
She took the
sensitive.
wind out of her. She just knocked the wind out of her.
Oh, yeah. Which makes you make that noise, doesn't it?
Yeah. Your diaphragm has a spasm, and then you can't breathe for a little bit.
Yeah, Dark Star was a good film.
Which one?
Dark Star.
Oh,
It's
Oh
a
my
black
God, but that's
comedy.
old.
Dark Star's funny, but I mean, like
Yeah.
the beach ball alien is so funny because it's so low budget, you know.
Yeah, but it worked.
But then you get, you know, look what John Carpenter eventually made. The Thing remake was fucking amazing. That's some great sci-fi horror stuff.
No, I still haven't forgiven Cameron for making Avatar.
yeah, that's...
Well,
That was
again,
shit.
he's pushing the technology, though. There's some really good stuff in there that looks
Mate,
good.
as I said before, he had the rights to Ringworld. Make that, not fucking Avatar.
Right.
We need puppeteers, mate. That's what
But
we
you know what?
need.
He has a huge ego. He wants to make his own stories, supposedly. Even though he ripped off Pocahontas, Fern Gully, and a bunch of other stuff to make Avatar.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
But The Way of Water, did you see the second one?
Oh,
Didn't even see the first one.
no, I don't think so.
You should watch it just for the 3D, because as a 3D guy, you will go, how
All
the
right, okay.
fuck did they do that? Where the water is wetting fabric,
Yeah,
right? I mean, the 3D is that good in the movie.
yeah. Yeah,
The
I always
creatures and
appreciate
stuff.
a good render.
It's like this materials acting like real materials in the world,
Yeah.
which
It's
is
very,
really hard.
it's very rare, though, that you get a good story and a good render.
Oh no, the story stinks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we could get a good story and a good render,
Well, you usually get one or the other. That's it. So
yeah, I
all
think
you
probably Lord of the Rings is probably the closest of getting a good story and
Yeah.
and a good render.
But then, then he did The Hobbit and tried to stretch the book out into 3 movies.
Yeah, the search for more money, as they're called.
But the dragon was pretty awesome. Smaug was pretty awesome.
Yeah. It's Benedict again, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's done
I'm
quite
gonna
well.
pull in Ian.
I'm sure he's very grateful.
Oh, yeah. But I should be back later.
All right, done.
All right.
See ya.
See you in a
Bye
bit.
bye.
Take care, bub.
So wait a minute. Wagyu Terminator Zero anime? I'll have to check it. Never heard of it.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, Wagyu says it's good.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
I have to look at it. Have you guys? I don't know if you've seen Godzilla -1.
Yeah, it's good.
No, yeah, it's amazing. It's really good. I grew up on the old Godzillas, but yeah.
It's Godzilla made by the right people, right?
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
The American Godzillas are pretty shitty in general.
Well, there was one that was good, but same guy that made Rogue One, it was good, but no, this one is. I mean, if you want to watch something that's good, a good Godzilla movie, watch Godzilla -1.
Yeah, that's cool.
I must admit, I was expecting Rogue One to be shite.
But it's the best.
Yeah, it was very, very good. I really enjoyed it. All right, yes, there's some physics issues going on, but it's Star Wars, you know.
You have lightsabers.
Star Wars isn't
it's
sci-fi.
the whole
Anyway. It's
thing.
fantasy
No,
adventure,
exactly.
so
It's just, there's no way in hell, you know.
Yeah.
That hammerhead's going
how
to
about
move
the
that
horses running
Star
on the
Destroyer.
ship?
Yeah.
The horses that and the fact that he could conjure all those ships that come out of the dirt, I guess. And so what, did he also conjure the crew that's on the ships? I didn't think
Thanks,
Palpatine
Wagyu.
had that much power ever. So
There was quite a funny little video short on, I think it was on Facebook I saw it, where you got old Skywalker and Obi-Wan in the speeder coming into Mos Eisley. And you got the stormtroopers there. And he goes, I need to see your identification. He goes, you don't need to see my identification. He goes, yeah, dude, that's what I fucking asked. And he goes, you're very attractive, aren't you? Hey, don't get weird on me, man. Just give me some ID, will you?
what was that from?
This is just this video short that came up.
Really?
And he goes, I am single, you know. He goes, oh, man, you're weirding me out. Fuck off. Just go through, all right?
If you haven't seen it, look at the fan film called Troops. It's basically cops done with stormtroopers, and it's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen some bits of that.
Oh,
Very,
it's
very
great.
good.
Got the Bad Boys
One-
theme playing in the background. And
One more series that is really worth watching. It's called Sunny. It's half in Japanese, half in English.
Yeah.
It happens in Japan, and it's really worth. I mean, it's like 8 episodes.
SUNNY?
SUNNY. That's correct.
I haven't heard of that one.
And it's really good. And the last episode is all in English, almost all. And yeah, it doesn't end like you think it will, but it ends the way it should, because it
Right.
doesn't end like a happy ending. Really, it's finally, I like.
Speaking of
I like
Japanese,
series.
did you see the Shogun miniseries they did? It was on Hulu
I
Plus. That was amazing.
couldn't. I started and then I just lost interest.
Well, it's slow. It's not an action thing, but it does have some action in it. But it's
Yeah.
so much
No,
better
it's
than
not-
the old miniseries I saw when I was a kid. With,
Oh yeah, definitely. But even that I didn't like. But the book was good.
Yeah.
Because I read the book, and that's a problem, right? When you read a book and you go, "Wow, that's a very good book," and then the adaptation is
It's like Lord of the
shit.
Rings,
Well,
same thing, right? Or Dune. It's like kind
so
of hard
Lord of
to.
the Rings. But Lord of the Rings, I could never read the books. Like, I mean, I just stopped, and I couldn't watch the movies because I didn't like it. Dune, I found the book extremely boring, but the movies I love.
Yeah.
Because he really expressed the images that you couldn't really see in the book. Villeneuve he had the idea and he had the vision. And
Well, even the Lynch one has cool stuff, and I know a lot of people hate it, but
it's not bad.
I saw it at the right time because I was young and it was cool,
Yeah.
and that the total score is
Yeah,
amazing. and
Total Scores
Yeah.
was good.
It
No,
just
was
didn't
not a
age
bad
well.
movie.
It just
Yeah,
didn't
exactly.
age well, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he also threw in his own shit, right? It's Lynchian. It's not
Right.
Yeah.
pure Dune.
Yeah.
And the idea in the Villeneuve one of having the black sun and filming everything in infrared.
That was kind of weird. Yeah. That's cool.
Oh, yeah, that's visually that's genius.
Yeah.
And those ornithopters that were like dragonflies. That was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you read the book, that's how they're described.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Well, Villeneuve likes to go for the follow the story as closely as possible if he can.
Yeah.
As he's done quite well.
Well, I also like to use the language of that the fighting force. I forgot their name, but that with the crazy ass language, it sounds synthesized and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Emperor's Army.
Yeah, and they also use throat singers for
Sardaukar.
like the music part. So you had that real cool Tuvan throat singer stuff in the
Yeah.
background. It was really really interesting.
Yeah.
No, that's really a masterpiece. Well, the 1 and 2, and now he's starting Messiah, which is gonna be interesting too. Anyway,
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I had some issues with it because, of course, I haven't read the books. I know I have
Well,
friends
there's
who are so
always-
into the books. They told me so much shit that's never going to be in the movies.
yeah,
And I said, well, that actually sounds pretty cool. I wish because I saw the miniseries that was on Sci-Fi Channel years ago,
right,
Children of Dune,
yeah,
Mm.
and that had some pretty decent stuff in it. It was pretty much straight out of the book.
I think this is the problem with if you make a film of a book, because you can give the exact same book to 100 people and they read it and they all have a different image of what that story is at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it is a mental thing. It's a mental
Yeah.
image.
So when they produce, when the film gets produced and you go, no, that's not how I saw it at all.
Yeah.
When actually that's how somebody else saw it. It's weird, but there you go. I suppose if you write an original story and film it, just gets rid of that whole problem. Just
Yeah, 'cause
that
the-
doesn't happen a lot, does it?
The Lynch made the one. They made Fade silly because that's Sting, right? That's just kind of silly. The Sting over the top character.
Mm.
I will kill him and all that stuff. But they made the other guy more of a brute, and apparently he was kind of intelligent, right?
Mm.
And so in Children of Dune, he talks a lot. He has a lot of stuff. He's arguing with his father, and he just he came out as more interesting than just this brute.
Yeah. What's this thing Fiona was watching last night? It was very grey, very slow moving. It was about I think it was, I cannot remember what it was called, but from what I saw, you have this implant, and it means that when you're at work, you can't remember anything about your home life, and when you're at home, you can't remember anything about work. And it was really quite slow and dark, and there was all sorts of weird shit going on. I mean, really, really weird shit. And as this first episode was finishing, I'm going upstairs. It's not my cup of tea. I'm not in the mood for this. And it was
Which show was this again?
written by, yeah, I think it's called something like Severed or something, or Severn. Yeah,
Severin.
yeah, that's the puppy.
Oh.
Thank you, Fiona. And I got,
I haven't
yeah,
seen
it was written by Ben Stiller.
Oh.
I went, oh, okay. So, will there be any comedy in it? No, absolutely not. It's really,
Speaking of Ben
it's
Stiller,
very
Tropic
dark.
Thunder couldn't be made today.
Yeah, exactly. But it was really dark. And
Yeah.
this was basically Fiona is using up her 3 months free Apple TV trial period.
Oh, that's where they cut parts of your brain so you forget stuff or something, right?
Yeah, and there's this little implant, but there was this guy has figured out a way to bypass it, and he's
Right. I haven't seen that. I heard about that.
yeah. So they got absolutely no, so when somebody leaves the company under whatever circumstances, they have no memory of them ever being there in all this business.
Wow.
Directed and not written by Ben Stiller. Thank
I
you.
wish I could read some
feedback.
companies I worked at.
Yeah. Hey, Fiona, seeing as you're in the chat, go and make me a cup of coffee, will you, darling?
Oh.
You know, give your bum some exercise.
Wow.
Yeah.
At least you didn't say make yourself useful. That's.
Oh no, Fiona's massively useful. I mean,
I know, but I mean that would be a
no, if you need to lean up a keyboard against something, she's ideal because she just doesn't move anywhere. You know.
Ouch. Fuck. It's not getting any better.
Do you know what? If we didn't love each other as much as we do, one of us or both of us would probably be dead by now.
But you have to be able to joke.
Yeah, yeah. Head down in the garden somewhere. Ooh. Yeah, and next.
The sound is not the beginning of the sound of the song, but it comes.
It's very
after.
close. It's very close. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it Hydrosynth?
No, it's Summit.
Summit.
Oh, Summit. Oh, that's right. You got a Summit. I forgot.
Almost.
Is that a preset or did you make that?
That's a preset. That was
Ah.
just
What's it called?
pick a pad.
Ah.
Ah.
There is a preset that is exactly the bass from the Friends of Mr. Cairo,
Oh, yeah.
and it's the sound is just for the bass is just perfect.
Yeah.
But it's John. It's I remember you, John. They called
Yeah.
it. It's a preset.
Incidentally, the bass on the Unknown Man is the Roland SH 100.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one
Probably
who-
loaning this, but I prefer the instrumental.
Yeah.
John Evangelis without the John.
Well, yeah.
Because I have some
Ever-
instrumental covers of that from some guy in Belgium or something like that, and they're pretty good covers. And it's
The
just
100, the 101, or the 1000?
It's the System 100.
Oh, System 100. You said SH for some reason.
Oh, I do bigger puddings. Yeah, I'm thinking of several things at once and
Yeah.
confusing myself again.
And yes, Man with Beard, the Summit is quite good. It's to peak, or as I heard once, two Novation Piak together. I was like, fuck you. Novation Piak. Yeah.
that's
What?
Yeah.
that's like song at a Target store is Target, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd repeat that, but was kind of hurting myself.
Yeah, it's a really good synth. Yeah. It's the more
I almost got one. They were just out of my range at the time when I was buying some stuff.
yeah, I got the deal of the century for that one.
Because
So.
I'm a fanboy. I have a lot of innovation stuff already, but there he goes.
The case silent.
Speaking of Dune, can you throw in the choir there to make it even crazier?
Oh, I'd have to program it in here.
Yeah.
That's all quadrasynth.
So what's that? That's to June, is it?
Yep.
It's the like near the end of the movie where it's so dramatic.
Yeah.
Ah, right. So sort of like two chords, yeah. Essentially, with the bass moving around a bit.
Yeah, but when you hear the choir and you hear the strings, the real strings and stuff, it's
Yeah.
pretty epic music.
Yeah, but it's your standard hands approach, isn't it? It's sort of like
Yeah.
you make it really start off with something very, 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 very simple and just build the shit on top
Johann
of it.
Sebastian Bach started with very simple elements. and-
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a great way to write.
Yeah.
I must admit.
All right. So if I It's almost sounding like a 1W right there with that flute. All right.
Oh yeah, that one patch on the 0 and W. That's I love that keyboard.
That's kind of cheating.
Really not, right?
Ah.
Anywho,
See if I can make that.
so I was complaining about the Hydra always
Yeah.
loading the first patch
Oh,
when you turn it on.
Yeah.
Well, the peak is the same. It loads like and not even the 0001. It loads like, bank C patch number 78 or something like that.
There's no setting to reset that? I never
No,
looked
you
into it.
can do it, but you have to every time that if you want to go back to the same patch, you have to remember to save it in some way, and it's going to be on that patch, but it's not the last patch you played with, and that's really annoying.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool one.
It'll probably come out more if I up the pitch of the choir by like maybe an octave, because it's kind of blending with the strings right now. Okay, if I go.
So when I played, do you still get that?
Yeah, it still sounds. I think Robbie turned on the background noise cancellation on your.
Reduce my okay. Yeah.
Yeah, reduced background noise.
Yeah, you set it to manual volume and stereo and everything else off.
There it is.
That's
Good
better.
now?
That's
Oh,
clear.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Oh, because I have it's like 29 degrees here today, so fall in Canada.
Yeah.
How does that
Alright.
go, Justin?
Give me 1 second. What I need to do now is I gotta make this what was the flute
Uh-huh.
instead of a mono sound, I gotta make it a poly sound. And heaven forbid they put that in the voice assign. They put it in the pitch in the portamento page.
Right. Oh,
Weird. All right.
there's probably a reason.
So it's a C major over an E to F minor, and then a G suspended 4.
And then there's a Q17 somewhere.
Oh, G7 suspended 4 into a G7.
It just occurred to me that my question was completely useless because...
All right.
So, hang on.
So C major to an F minor. All right. So now we got to make a G7 suspended 4.
That, yeah?
Yep. So you're basically just going to take the suspended 4, which is the C,
Yeah. Down to
and
the
shift
B.
it down to the B.
Gotcha.
That's all that transition is.
Right. Okay. Okay.
I
Okay.
want to fire up. If I fired up,
Yeah, then when it gets really going with the choir, then the choir's doing different intervals.
yeah.
It's very powerful.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can. Let me see.
Is that it?
You're close, yeah.
It's not quite there, is it?
Yeah, because the melody of it is this.
Okay.
So that's where I guess what would be called voice leading. So you basically want to play those chords with that melody on the top. Okay, so if I open up Studio One, and I go to here. Yeah. There it is.
Okay. See, this is the beautiful thing about Hans's music. You just go, oh, thank you, baby girl. Look at that. No, they're yours.
No, it's alright. I've got
No,
some more.
exclusively yours. No, exclusively. Holy mother. Oh. Thank you. I see Vesuvius is active again. Jeez.
And you can have the little tiramisu.
Oh, thanks. So you stuck some wafers in a fairy cake. Isn't that illegal?
Guess you have to ask the fairies.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
And apparently, I talked to Porcaro at Synthplex, and he said he didn't work on that pretty much at all. Guy, Page.
Oh, who? Steve Porcaro?
Yeah,
Yeah, Page. It was
Page
the
did
bulk
most
of
of
it
that
was Page,
stuff. Yeah,
and then the rest of the band was kind of around to help him out.
yeah,
So like Jeff Porcaro played on it, Lukather played on it.
yeah. They're all there. It's just the big
Yeah.
orchestrations and the big bombastic stuff was Page.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
No, I get your answer.
'Cause most bands have to bring somebody in, like Pink Floyd bringing Michael Kamen, right,
Oh yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, Page had his dad that they could bring in,
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
and then on Toto 4 they brought in James Newton Howard,
Oh.
like to do the strings on
So his
that.
dad
album.
was a orchestral guy.
Marty Page was an arranger. Yes.
I didn't know
What do you want? Hey, young lady. What are you after?
Right. If I go here.
There won't be much of that on display. Oh, these are a bit sloppy, actually. Noah? Is that... No, it's you. Go on then. You have that wafer.
that. That's one of the great things about those shows. You get to talk to these guys directly, right from the horse's
Yeah.
mouth. Find out what happened instead of just some stupid article somewhere.
Yeah.
It's probably
Mhm.
wrong anyway.
Monkey you. Where's Noah? There you go.
Hmm.
Salty up here.
Let's try.
She is not.
Should be some choir in
They
there.
will no longer breathe Arakeen air. And you get those high parts where it comes down.
Yeah.
It's real
yeah.
dramatic.
Oh, yeah. That's a really good choir sound.
That's cool.
Now, you know how Synthicon can do drones and they're just perfect, right?
Yeah.
Just these drones, right? Similarly, Hans is able to take something really, really basic
Mm.
and make it into an entire score. And you just go, damn you,
Yeah.
damn you, sir, damn you, sir.
Well, plus, how long has he been doing it? Like 30 years? 40
Oh,
years?
Christ,
Maybe
yeah.
more,
Well,
yeah.
actually, no, this particular style, not that long.
Mm-hmm.
Not really.
Mm.
I think, where did it really show up first? I would say this style had really, really started to show itself in Batman Begins,
Mm.
more than anything else.
Right.
But, just taking that where he does this. straightforward enough. There's it go. Do you know what? I can't for the life of me remember. No, that's not it, is it? It is that.
But the Dune score is great too because you have some Brian Eno stuff in there as well, like the prophecy.
Oh, yeah.
theme. Yeah,
And
it's
then
great.
there's the expanded version that's got like more, more stuff.
Yeah. Oh, the Alan Smithy version
Yeah.
with all the graphics inserts with voiceover.
Yeah.
It's actually a cool version. You learn a lot more if you ever read the books. But of course, David Lynch wanted no part of it. That's why it's Alan Smithy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now.
Oh, man.
So straightforward.
Yeah.
And yet, boom. Bugger arse. Now these are Cadbury's snacks. You got no hope whatsoever. Sorry.
What's in them?
It's just a very, very soft shortbread covered in Cadbury's milk chocolate.
Yeah.
But the balance is like ping.
It's a little bit salty.
No, they haven't gone that route. They've kept it kind of sweet.
Okay. The sweet and salty can be quite good combo sometimes, but there's a granola bar here for this Nature Valley company makes granola bars, which is mostly just grain candy. It's not really that nutritious, but there's one they call sweet and salty nut.
They're just asking for it, really, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Oh man.
It's like this passed the whole panel. They all said this was a good name. Okay. Sounds like a porn title.
Those are legato patches. That's not quite what I want. Okay.
Nothing like a bit of brass, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's why I like Wagner so much.
Yeah.
Amazing brass.
I can't help it. Yes, I know where you hide it. Magic.
Oh, yeah.
Again, it was very subversive because I got into classical music at a young age because of fucking Warner Brothers cartoons.
Richard Hilton as well.
Because they picked the best parts, right? They're dramatic,
Yeah.
they're fun, they're pretty, they're just interesting, and they totally they fit the action, right?
Oh,
Although
yeah.
my dad was playing classical rummy most of my life, I really gelled when I saw the cartoons with it, which is why to this day it's still my favorite kind of music. So I just can't play it well. It's just demanding.
It's hard.
I'm too lazy to learn it well. So
Isn't it? Well, yeah, they actually managed to play it without actually putting in a bum note. Good God. Mind you, I wasn't doing the rest of it, was I? So.
I really like Siegfried's Funeral March. It's used in the Excalibur movie by John Barry.
Oh,
The movie's like mostly three themes. Siegfried's Funeral March from Wagner,
yeah.
Karl Orff's Carmina Burana, O Fortuna, with all the chase scenes and fight scenes and stuff like that. And then there's another Wagner piece in there, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, it's some Tristan and Isolde stuff.
That is, my dear friends. Which one is this? This is the Brass Ensemble Symphony Series. By whom, I wonder? Let me have a look. I have to feck around with this to find them. Great, it doesn't say who does it. I think it's the brass that comes with Contact when you buy full Contact.
Yeah.
Symphony Sessions, it's called.
Yeah, that means I have it. I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Never
The
used
French
the full
horn.
Contact.
Yeah, the French horn opens.
Very dramatic.
Yeah, exactly. And then once you put some aperture strings on it, which is Spitfire, no doubt, and you get the big. The big sound. So it's quite handy pandy. But sometimes I have to set the expression levels at a different timing, because sometimes you want the brass to get to its, full blown before the strings get too loud. You have to try and stagger it, and it's a bit of a fuck about, actually, to say the least. It'd be nice if there was just a little bar that could do it, but there isn't. So we don't. Wrong cup. It's this one.
You have to be the human mixer.
Yes, exactly. Or
Yeah,
a second expression pedal.
pretty much.
Really? Another one? There's so many expression pedals and sustain pedals and stuff on the floor here. It looks like a bloody Clark's shoe shop.
It's nice when they have it. A lot of synths don't have expression inputs.
Yeah, I know.
Like I was
See,
happy to
I
find
think-
on my JP8000 has an expression input. I'm like, oh, this
Yeah.
even has it.
I mean, fortunately, we are now in an age where expression, articulation is much, much further up the list of requirements
Yeah.
than it used to be. At one time of day, it used to be like 6 months after the unit comes out, go, do you know what this needed, don't you?
Yeah.
That kind of scenario.
You know, we
so-
forgot Aftertouch, so let's add a pedal.
Yeah,
Jacksons.
exactly. Yeah. So, it's such a pain in the bum. Let's have a look. No mistakes yet. you go. And you'll get so far and then go.
That was very, very good, my friend.
Much further than I would get.
Until it went tits up. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then who doesn't make mistakes?
Just play classical stuff in riffs like guitar players do. Then you can't really
Yeah.
say that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's when the bass bit comes in.
Yeah.
Or something like that. No, that's not right. More practice, Spong. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You need a Madame Suzatska to beat your ass. Thick Russian accent.
And the only reason I know that bit of music is because of Tomita. I don't think I've ever heard the orchestrated version of that ever.
There's that.
Because I'm not even sure what it's called or who it's by. Do you know what I mean? It's just pathetic. I'm just pathetic.
It sounds familiar, but I can't place it.
Exactly. There's loads of little bits in. You know how he sometimes would mix different bits from different,
Play it one
arias
day and use Shazam or Soundhound and see what it comes up with.
Well, this is something I've never downloaded and used. I really must.
Oh, you got it. Both apps are great
Yeah.
because they both do slightly different things.
Yeah, because I spend most of my
Shazam is
time
more
going.
commercial and common stuff, and Soundhound sometimes finds a more obscure shit, even classical stuff.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And you can hum
Yeah.
into it too. If you can hum decently or whistle,
Yeah.
you can sometimes figure that shit out too. Where Shazam has to hear like the real music.
Alright, let's try this.
I think both apps are free or they're very cheap.
Okay, now I'm missing the brass. So
So the guys
if
are
I
asking in the
get
chat
it-
about the apps. So Soundhound is one word, and the other one is Shazam.
Yeah.
They're both amazing. You listen to a movie
Yeah.
soundtrack or stuff in the car, you go, what the fuck song is that? And Shazam will most likely find it. But you have to give it a good
Yeah.
15 to 20 seconds at least, and try not to have talking or other noise in the background or whatever to make it find it. And have a good network connection so it can upload it, analyze it, and come back down. But Soundhound is a different matter. You can hum into it, whistle into it, or have a track playing. I've had trouble on movie soundtracks when there's too much talking and other shit going on. It messes up the identification. But they're indispensable if you're trying to learn stuff. I go, God, I always want to know what that song is.
Yeah.
You can't find it, nobody knows it, or you're by yourself. You can get, and this is like early AI stuff, very simple pattern recognition.
Yeah.
It's been around for 15 years, 20 years, something like that.
I suppose it's been refined somewhat since then as well.
It's gotten much better. In the early days of
Yeah.
Shazam, you get like almost no matches on this thing, right?
Yeah.
But
Just
it's, yeah.
going a little bit off topic, you're a fan of Tomita. I love Tomita as well.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
found something that I never heard before. He made a cover of the opening titles for Star Wars.
Oh yes, it's on the Cosmos album.
Oh, is it? Okay.
No, sorry, Bermuda Triangle album.
It sounds like Star Wars, what is it, that chip tune. It sounds weird.
Yeah, it does. But do you know what I liked about that track more than anything else? Because let's face it, it was very twee, to say the least. Is the bass line.
Oh, yeah.
The bass line in that is incredibly complex
Yes.
and really, really works quite well.
Yeah.
But
it
the whole,
just-
you know that, bow, 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 bow. Please don't, please.
Don't. No.
I get it, it's a cultural thing anyway, but...
You talking about Tomita?
Yeah.
Are you the pictures at an exhibition?
No, this was where you did the Star Wars thing. which is
Oh,
on
Star Wars, yeah. But he also did a Pictures Exhibition.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, Pictures in Exhibition is actually very, very well done.
It's amazing, but there's some silly bits. He always has to put some silly shit in
Yeah,
there. Like
yeah.
the chickens, which I love, right?
Yeah. What was it? The
The dance of chicks and their shells.
something on fowl's legs or something.
It's like-
is the actual name of the track. So he thought, right, we'll do it with chicken noises. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The first album I heard was, I think, Grand Canyon. Is that what it's called?
I didn't like that one as much.
Yeah, I had to listen to something else before I got into him. But yeah, that was the first one I heard.
Yeah.
Then I saw him live, and he played a K2000 or K Mexico, whatever it is, and that's his main. That's it. That was his. He loved this synth. So yeah.
Yeah, a big hut on chicken's legs.
Yeah.
Well, the
And it-
Hot on Fowl's Legs is a different one. The Dance of Chicks and Their Shells is the whimsical one. Yeah, that's the Hot on Fowl's Legs, the
Yeah.
darker one.
Yeah.
It's about Baba Yaga. Well, like the Great Gate of Kiev is really good. There's
Yeah.
really, really good pieces.
Yeah, it's a good one.
What's the one with the old men? There's something about old men or something like that.
Oh.
That's weird.
I don't remember. There's the gnome.
The Gnome's a weird one too. It's very cool.
Yeah. Well, that's the. Yeah. That's. Let me see.
Yeah.
And it does this whole thing.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's one another called Bidlow, which is really weird. I can't remember what it sounds like, but I remember the name.
Yeah. And then there's the love the old castle. Forget. Oh, let me see.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That whole theme. Yeah.
Where's the rest of them
Amazing
coming
is
back?
it was a piano piece originally.
Yeah.
Well, like his Debussy album though, with
Yeah.
Oh.
the arabesque, with the with that little whistling noise.
Yeah.
It's very silly.
Oh, Christ. I used to have played it. Gone. Gone. Wipe.
That's okay. You got room for new stuff now.
Yeah. Well, you know where I first heard of this piece. Let me see. Where are you? Ah, there we are. Oh, come here. Right here. There we go. Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
Yeah, I didn't know about their classical versions till like the late '80s.
Oh yeah.
I mean, still Switched on Bach is one of my favorites of all time.
Oh yeah.
Just the music's well played. The synth sounds are great.
God, I used to
Recording
have
is
played
good.
that and all.
But like Tomita's version of Holst the Planets is kind of funky. I don't know if you have that one, Kent.
What's that, babe? What's that one?
Holst the Planets by Tomita is not that great. There's some stuff on there that's like,
No, but it wasn't wonderful, was it?
yeah.
And it had the
Because the original
least,
is so good. It's so powerful.
well, yeah, and it had the least impressionable album cover as well,
Yeah.
out of the lot as well. There's something very sort of like, yeah, that'll do. about.
I have a greatest hits one. It has a similar cover, but it's brown instead of blue with a robot face,
Yeah.
and it has
There
the
you go,
Star Wars
Wagyu.
stuff on it. It's like, oh my god.
There you go, Wagyu. Paging tie.
Uh-oh.
Actually, if anybody hasn't heard this live album, it is incredible. It's got a lot of his. There's a lot of like deep cuts on here. Maybe only like. Let me see, 1, 2. Like 4 hits on here. Like the rest of it is just deep cuts, and it's with a full orchestra. I want to say it was James Newton Howard that did the orchestra on that.
Well, the funny thing about Ty when you play the Elton John stuff is I think a lot of times he's clearly working.
Yeah.
So he hears some other music stuff that drives him crazy.
Oh, well, then in that case, we can just, like, you know.
So I don't think it's Elton John alone. I think it's just any other music that he's not playing in his,
Yeah.
his head.
Can't. I know the song.
That's Elton John's Song for Guy.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I got that album, too.
Written because the courier that worked at the studio got killed in a motorbike accident.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's on
That's
that
so-
album.
So the story goes. Yeah.
That was 78 after he pretty much
Song
broke up the
retired.
band. Yeah, retired. Well, first retired.
Song for Ty.
I always loved the album art on Captain Fantastic. It's crazy with all the drawings and stuff. You can explore that for hours.
Oh, man.
Even
Oh,
had
gosh,
some little
yeah.
body stuff in there, and as like a third grader, I'm like, ooh, what's going on here?
Oh, yeah. Sadly, I don't have the poster that goes with this. There's a poster that has like the whole artwork as a spread.
Well, I saw a
and-
fan fold. The original one was like a fan fold, right? Where it's inside the
Yeah.
art?
Yeah. And then it came with like 2 different books. Like
Yeah.
one of them had the lyrics, the other one had a bunch of other stuff.
Yay.
See, I don't play songs, or I used to in the 80s, but I don't play covers. I don't learn songs from other people. I learn little snippets. Okay, yeah, that's good. Okay, but I
Yeah, I'm a snippety person as well.
yeah, because
Yeah.
I think for me, and I, some of the songs that I used to love, that I learned, they kind of lose their magic, because you go, oh, it's that simple. For
No,
me-
do you know what? No, if it's simple, I don't care.
No, but
I
I
don't
mean,
care if it's simple.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, like, I play a few Saga songs, and
Play Wind 'Em Up?
well, Wind 'Em Up is the easiest song in the world to play.
Yeah.
But Don't Be Late is the classic Saga song, and I mean, it's a good song to play though, because it's complicated. You have to really play it. But my favorite song is what's that song? Is it? It's
Can't hear it.
you don't hear?
No,
hear
I can't hear it now.
Huh. Weird.
Do you have a dog chewing your wires up over there?
Yeah, is there a dog sitting on your expression pedal? The text first question.
You don't
Wow.
hear that?
No. Yeah, you were playing it earlier.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Earlier I was not playing. I was okay. Wait.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, because now I was trying to play a VST, which I don't know why it didn't come up, but
Ah, that's where loopback comes in.
Yeah, of course I'm doing the manual version of Loopback.
Yeah, yeah.
That's funny. John Simpson just messaged me. Like, oh, what am I playing? Oh, this is a Elise's Quadrasynth. from '94, and then I'm also triggering Opus and Sample Tank for some of the orchestra stuff.
So that's Humble Stance, and that's my favorite song because it builds up. There's a beautiful duo guitar keyboard. But other than that, I don't play other songs because one song of Saga that I learned that I was disappointed in learning is, it lost its magic. So that's, I don't know. That's my take on playing other people's music.
Well, learning guitars, the basic chords people play, they're so simple usually.
Yeah.
And they're big hits.
Well, yeah, you can play, 150 songs with the same 3-chord progression.
It's true, because I learned
much,
Smells Like Teen Spirit for a little while. And then I learned, God damn, what was the other damn song? And it was literally the same finger position, just a different part of the neck.
Yeah.
It's just the same shapes.
Yeah. Yeah, guitars is all about shapes.
Mm-hmm. But as a beginner, I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. I go, hey, this tab is the same as this.
Well, but you can adapt that same technique to piano or keyboards. The shapes.
You can.
When you play jazz, it's really important. I think
there's actually really good. I got on a kick for a while with some work training stuff on Udemy, the website Udemy.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a lot of really good music stuff on there too, if you guys haven't looked. And sometimes they have these sales where it's like $10 for a huge course instead of $100 or more. And I found one on there, a guy who's kind of famous for piano shape stuff was on there. Really good class on piano shapes. If you don't want to hammer it into you all the basic fundamentals that take forever to learn, he teaches you some shapes on the piano that are quite useful.
Yeah.
Learn by shapes instead of by rote, by drilling into yourself.
Yeah, I forget. I think like the first full song that I ever. Two of them come to mind, and I probably was like, I had been kind of noodling around with it since I was like 3 or 4, but I want to say I was like 7 when I learned my first full, song from beginning to end, and it was this. The whole, 11-minute Funeral for a Friend, Love Lies Bleeding.
Yeah.
And yes, I did say 7 years old.
Yeah. You were not.
If Robbie was watching, I'm just trying to make him sick. It was either that or I guess that's why they call it the blues.
When did you learn that Crazy Fast Billy Joel song? I always forget the name of it.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, that one.
I was probably in 8th grade.
Okay.
Because I had gotten a live album. I had gotten it on a live album for Christmas, and it was this one here. It's called Concert, but it's written in Russian.
That's right. He did a tour on the other side of the Iron Curtain, right?
Yeah, it was the bridge tour, but it was like the opening track, and I heard that. I'm like, all right, I need to learn how to play that. The problem is, I have to do it here. Or I can do it on an acoustic piano, but forget about doing it on a digital.
Yeah.
Because on an acoustic piano, the action, there's the escapement part of it, where the key doesn't have to come all the way up to re-trigger a note.
Oh, I see.
On a grand piano. And some digital pianos have done it, but they're horrible. Like Roland. Yeah, and so, trying to do that on a digital piano, it's impossible. I have done it on an acoustic piano, but it's, and if you watch him actually play it, he really hammers the crap out of the piano. But, I don't want to do it that hard here, but... and so on and so forth.
You would hate to be his piano tuner.
I would hate to be his piano tuner, yes. But he's been triggering, I want to say he's been triggering a Kurzweil, like off stage, like a PC2R or something. Mm-hmm. Because lately, if you watch him, he'll he'll transpose the piano to, obviously accommodate for his aging voice. But he'll be playing in C, but the piano sounds like it's in B flat. So he hasn't changed the fingering at all. I can't do that.
One track him I like a lot. It's a very simple one, but it's just a beautiful progression. You probably can do it in your sleep. Down Eastern Alexa.
Oh yeah.
Chorus.
The chorus is I'm on the Downeaster Alexa. Actually, I don't think there's a chorus in that. But if you're talking about
that's the closest part, I guess. Yeah.
If you're talking about the second half of the we took on diesel back in Montauk yesterday. Yeah, left this morning from the Bell and Gardner's Bay. Like all the locals here, I had to sell my home. But the verse, the first part of it, and then it shifts to the key of F for a second, and then back to C. That's been such a great tune. I love the feel of it.
It has a nice feel. It's obviously not a difficult thing.
No, it's not. But it's such a powerful tune. Like, not only, his vocals on it, but it kind of tells a story like most of his songs do.
Yeah. There's a part where he does like a vocal flourish.
Yeah.
And then it goes back to normal.
Yeah, I forget. I'd have to go back and listen to it.
It's like a long sustained.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, I think, like the instrumental section where that violin comes in.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Almost Gabriel-like. It's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. There was one. I forget which album it is on Turnstiles. There's a tune on Turnstiles that has the same album that's that Angry Young Man is on. Let's see. And it's called James, and I think it was, I don't know if it was somebody that he met, or maybe he was just writing about, like, an imaginary, like, person. And we made our plans, and we had to go our separate ways.
Sounds like some slow Jan Hammer stuff on Miami Vice.
Beautiful tune, and it kind of almost sets up Just the Way You Are that's on the follow-up album.
Oh, yeah.
Because they kind of almost have the same feel, but that one's also got
sax?
I can't. Not on this.
Yeah.
If I had the M8X, probably. But can I play chopsticks? Let's see. I can do it in one hand. Something like that.
Yeah, you have to do it Mozart style where you embellish the shit out of it, like when you embarrasses Salieri and Amadeus.
Oh, Liberace already did that.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's what I was about to say. Liberace plays a version of that that's absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
He was a hell of a pianist.
Oh, yeah. Like, personal life aside, whatever.
I don't care about that.
Yeah. Not only was he a brilliant pianist, like, he was a showman.
Yeah.
and I think he was to me. I was a young kid watching him. He was a guy that made classical music cool to me.
Yeah.
With a lot of the things that he was doing. I didn't know John Luke Ponty played that violin part. That's cool. See, now I gotta look up the...
Oh, really?
Yeah, now I gotta look it up.
I barely even know Jean-Luc Ponty, but I've seen his name around.
Oh, Ponty was
Fusion,
great.
yeah. Like jazz fusion violinist. He
Yeah.
was actually on Elton's Honky Chateau album on a couple of tunes.
But as far as his like own stuff, I mean, I couldn't. If I heard it, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I couldn't either. No.
He played live. There's a UZEB. I don't know if you know UZEB. UZEB. It's a jazz fusion.
Oh, it's
Canadian
funny.
band.
It's so I'm looking at the liner notes here. Fiddle is credited to world famous incognito violinist. That's exactly what it says in here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
No, Ponty is a great
Yeah.
violinist.
Did you do like electric or MIDI violin or just violin?
He probably did both.
No, he did electric. Well, I mean live anyway. I've seen him live.
But not
He
MIDI
played-
like
No.
Laurie
no,
Anderson did.
No.
No.
Not that I've seen. No. You know.
I think the coolest thing I've seen is Shankar's double violin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all over Peter Gabriel's Passion. It's amazing.
Oh yeah.
Love that soundtrack. It's one of the few I can play end to end.
I have that somewhere.
Oh, it's
It's
man.
sticking-
If you could wear a
yeah.
CD out, I would have worn that CD out.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I think I have that.
In fact, when I got the Rolly, I started trying to get some of those expression bits in there. And then the Osmos has some beautiful Middle Eastern instruments. And I've been playing with some elements of Passion on the Osmos, and it's really great. The Duke they have on there,
Yeah.
and some other stringy bits and stuff, windy and stringy bits. Really cool.
Yeah. There it is.
That's it.
That's the Passion
And then
soundtrack.
if you like that, if you can find it, get the Passion Sources disc he made, which is
Yeah.
all the real ethnic music used as source inspiration for Passion.
Oh wow.
It's another album he put on his label, and it's really good
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
That's No CN,
I'm
right?
looking. Yeah.
No CN number something
Pass.
by what's his face?
No, what was it? Oh, look.
The same guy who did Jim Nepetti.
Oh, I'm looking at Ezio's comment earlier on Angry Young Man. I could do that fast part with a food mixer and some
So T, that's it. Thanks, Osio. I think that's Jim Nepetti you're playing right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jim Nepetti number 2 or something like that. I don't know. There's somebody of them I forgot.
Yeah.
Is it Sati?
Yeah,
It is
Sati.
Sati. Yeah. That's really, I mean,
I used to
New
be able to
Age-
play it better than that as well
Well,
at some
That-
point.
that's that album is really the birth of ambient music. They called it actually.
essentially, yeah.
And that whole movement at the beginning was called music for furniture.
It's
And
very
I mean, if you listen to ambient music now, that's pretty much what it is. Like people put, oh, I have 17 arpeggios going on at the same time. Look what I can do. What you can't do, fuck
or
off.
just endless drones, right? Just
Sorry?
or they have endless drones. You know, just
Well, yeah. I mean, I do that. It's fun, but
no. There's nothing wrong with drones. It's just
no,
sometimes
it's nothing wrong. There's
sometimes
nothing
it's
wrong.
more
but-
of a sound experiment than music. You know.
Yeah, but you'll have 10 people write an ambient song, and you cannot see you cannot discern that it's different people. It's all the same,
Yeah.
right? I don't know. I mean, I wrote something the other day which was pretty funny. You just go with a team and you just go with it. Then I realized, oh wait a minute, I just did something that would have been perfect in the 1990s on Delirium's Semantic Spaces album. It would have fit there perfectly. So I go, well, all right, okay. So I did. I did Delirium. So I'm never going to publish that because it's you know it just sounds the same.
Did it have like choir elements too? I know Delirium used choir quite a bit.
Well, it depends on the album, right? Delirium. I mean, they have so many albums out.
Yeah.
But on Semantic Spaces, not a lot of on a couple of songs, but it's mostly. I mean, it's really. It's not arpeggios. That's a good thing, right? It's really playing the songs and it's everything. It always varies with every passages. So that album anyway. But it's I mean, if you want a good music to listen to, Semantic Spaces and Karma. These two albums are really good. Delirium is the name of the band, and those are very good. I'm sorry.
How many people in Delirium?
Well, there's two guys. It's the guys from Frontline Assembly.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember their names. I have an album here somewhere, but
No, I know Frontline Assembly.
and then they have various singers that come in because they have some of their songs. They have lyrics. One song that was really popular was "Silence" with what's her name? She sings always off key, but it's always good. What's her name? Jesus. Sarah McLachlan.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And the song "Silence." It's a very good song.
Oh, that one. That's right. Yeah, because that's when Tiesto took and made a hit out of it. He remixed it.
Oh,
and
okay. Yeah.
his name got slapped all over it, but it's really Delirium.
Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, they
But
usually
my favorite
speed that up
album.
a bit.
I'm sorry. My favorite album from Delirium is not Karma, although Karma is great. It's Semantic Spaces, and they also have two other albums called Sphere 1 and Sphere 2. Very good too.
Oh, you said Karma. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, Karme. He might have it. He brought his Karma.
There you go.
There's the Karma. Yeah.
There's the Karma.
It's a nice board. I picked up.
It is. It sounds good. I just never use the Karma stuff on it.
Did you get any of the voice chips for it?
Oh, the expansion board? No. I think I bought this for like $400 back in like 2017.
I got mine at Guitar Center. I don't know why it was so goddamn cheap, but it was really cheap in perfect condition, and it had 4 or 5 expansion cards for it.
Oh, wow.
Weird.
Little
That's
Sims.
interesting because this only takes 2.
Yeah, you can't put too many in, and you gotta have the floppy for each one, although you can't load it.
Yeah.
So each one came with its own floppy, and so one of these days I'll play around with the expansions, but
Yeah, I'm
plenty on the
wondering.
board already without the expansions.
I'm wondering, probably people like it's not as revered as say the Triton was, which is kind of interesting because it is a Triton.
Yeah, they just added the engine to it.
Yeah, they just added the Karma.
I like the implementation of Karma better on the M3
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
you have those sliders to play with,
Mm-hmm.
and you
It's-
can get whacked out. It's not a proper synth in a way. It's more of a rompler,
Yeah.
but you can. Man,
Well, they
with those
pinched it out of the
sliders and
Oasis, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
For the M3.
Well, the
Yeah.
M3 is
stuff, it's a
essentially
baby
the.
Oasis, yeah.
Yeah, it was the software update the Oasis owners were waiting for.
You have those pads that basically can be chords or rhythmic pads.
Yeah, I
String
used them
chords.
to. I used them to trigger like samples. So I'd load samples into the M3, go into combi mode, and then just put those pads on like a different MIDI channel other than whatever the keyboard was playing. But yeah, it was essentially what they called the EDS engine, which is a watered down HD1, which is the sample playback engine in the Oasis.
Yeah.
and then they grabbed Karma. And they mapped it out, so it's basically you have 4 layers plus the master layer. You have 8 scenes per layer, which is 40 scenes total. So on the master layer you have 8 scenes, but then you can go into each layer and you can change scenes there too. And it also had the built-in chaos pad in the screen, and the screen would eventually, not last very long because I've seen at least 2 of them crap out. Yeah.
The best thing about the Karma engine is if you're in a hurry, you have to score some like quick videos or you put a little thing together and you don't have time to make anything elaborate. You can really quickly crank out stuff with the Karma engine, and it's not copyright.
Yeah.
So it's really, really cool for that.
It is like if you're looking for something to jam to, where you don't want, or if you don't have like say, an arranger keyboard, that's got like just built-in drums, or anything that's got like a drum track, like on the M8X, where you could just fire up a rhythm pattern and just go.
Well, it's like people using Spectrasonics RMX a lot,
Oh yeah, I use it.
Yeah.
I like it. I like playing around with the time designer in that too, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Because then I can just take the groove and completely transform it and make it like mine.
Sure.
But yeah, the thing that I wasn't a fan of with the Triton and the Karma was really the way it sounded, until I figured out why it sounded so thin. And it was the master EQ on each patch. You'd boost the low end, it'd boost the high end, and it would completely cut the mids. So on the patches that I normally use on this, I've reversed it. So I'd flatten the EQ, drop the low end by like 3 to 6 dB, maybe drop the high end about 1.5 dB, but I'd probably boost the mid about 3 to 4, and that added some presence to it. It made it sound, especially like strings, made it sound bigger.
Interesting.
Yeah. Let me see. Do I have room on my desk for it?
That's where they would make some kind of severe choices like that.
Yeah.
Leave it up to the user instead of just assuming that's what they want.
Oh, yeah. Well, a lot of it was, if you think about the Triton, it was a big thing for, hip-hop producers because of the way it sounded out of the box.
That makes sense, yeah.
And, how many of those guys, even programmed it from scratch versus using the presets.
Yeah, a lot of NPC hip-hop guys, they just basically use patch programs. They don't make their own patches. Yeah, and I think that was the thing with the Triton. But yeah, this has, what does it have? 2 expansion slots, plus it's got the slot underneath for the EXP MOS board, which is probably worth more than the keyboard's worth. But if I slap one in here, it'd probably raise the value of this by like several $100 freaking dollars. I think I saw Kanye got a lot of his early reputation. I'm not a big fan of his music, but he was making his own shit in the studio. He was sampling and hacking up stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Making his own presets a lot, which made him kind of stick.
Yeah. Hang on. Now I want to set it up.
Yeah, isn't it? Dark one then. Surely.
I gotta wait to do this.
I'll be right back. Here we go. No, it's not. How bizarre. It's not here at all. Very vast orange. Hello. okay.
That was interesting.
Yeah, that was different, wasn't it? Hmm. Okay. Different. Don't know if I'm going to add that to my template or not, to be honest.
So Jeff, you use the Summit more than anything else these days?
Yeah, I have actually been using it quite a bit because I mean it's so much fun to program.
It's funny because when it came out, there were all these like threads about Summit versus Hydrosynth, Summit versus Hydrosynth.
Yeah,
and you have both, so
and it's nowhere near each other.
yeah.
I mean,
there's more like actually, it's more Summit versus Peak. That's what it was. I mean,
right.
Hydrosynth versus Peak.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And I mean, yeah, and I have both, and they're nowhere near each other. They play well together, though.
Yeah.
But it's really fun to program because it's basically it's set up like a mini Moog, really, and everything is so logical, and the menu diving is not too divey, so that's very good.
You got to have the right patches on it because I know the early Summits had a lot of problems.
Yeah, but the latest version, I mean, they updated the software, and all of these issues are gone now.
Good.
So that's yeah. And the one thing that it's missing is a sub oscillator.
Oh.
Yeah. So it doesn't can do does bass, but it's nothing like the Hydra. Or even a
two
Deep
or
Mind
three
12.
oscillators. I forgot.
Three.
So you can just take the one of them and make it like a fat sine wave, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean the low, but it's not. I mean, it just goes to 16 feet. I mean, if it had a 32, that'd be great.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Ah.
So
That's too bad.
This is bizarre.
Yeah, I think the only other way around it would be if you did a octave shift, like on the keyboard.
Yeah, I tried that, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to. So yeah, I did that, and I mean, there's a way to beef up a bit the sound because there's a distortion that.
Yeah.
I'm sure overdrive that helps quite a bit,
That's good.
but still, it's not a synth. I mean, you don't want to use that synth to do that, right?
No.
It's a pad machine. It's amazing for pads.
It's too bad because my old X Station, other stuff based on that architecture, could get pretty ballsy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's a shame they didn't do that with the Summit.
Mm.
It should be on any then, shouldn't it?
I thought you were playing the Blue Lotus patch on the Hydra for a second.
Yeah, no, it was.
No, that's the Rolly.
Yeah, playing a electric grand.
That's funny.
Yeah. What? That can't be right.
So you don't play the Rolling much anymore?
Yeah.
You do?
Oh yeah.
Or the Grand or the Seaboard?
The Seaboard. Oh, no,
the
that's so unforgiving. It
Well,
just
I
looks
meant
at
the
you
Rise.
and laughs.
Not the Grand.
No, the Grand just throws its head back, and goes, ha ha ha, fool.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what
Yeah.
you're trying to sell, right?
Yeah, I think that's going to have to move on because I'm not getting the best out of it, and somebody else can.
Yeah.
So
It's pretty big too, right?
it's a lump. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It certainly is.
I love the standalone
And-
nature of it, though. I wish it were easier to play because I would totally go for a standalone one.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I can't remember. Does it Bluetooth or not? I can't remember if it Bluetooth or not. but it does have its own sounds built in at least.
Yeah.
So, and then
It's
expression.
some version of Equator, right?
Yeah, it's weird. It has an expression pedal input on it as well. We go, really? For
I guess
what?
Because they gave you enough touch.
Yeah, I mean, it's very fluid, but my God, it's so unforgiving as far as pitch is concerned. I mean, admittedly, yes, you can turn it down, but you actually literally have to turn it down to it being practically just a normal keyboard.
Wow.
You know, it's that
Can you
because
even
you have to
wiggle
be.
at that point, or is it too much off?
If you put a bit of wiggle in, which is also increasing its resolution,
Yeah.
it gets hard to get that note on.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes it's just like, it's just not quite flat enough to be painful, but it's flat enough to where you go, yeah, it's not quite there. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, it sounds like a modular oscillator.
Yeah, that kind of, yeah, so like, you know when they're not quite scaled in,
Oh,
right,
yeah.
you go, oh.
Happens to me all the time.
Yeah,
Gotta use quantizers constantly.
yeah. I mean, sometimes it can work, but... Ugh.
All right, here we go. So I'll get a string patch here.
Uh-huh.
If I look at the master EQ, the low end is boosted by about 4 dB. The mids at about 1.5, and the treble is boosted by 3. So basically everything's on a boost. And that's what that is. Should be coming through. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here, I'm basically using the compare button to do this. I've cut the lows by 5.5, boosted the mids by 5, and dropped the highs by 3. It's subtle.
Yeah, there's too much bass on the first one.
Yeah, so that's the preset. And that's the edit. So it already sounds a little bit bigger if I bring those mids up and I drop the lows and I drop the highs a little bit.
Yeah.
The first one's a little bit muddy.
Yeah, and I was doing an album in like 2005 with a Christian band that I had just put together, and I was just using the Triton Extreme that I had. And the engineer and I were thinking, like, well, it's sounding really thin, and we weren't sure why. And we just kind of kept rolling with it because, you know, if you're in a studio, time is pretty much of the essence. So we were like, let's just roll with it. You can always EQ it afterwards.
I was saying, did you run it through a compressor or anything?
No, we didn't. I don't think we did. This is one of my favorite patches. Yeah, and this one I did the same thing with the EQ here.
It's like an oud.
Yeah. It's so the patch is called My Baby's Asleep, and it's one of the ones that was ported over from the Triton. There's a lot of those in here. So they've had I'm getting an echo for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's probably picking them from my headphones.
I was Ken's
but
headphones when he got close to the mic.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Probably mine too. So it's one of the ones that was ported over from the Triton. So there's original sounds in here that were designed for the Karma, and then they've ported some stuff over. So this is one of the combis ported over. It was originally just nylon guitar plus strings, I ended up doing a bunch more to it. So I put a harp on it, I put a second guitar on it, chorused it, and then added an extra pad. And if you, I use it on a few of the tracks on my instrumental album that I put out last year, Walk in the Light. So, Jeffrey, if you're familiar with this.
Yeah, first song. Yeah.
And then the fourth song has this also.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool sound, especially with the Arabic scale.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the album starts in a way that you think, oh, that's going to be that. And nope, not that way at all. It's really, really good.
It starts out with that. I found a Duduk library on might have been either East West or it was UVI's World Suite, and I was like listening to like some of the samples, and I was blown away, and it kind of started that, and then I put this patch together, and I actually layered this with an oud from I think it was either Ra or Silk, one of those. And that's kind of what made that, that whole patch. And even on the low end,
express the Duke, get a Rolly or get an Osmos. They're amazing.
Yeah. And even on the low end, you'll hear that kind of breathing. Where it kind of sounds like a.
Yeah.
So you'll hear that in that track too. So yeah, there's definitely some karma on there. And then I used some. I used a couple of pads on here. On that whole album. Let's see, this one. I think it's like 5. So there's definitely some pads on that. Oh, I know the other one I used this on. Rise Up. I think it's like the second to last track on the album. That one.
Yep.
Yeah, this has been one of my, like, if I need that sound, I've got it in a few instruments. Like, I have it in a couple different variations on the M8X, but this is usually, the Karma is my go-to for that sound.
That actually sounded a little bit like an old Yanni track back when he was more synthy.
Oh, yeah. Albums. Oh, I was inspired by a lot of that stuff when I was
He actually had some good content.
Stuff.
His old stuff was pretty good. Very synthy.
Well, if you start, like, at his very first album, it was an album called Optimistique. And you could hear, if you started there and progress, forward, you could hear how his sound kind of changes into what it was around the time of Live at the Acropolis. And I don't believe he ever used presets. I think he programmed all of his own stuff.
Could be, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he had probably such a huge collection of stuff. Who knows what the hell he used, right? So.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you look at, like, Live at the Acropolis, that was done before I don't know if he had an endorsement with Korg or he moved over, but Live at the Acropolis, he used, I'm pretty sure, a KX88 as his controller, a DX7 and M1 on one side, and then on the other side, he just had a Prophet VS and an Emulator 3.
Yeah.
And I couldn't tell you what his other two keyboard players had. I think one of them had an SY35.
He even did a track with Malcolm McLaren at one point called Aria. Had some female opera singers in it.
Oh, yeah, that's a brilliant one. I love that. I love the way he did that one. Let's see. I'm going to go old school here in a minute.
question. Can you hear that?
Almost.
Almost.
Very faint in the background, buddy.
Hear a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about this?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear
The
that.
better or?
Or maybe that was Kent playing.
That
Do it
was
again?
me, I think.
Ken,
I can't hear it.
I'm being an imposter.
Does that sound like the piano preset on a Moog?
No, that sounds like the sound of silence.
Yeah, there's
Huh?
nothing there.
Yeah,
Nothing
hello,
there.
darkness, my
Oh, fuck me.
You killed your routing again.
I've
Yeah.
walked into this wall again.
All right. So there's
Okay,
his
this-
first album. And for those young people that don't know what this is called a cassette. Let's see.
You're taking the piss, Sonny.
Second album, Keys to Imagination.
Can you hear this?
Is
Only
I
just
hear something, but not
Right in the
a
background.
lot.
Fizzy. It's very.
Yeah.
Yeah. Third album, Out of Silence.
Oh, hello, you.
Don't have his fourth one. I need to find
And
that
one,
one.
the thing you played earlier sounded like one of his tracks that goes. Ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding, ding,
And then
ding,
his
ding, ding,
fifth
ding,
album.
ding, ding. Yeah.
And even trying to get his stuff on vinyl is hard to find. Because he was on a label that I think Peter Bowman from Tangerine Dream started.
Private music.
Yeah, Private Music. He was on that, and John Tesh was on that too.
Yeah, he was buddies with John Tesh, which is hilarious.
Well, John started playing in his band for the one tour, and then Yanni ended up getting him a contract.
No, but everyone knew here John Tesh is the Entertainment Tonight guy,
Yeah.
Yeah,
with big, goofy Frankenstein-looking guy.
yeah.
Then all of a sudden, he's a musician, and then I heard some of his
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
And some of his stuff he did for like the Olympics and stuff is
Oh
he
yeah.
has some interesting content.
Yeah, his big album was Tour de France.
I think so.
Yeah.
That was at Tour de France. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he had he had Live at Red Rocks too. Like the Red Rocks concerts were like huge.
Oh
For
yeah,
some
but he
reason,
came
I
on
could-
Letterman one time with Dweezil Zappa and did a live performance.
Oh,
And he's
that's
done all this
awesome.
kind of keytar stuff with the
Yeah.
with the synth. And he's sort of hilarious.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I could never take him seriously.
He's kind of a joke. Some of his output was decent, but you just don't picture him as one of those guys. He's just
Yeah.
very awkward.
Hmm.
I mean, when he wrote a song about his wife Connie Selica called Conchetta, like concert for Connie,
Yeah.
Conchetta, I was like, come on. It was so
Oh,
corny.
yeah.
There's so many.
Scrape the
Man.
wall a bit there.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. Hmm. But yeah, I mean, I could see where that definitely sounded like, Yanni, because
That one, yeah.
that was kind of the inspiration because he uses that sound quite a bit.
Totally.
And
Well, that's
I've
the Greek
always,
part, right? This sounds like a bazooka.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then when he does,
Yeah. I found a great bouzouki sample on Piano Book. I put it on my machine to play. I specifically used it on a Harbor Jam track so John Alchemy, who's Greek, could have a chuckle. I said, hey, that's a bouzouki. Check it out.
yeah, I love that sound.
The plucked instruments has come a long way.
Oh yeah, gosh, yeah.
Even the physical model stuff is amazing.
Mm.
Yeah.
Sounds just like
Yeah.
you running like Triton or something.
They even had a good one on the 01W.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of older stuff had that.
Yeah, my I think it's the 5th track on that album has got some O1W on that that opening line. That's all O1W, and there's also buried in there some pads from a PSR 530. So mid 90s Yamaha arranger.
Gentlemen, I'll be pulling in the end. I might be back. Maybe.
Yeah,
not.
notice we got the grammar right. We're pulling N in, not actually pulling.
Well, you
Ian.
could pull yourself. You don't have to pull Ian because he's
No,
busy.
and Ian.
Yes.
Right. So. Okay, well, you guys have a good evening, and everyone in the chat, and I'll
Good stuff.
see you later.
See you later.
You too.
All right,
Bye.
buddy. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So apparently. Oh, I didn't see this. Drum tracks from Full Bucket. Okay, I will be downloading that.
Are you hearing something that sounds like an old gramophone record in one speaker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you in space, Kent?
I don't know where that's coming from.
It's like
Yeah, it is, isn't it? We have the robot ready for 11:30.
or it's like movies like
But-
Alien or Saturn 3. There's always a in the background.
Exactly, isn't it? It's like when you get the Skylab screensaver thing.
Mm.
Yeah. I wonder if it's these bloody cables. Hang on.
I remember when Skylab came crashing down.
Not Skylab. What am I talking about? The other one. The one that's up there now.
Oh,
Space Station Freedom.
Is it? Yeah, okay, that one. It's a screensaver on the Sony Bravia. It keeps coming up, but it keeps showing the same bit.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's also
Yeah.
on. They have a similar picture that shows up on the Apple TV thing.
Yeah. I wonder where that's coming from.
I don't know.
Don't know if it's me. I think so.
I don't think it's me.
Oh, it's coming from me.
Okay. 'Cause I didn't think it was from me.
Right, whom? Ah, it is the MX-8.
Yeah.
Oh.
MX-8? Oh.
Is it a...
What preset is it on? Hang on. Ugh. It's some lo-fi bloody thing that's got on it.
Oh.
Hence the 1930s gramophone in the background.
I hate when they do that. Like, there's some patches on here on the Karma that do that.
Yeah, but it's just continuous, regardless of whether you're pushing a note or not.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the vinyl sim on the SP404.
Mm.
Oh, super saw. Yeah, I need that like a kick in the head. What have we got?
Mm. Okay, drum tracks installed.
Wow.
Sounds very DX7.
It's actually a DX1 sound, apparently, according to the menu.
Interesting.
Thank Manny for that one.
Mm.
Almost certainly. What are you eating now, doggo?
I don't know.
You're quiet. Are you?
Whatever's on the floor.
Are you pulling
Or whatever
tiles
I-
off the wall?
Or whatever I pulled on the
You're
floor.
You
The only solution is to keep the dogs out of that room completely.
I think you can't close the door.
Well,
The door doesn't fit in the aperture anymore. I've got to take
I
the
did
door
think,
off.
yeah, I thought Ken had said you had to be, how do you put it, bloody insane to have a puppy in the recording studio.
Yeah, it's like, it's just, no. Not a good thing to do. Hello?
There we go. Oh, I'm hearing an echo.
The DMX?
No, that's the drum tracks from Full Bucket.
I mean, it sounds like. Is it Lynn Drum or DMX or something?
Let's see here. Doesn't sound half bad.
Yeah, sounds very Lynn Drummy.
Yeah.
That's a great thing about Contact. You have all kinds of cool drum sets. I mean, they're just frozen in time. You can't really adjust them much, but
Yeah.
they have the stock sounds in them at least.
Mm. Okay. Now.
In a world.
Yeah. Bois. It's all those bois or whatever you call it, bras or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a Brahms.
Yeah.
Oh, I see
Wow.
drum tracks. Okay. I'm not familiar with the drum tracks. Interesting.
Oh, there's another one. Yeah, do that one. a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
now. It is prolific, to say the least.
Have to pull the samples out of that one.
Hmm. I'm assuming Robbie went to Italy to get that wine.
Yeah, he could have.
Yeah. It's cheaper.
It's still fermenting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
squished it earlier. Now he's fermenting it. There you go. There's your ad. In a world.
I think it comes with a.
Man, it's the last DX7 on Earth.
Enough. Stop it, young lady. Indeed.
Okay.
So are you pretty much done with the Osmos, Kent? You're going to sell it?
Again, somebody could make more with it than I am.
They did with that last sound set from, was that partnership with Expressive E? That sound set was
Yeah.
pretty good.
No, I think I'd rather invest my time and effort into mastering a PB12, essentially. Plus, I
Where you
get on
gonna
with
put
the sounds more. Well, where the Osmos used to be.
Oh, okay. It's
Hence-
bigger though, isn't it? Isn't it a lot bigger?
Yeah, well, there might be a little bit of pushing around needed doing, but I think it would go on there. It will go on there. Just need
How
to.
about your Moog clone? You're not using that much?
I've been using it a little. But,
About all those cables, you got to put them to use.
Well, exactly. But yeah, I mean, I want to put a little flavour in there. It's quite, bread and buttery.
Yeah.
But if, the 55 is a bit bread and buttery.
Sure.
What it does well, but.
But you have that bottom section. You can put a bunch of crazy filters and shit in there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do have the brains and the abacus now, but yeah, I just need some other flavours in there.
Get some extra filters. Get the FX Aid.
Yeah.
At least one of those. And get a couple of those pretty small. Those are great. Because you basically get Eventide and a bunch of other types of reverbs and delays as basically copies. And they're very good copies.
Yeah, but I like the idea of having kind of the hardware effects there, rather than having to put it through another bit of software again somewhere. It's just a big faff. Yeah.
No, FX8 is a great module. It's you can get a XL or get the regular one, which is very skinny.
Yeah, because I've got bags of room still that I can use. So.
Get the there's the Juno filter those guys make, which is really good. Or maybe it's a Jupiter 6 filter. I forgot.
I'd like to get a little Steiner in there as well, actually, if I can.
Yeah, Steiner Parker for sure. Yeah. I have an old one by LB. It's an old Steiner Parker multi-mode filter. It's a little bit wider than most because it's older.
Yeah.
But I already had Mini Brute at the time, so I was like, ooh, Steiner Parker filter, this is great.
Yeah.
But then I got that for the modular just so I could have it in the modular as well. So it's nice.
Yeah, of course, I was thinking of maybe if I made up a front panel, I got 16 odd Steiner Parker filters down in a stacker box in the shed, and just make one into a module.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give it a try. Be a good practice, wouldn't it?
Were they always multi-mode, or is it that one?
You're breaking up bad, babe.
Oh, sorry. I said, is the one you're talking about, is it a multi-mode, or were they not always multi-mode?
I don't think it's multi-mode, no.
Because that was the cool thing about the Mini Brute one, is they made a multi-mode one.
Yeah, yeah.
So you get not just the low pass, high pass, band pass, but you get also the cool shit like metalizer and all that other stuff you can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the oscillators. Very clever.
Yeah. Okay.
Just a shame the case gets sticky. That damn rubber they used.
Oh, God, yeah. Actually, I've had a chap who's dropped me down some whole set of knobs from, I think it was a Mini Brute.
My knobs never got sticky, just the case, just that rubber coating on the sides and back.
No, this in the knobs. They literally, he put them into a jiffy bag and they literally just stuck together as one lump.
I heard about that. Mine, it's weird. Mine didn't do that, but just my case.
Yeah, funny enough, the ones on my one did.
Yeah.
So I gave them the treatment before I gave it to Robbie.
It's just isopropanol. Rub it down. And...
No. It was some mixture Fiona put together, and then we put it. Just throw them in the sonic cleaner.
Can you get the recipe? Send it to me.
Yeah, can I ask her? God, I hope she wrote it down.
Yeah,
she's a bugger for not writing stuff down.
Because I still have to do my red glue thing, and that was just. What the hell?
Yeah,
was
she
that
uses bicarbonate.
Just sodium bicarbonate, not lye.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, don't go mad with it, and put it in cold water. You don't have to bother with all this bullshit about hot water and all that. And then leave it overnight. You come out in the morning, and it's all gone.
Nice.
And
I'm going to write that down as soon as I forgot.
Because it bleaches all the colour out of it.
Yeah.
So it's clear, but it goes like how would you put it? It's a bit like mastic goat. You know the way mastic is, but it's just not adhered to plastic anymore. It's all in the bottom of the bucket. So you will have to Evo stick all your weights back into the keys.
Yeah, fine.
But that's the whole point of getting all the horrible shit out in the first place, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, some of them may not come straight out. You may have to sort of like give them a little poke, but nothing too heavy. Yeah. So, I mean, and you can buy a big bag of carbonate soda for, you know,
I mean, it's
a couple of bucks and you're away.
Yeah, it's dirt cheap. I mean, I've used it for baking and stuff. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think she uses this crystal form of it.
Yeah.
It's like a crystallized form of it. I think it's more, kitchen cleaning neck of the woods rather than the fine ground baking powder one.
Well, I would imagine. I mean, I guess depends on which brand you get it, maybe, and how big or short mixing.
Yeah,
I imagine the powder doesn't mix well with water, so.
Yeah, but I mean, I think what it is there's strengths involved as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because I know she tried a couple of different ones. She went, yeah, that one's all right, but this one is better, kind of thing. So, but I couldn't even find out what the brand is. I mean, there's bound to be either that brand or the equivalent.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Just
find that out.
yeah, just finding out we'll find out what the composites, percentages of what and what are.
Anything that not have to work with sodium hydroxide, it's nasty shit.
Well, this is the thing. Once you put it in the hot water, there's the steam coming off the water. You really don't want to be breathing that in.
No.
Which means putting it outside, which means it
that
comes
was
down
the trick.
quicker.
Hot water and that, not just cold water.
Yeah. Whereas with
shit.
the bicarbonate, you can just put in cold water.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and it, mind you, not far off being able to drink it. It wouldn't hurt you as much as that fucking stuff. The other stuff, the fumes coming off that is just nasty.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, it's drain cleaner, right? It dissolves shit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
and
not noisy.
If you touch it with your fingers, you can feel your skin turning to soap. Essentially, it's breaking down the fats.
Yeah, it's breaking down your skin. Yeah.
It's nasty stuff. It says you can stay slippery for a long time. Like, oh, that's my skin going away.
Yeah, exactly. It just starts falling off. You go, not good. Begin to look like
the
a
guy
mummy.
in Robocop. He was like melting. Before he gets
Yeah. And honestly, it's not worth it just to get red glue off, is it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so this is a very environmentally friendly way of doing it. And you just leave it in the bucket overnight, come down.
Cool. Where did she find
Bob's
that?
your auntie. Oh, she did some tests because she used to be a lab tech.
Yeah.
When she worked for the marketing board, and she goes, "Oh no, there's processes. We'll have a look." She applied things just to see how it reacted, and she went, "I think bicarbonate soda will do this, no problem." And low, she tried out a couple of different ones, and then she goes, "No, this one's much better than that one." Bob's your auntie. And we had a load of JD800s in at the time, and people were getting them back almost the same day in some cases, where they thought it was going to be gone a week or something. So
yeah,
and it doesn't damage the keys. My God, they're clean though. You get lovely white keys.
Oh sure.
Yeah, I mean, it even lifts some of the yellow. If you've got any yellow-y ones.
No, never any yellow problems.
Yeah, but if sometimes when you can get a scratch on a key and then the dirt builds up in it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So it goes sort of like a black scratch. No,
funny enough, the only real yellow keys I got was the K2000 I bought from somebody who didn't claim up front he was a fucking smoker.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think out of the factory they weren't exactly white.
They weren't, but I mean, these are really yellow.
Off, weren't they?
Out of the box, it stunk my whole room up.
Oh, okay.
It took like weeks to outgas, and finally it's normal again. So
yeah, I'm with you.
It's like I said, couldn't you maybe bother mentioning it's from a smoker studio? That never occurred to you? Because that's the big thing: smoker studio, pet studio. You got to disclose all that stuff, right?
Well, I'll show you something to make you feel better about it. Where is it? I've been asked if I would be interested in restoring this. Let's have a look. Feast your eyes on this.
Yeah.
Looks like it came out of the bottom of the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Wow.
I don't know whether that's part of flood damage.
It's been in a shed
or...
forever. You know,
Yeah.
just dust, free
But
dust.
do you know what's really interesting about this? And I've discovered this over the years. If somebody comes, you know, even if that was up for sale, right, I would jump at the chance to buy that, and I'll tell you for why. When you've got that much shit on it, it's protected.
Yeah.
When you clean it all off, it's absolutely immaculate under that.
As long
If
as
it
the
only had a-
moisture didn't draw the stuff to begin with, and then you have rust and other stuff, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I mean, the casing is, the casing for the synths is aluminium anyway. So, no worries there. The only thing
No,
that
but
would
it's circuit
probably
board
run...
and stuff, though, you know.
Again, not really.
Because icy
Strangely
legs
enough.
can rust, right?
Well, they can not. Well, they can corrode anyway. But
Yeah, yeah.
there are bits that can rust, obviously. But when you got that much shit on them, they tend not to. You know, it's
No, I see
really
what you
weird.
mean. It's a funny concept of it being protected. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all right, it's going to need a new set of knobs anyway.
yeah.
But do you know what surprised me though? If you look at the keyboard, how level it is.
Yeah.
I don't think it's hardly ever been played.
It's not been played much, yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really immaculate. All right, the mod's out, and for some reason it looks like the side of the case isn't there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It looks like
Looks like it's
behind
behind
it.
that hole. Yeah.
It looks like that bit of the case is missing, so it might need a little bit of work.
So is this an old Model D, or is this a reissue that's been treated like shit?
No, this is an old girl, but I'm judging by the colour, it's probably about 76, 77,
Right.
something like that. And I think it's been in a really, really dusty old garage
Or under
since then.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You go, that's seen better days.
It's like John Wayne Gacy's synth. He puts it under his house. You know.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll get that sorted out in 48 hours, no problem.
Wow.
No, it's not an RA. If it was an RA, I would actually be required by law to shoot the guy. Because that would be sacrilege beyond... you know what? There isn't a law that they've written down for that.
How many functioning RAs do you think are around these days? Speculation. Just
Good point.
how many were ever made that you know of?
I think it was about 50 were made from Bob's trees out of the back garden. And then there's this... You see, there's lots of transition periods between when RA went Musonics and then when Musonics went Moog Music. And sometimes, you know, I can open up a Mini and two of the boards, for instance, are from an RA. But it's a 74 or a 75. And it isn't the guy that's done it. It was done at the factory. But I've gone, yeah, you never realise what I found at the back. I found some RA boards. Oh, come on and put them in. It's all mixed up and blah, 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 you know. Like there's some RAs that don't have the blue switches. They have the white ones for the VCOs.
Right.
And the very, very early ones had the white switches, and then they eventually went to blue. But then there's a couple that were built with white switches again. And then they go, oh, that's wrong because it's got white switches. When actually you go, well, actually it's right because it was built by Moog because they found some white switches. Or the supplier went, oh, sorry, we've got no blues. Got some whites left. Yeah, all right, give us the white
So it's
ones.
always red and white or red and blue.
Yeah, it's that reddy orange.
Yeah. Orange. That's true. An orangey. Yeah.
The white ones. Although on the RAs they look cream rather than actually white. And I think they became white later on. But yeah, I mean the history of minis it's all over the place. It really is. There's no really definitive history. I think the book's coming out, the Bjork's book's coming out, is going to be about the closest we'll ever get.
So
to
we
a
have a collection of
definitive
different shots of the different flavors.
Yeah, because there's so many. It's
Yeah.
absolutely, oh mate, it's just ridiculous. And some of the mods that have been done to these is just, some of them are just mental.
Yeah, the modded
Yeah.
one they had at NAMM. I forgot who owned it, but they had it at the booth there. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's like I think Tiny corrected me in the end because he said it's not Keith Emerson's 4 VCO Mini that he's got. It's Manfred Mann's 4 VCO Mini Moog he's got. The one next to it is an Emerson one, but it's just a regular RA. So, but yeah, I think most of the RAs have survived, generally speaking, because it was, shall we say, serious long-termers that were buying the RAs.
Actually, your little picture that gave me an idea. I should paint some of my remaining synths with some dirt like that so no one will steal anymore.
You just take a big dump on them.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll keep them away.
Well, some of them I kind of want to take a dump on because they're not great.
Yeah. Take that, Tysco.
Say it's Oscar the Grouch's synth. Yeah, it's a shit all over.
Oh man. But yeah, I mean, because this book it's launched today, isn't it? Well, kind of officially today at the Whatnot Festival thing, isn't it today?
Not sure. Well, no, they announced it at NobCon last weekend.
Oh, it was last weekend, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we should have them come through the door soon. I'm just wondering whether I'm going to get a load of import duty bullshit come along with it.
Yeah, the
Probably.
breathalyzer who comes in here sometimes, he did a walkthrough of the whole show, and he walked by. You could hear Mike Metley several booths away before he got to the booth.
Yeah,
Bless him.
he's a volume control, isn't he, really? Or an off switch. That's even better.
Just,
The Mike
just-
Medley off switch.
The only pain is when you have to wait for him to go somewhere because he refuses to leave, as you guys saw. So
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. Fiona said to me, she goes, "Are we going to send this this Moog thing to Andy or not?" I said, "Yeah, let's just send it." So we're sending it. So you should get it at some time in the next
What
10
is it?
days or so. It was the Moog 104, is it?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Sorry, man. I was gonna send you some, but now I'm fucking broke.
No.
So
No. We're going to send. You can have it.
oh, thanks, man. I
At
appreciate
this point, you can have it. You've had enough bad luck as it is.
it.
Oh,
The drama,
God.
yeah. But
Yeah.
thanks, man. I appreciate it. You said
Yeah,
you had
no
another
probs,
board.
mate.
Did you have a spare board for the Impostor thing you wanted to get rid of? Did you
Well, yeah, no, I've got a spare one. Yeah.
just in case something happens to this one? I mean, luckily they didn't steal that, but
Yeah, no, I know I can send you a spare CC board for that. No probs.
be good to have just in case. It's nice to have spares of shit if you can always get it. You know?
Yeah.
I normally don't buy stuff online for parts, but sometimes that's a good idea as well, just so you have some parts. You know.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of that controller is rapid electronic stuff, stock stuff that they have. Because it was, well, they had it more than anything else. So, but oh god, I remember the arguments about what colour the fucking push button should be, and you know what the toggle switches should be like, and the knobs. Oh, they're actually custom knobs in the end.
Well, they're weird too. I told you about even though this was an open box, it was pretty much sealed or just looked at and then resealed.
Yeah.
They had this weird copper patina on them that wasn't. They're supposed to be gold, right?
Yeah. Well, no, they were
And a few of
supposed
them
to be
got this
chrome.
weird coppery thing to them,
Yeah,
which is
that-
kind of
this
a cool
copper-
look, actually.
Yeah, but it was interesting that this was not in the brief when we had the knobs made, because they said we're going to be machined alley shells, and we went, well, cool, because it'll stay like silver forever, and where the gold come from, we don't know. Don't know how that happened, but it didn't take long
it
for it
did
to
come
occur.
like that. It wasn't changed by a chemical reaction or something like that. They were just mixed.
Yeah, initially when they all went out, they were all sort of like silver finish on those bits,
Okay.
and then the black tops, right? And I think old Spears' one has gone that as well.
So it did change. Because that's what the guy
Yes.
said when I bought it. He said, I have 2 left. I'm willing to sell one of them, so you can have this one. But just know that the knobs look different than they should. And I said, I don't give a shit, right? But
Yeah.
it is a cool look. It's kind of multicolored.
Yeah, it's a kind of almost like a rose, almost kind of tint to them,
rosy,
isn't it?
coppery kind of things.
Yeah, but no, we had this argument, me and Richard, late into the night over. I said that the pots should be D-shaft, so that fitting the knobs will be so much easier. Because, like, there's a lot of knobs to fit. And it transpired that the our supplier turned around and said, "Oh, we can't get you hold of any D-shafts for the foreseeable future because there's some company had basically bought everything on the planet. You'll have to have spline." I went, oh God, it's going to be such a pain in the arse to line up the bloody knobs because you've got to make sure every knob is full off, and then
Wait, so it's not a D-shaft, it's just a round shaft, or what is it?
It's a spline, round spline.
Okay.
You know, the little split in the centre?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, mate. And I mean, what is it? I think it's 110 knobs.
Wow.
And we had to build 50 of them. Oh.
But as long as your knobs have the little screw locks, it doesn't matter, right? You just
No, they're push on.
Oh, they are push on. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, they're just push on. But they were really tight.
Wow.
And after all the cajoling and badgering we gave the graphics guy, he still put the start-stops in the wrong place.
Oh, no.
Great.
So what I did in the end was line up the knobs with the starts, and not so lining up with the stops. So I mean, but mate, the whole thing was
It's okay. I wouldn't complain. It's a great unit no matter what.
But the mahogany, that was a win. The mahogany, because we were looking for wood, and we said, no, we want. Oh, it should be mahogany and all this sort of thing. And we started shopping around for mahogany. Holy shit, the price of mahogany.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And we come across this.
Didn't all the Chinese buy it all up or something like that?
Well, it was always expensive anyway, but there did seem to be very little of it. And then we come across this, just this ad in the back of some stupid bloody paper somewhere that Richard found. And he goes, oh, look, this bloke's selling mahogany. I went, yeah, what kind of mahogany?
Yeah.
And so we contact him, and I go, yeah, we're after mahogany. He goes, yeah, I can do some money. I said, well, actually, we're after quite a lot. And he went, well, how much do you need? And we gave him a rough idea of the yardage that we were going to need. And he went, fucking hell. Yeah, I think we can do it for you. Let me look at these sizes and get back to you. So about 2 days later, phone goes and it's him. He said, yeah, we can sort you out. He goes, you can have the whole lot for 850 quid.
Wow, sounds good.
What? We were expecting something like about
Yeah.
4.5 grand, right? Turns out it's offcuts from snooker tables.
Right. That's brilliant.
Yeah. And it was this really, really high quality mahogany that normally goes around the edges, around the outsides, right? And he goes, yeah, you can have that for 850. He said, we would normally just throw it away. I went, yeah, we'll have it.
Wow.
And then I had to cut out all those bits.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Fucking. And do you know what the bastard was? You know that little strip at the front where the step is? That. Getting the precise shape of that. My poor old CNC, it went, oh, mate. I'd go into the workshop in the morning, my CNC would be sitting in the corner going, oh, God, not another fucking day of this.
Well, that's the beauty of it, because you have so much different angles, different relief on things. It's beautiful work. You know?
We
wanted
wanted
that time into stuff.
Yeah, well, we wanted it to be sort of like, well, the thing was, we were desperately trying to keep the price down as much as possible, and nobody was playing ball because we were trying to build this in the UK.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it'd been somewhere else, it would have been a fraction of that cost, and we could have, carried that on to the customer. But hand building something like that in the UK, I'm surprised we got it to the price we did. In all honesty.
I'm just happy the guy was willing to sell one of his last ones. He still kept one, but
Yeah.
he didn't want to
Yeah.
sell that last one, even though he's not.
Yeah, because
using it, I think
we sent 2 of them to Michelle for the Moog raffle. It's a very early Moog raffle that she did. And I said, well, look, we'll send them to you. We paid for the shipping and everything because, you don't charge a charity, do you? And we thought, oh, God, what if they don't sell any tickets? And everybody go, what the fuck do I want that piece of shit for? And she goes, it did.
I'm so glad you brought it up in a pub because I remembered it. It was a one-off. Just you in passing, you mentioned, I had some sold to some guy in Australia, and you mentioned the name of the place. And I go, I wonder if.
Oh, A-Wave, yeah.
And I called him up out of the blue, and he said, yeah. And I said, I don't have the money now, but if you still have them in a couple months, I'll get back to you. And I almost forgot, and then I went back to my email cache, and there it was, and I said, oh man, do you still have them? He goes, I still got it. I was so lucky. So if you hadn't mentioned in passing, I never would have gotten it. So.
Yeah, they bought. A-Wave bought what, 10?
Yeah.
Is it 10 of them or something like that? And it's like, and they contacted us for them. We were going, bloody hell.
Yeah, it's crazy. The guys are super nice too. I had a dialogue back and forth with them trying to get the.
Yeah, our biggest mistake.
The price a bit, get the shipping figured out, all that stuff. So.
Yeah, I still say our biggest mistake was not really reading the market and going, all right, well, we'll make another 75. And we got half the stuff needed to build another 75, and then suddenly discovered that the money had run out. And it just went. I mean, I had to throw away 75 powder-coated cases.
Wow.
Apart from a few bases that I used along the bottom of the fence in the garden. They're still there now. And in all that time, they still haven't rusted. But can you imagine, because it was 2 mils steel, imagine how heavy it is.
It's heavy. I mean, that was something that blew me away. I thought it was just going to be like a basic controller, but that's fucking heavy.
It's furniture, isn't it?
It's like a proper large synth weight for something that's just a controller. It's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I remember the conversation with Spearsy saying, is there any way that if we supplied some sort of... because we were hoping there was going to be a... what was it that was holding them up? I think it was the PC version was holding them up. It took them ages because we were ready to rock and roll and we needed to start selling them and we couldn't because the software was getting delayed. And it got a bit tense at times, And they were having problems with, I think it was with the PC version wouldn't work or something. And I said to Dave, I said, yeah, if we were to we've got this far, go a bit further, put a Mac Mini in the case, and then the controller is actually a Impossible 2 synth, standalone, and he was not that keen on that idea. But then we started looking at how much the Mac Minis were going as well. We're going, this controller is going to be so expensive. But it didn't seem so bad because now it was going to be a synth, but still technically a software synth.
I mean, in a modern Raspberry Pi, he could probably get it to work now, and that'd be really cheap and small.
Yeah.
But
Well, the technology has come along now where it would be, well, the idea would be to do that straight out the gate.
Yeah.
And not do the controller thing at all.
And then you just have the little video port on the outside. You hook it to a monitor, and there you go.
Yeah. And, I think when you do a controller like that, the software also has to be able to have some sort of longevity, some long-term appeal to it, because you don't want to spend that much money on the controller and then go, you know what, I don't use this software
version
anymore.
3, but I imagine it still works fine with it.
As far as I know, yeah. I mean, the CC maps were incorporated into the software.
So,
shouldn't be a problem. But I mean, because the CC map is technically a text file, you write up, call up Notepad and then just do the CC number and assign it to whatever knob you want it to, and boom, drop it in, and it works completely different for another soft synth. So if you want to sit there and start, typing out shit all the time, but I don't think the controller did CC learn. We did ask about that, and we've got sort of like a kind of reply to the question, and went, oh, okay, we won't ask that again. So, but generally speaking, I mean, it went quite well. Yes, it bankrupted us, and I walked away with like 30 grand's worth of debt, but it was good fun.
But you made a work of art.
Yeah, I was happy how it looked and how it felt, because I thought how it felt was just as important. So it felt like you really had, something proper in front of you, and tried to lend to the software experience. Tried to take the software kind of.
And I believe you added extra controls that aren't in the software, right?
There was a couple, if I remember rightly.
There's a row or something of knobs that's not in the software, which is cool.
Yeah, because I think what it was you wanted access to the effects immediately without having to select the effects panel, I think it was.
Yeah.
So that
the only thing you have to do in the software is Onyx stuff. You have to use the mouse for that, obviously, but...
Yeah, but and then of course that led us to us having that conversation with Eric Pearsing about doing the controller for Omnisphere,
and then he wrote that version that uses the synth MIDI, and that was all over, right?
Yeah, I mean, the design that I submitted, he loved it. I mean, he loved it because it was in red anodized alley. It had runners on the top, and you'd have like 3 trays, and then you'd have these 3 controllers above the keyboard that had various controls for operating the software. And the idea was that the computer was also in the case, so it was an Omnisphere synth. End of. This was for Omnisphere 2. And that would have had longevity, because I mean, bloody hell, I still use Omnisphere 2 now.
Oh yeah, gosh, it's so good.
Yeah. And the conversation went well. And I submitted some designs and everything, and I was massively excited about it. And we were talking about implementing some form of poly aftertouch, so the keyboard would have poly aftertouch. And he said, he said we can do we can change Omnisphere to work with the whatever sort of like engineering design you come up with. And I'm going, cool. But then, the debt started to catch up from the controller, and it all...
I was going to say, how much more do you think it would have been than the Imposter 2 one?
Or
Imposter, whatever.
I think we were probably looking at a machine that was going to cost about 3.5, 4, all in.
Yeah.
That was the thing. But it came with all the interchangeable controller panels that sat on the on these rails, and you could move them about or put them together or whatever it is, depending on what it was you were working on. And it'd be ideal for stage work and stuff like that. And it's literally Omnisphere under your arm and you're off. But then I think we even got... I can't remember if it was... Oh, what was his mush? Oh, God, what was his name? Oh, God, it's going to help me. Bloody... Got a call from... what was his name?
It'll come to you.
Done that weird synth with those controls on it. It looked like mushrooms growing, but upside down.
Talking about Hartman Neuron?
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Check out Ford one. They're fucking crazy, expensive, rare things. I had the software version with the nuke
Yeah.
instead.
Well, Richard said, he goes, oh, we said we've had an email from them. They're interested in perhaps doing something with us. I said, yeah, but where are we getting the fucking money from? He went, yeah, that's true. Because everybody wanted to work with us, but nobody wanted to sort of like stump up any money in front.
Well,
And
plus
that's
they died pretty
understandable.
quickly. Neuron didn't
Yeah.
last that long anyway. So
Yeah, but this is it. But I think they were working on something else and blah, 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 blah. And I think it was through, I think it might have been Hans, because Hans had invested quite heavily in that sense.
oh yeah, he was. I mean, they plastered his name all over the place and put
Yeah,
videos up.
and he said, he goes, didn't see, he says, I might not do that again. I said, well, don't blame you. But,
He
but
used
like
it
I say,
on the first Batman movie, I think, a lot.
yes, it's around about that time, yeah.
Yeah.
But he said, break
I
it
heard some
down.
patch. I said, "Oh, that sounds like the Neuron in there." So
The cable's not even on the floor.
Is that a crackle that I just heard?
Yeah, that's her with her red. Just keep away from them, darling. God, I can't wait for these new cables to get here.
don't use bacon-flavored cables.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. I knew I was doing something wrong.
What new cables have you ordered, Kent?
These are, it's a weird, because it's XLR, but it has to be female both ends,
All right, yeah.
rather than, a male and a female.
Male and a female.
And I've gone, shit, I haven't got any more of them. So I tidied it up as best I can. But yeah, if you just so much as touch them, it goes like that.
I've got a bit of that. Yeah, like that.
And that's just sniffing the floor. Hey, leave the cable alone. Come away from it.
Stop it, you doing me left ear.
What are you doing, woman? Eh? You're a big moo, aren't you? You're a big moo. Kiss. Oh, thank you.
Have you had an auction then today, Kent? Because you said about you selling some stuff.
Yeah. What my bid on a seaboard? I can't think of many people queuing up to buy it, I must admit.
No, I mean,
especially since you said how difficult it is to play that old one.
Well, yeah,
it's
exactly.
the original one, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like poor Robert trying to sell his
Yeah.
Andromeda after everyone knows it's unobtainium, right? And
Yeah.
dies
Yeah,
and dies.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I mean, if somebody wanted to buy the seaboard, I'd explain to them, I hope you like practicing. So they know what they're getting. If they
Which
know
is
what
true
they're
of
getting.
any of the seaboards anyway, but
Yeah. I
just
mean,
more so with that one.
I didn't have a rollie long enough to have any chops with it.
Yeah.
I just didn't like the feel of it, really.
But you see, the rollies, the rise is like 50 times easier to play than the seaboard.
So
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. And the block is child's play.
Block is flatter, so it's easier.
Yeah. And then you got the Lumi, which is, Siri can use the Lumi.
yeah.
Lumi has the key wiggle though. You can do.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
Tiny. Why do they make it tiny?
Are you going to sell me that? What is it? That Soma thing, the effects looper thing. Is it the
Chronos.
Cosmos? Yeah, the Cosmos.
Oh, the Cosmos. Yeah, I don't know if
So
there's
that's
actually anything wrong with it or not, though.
Oh, okay.
Have a go on it and see what you think.
All right.
And then
You might,
if
you
it's-
might have to send it to me. I'll pay the shipping.
But mate, it's one of those things where you go, all right, I've tried it out and I don't know if it's working or not.
Yeah. I
You
know,
know,
it's weird.
Like with Soma stuff, it's like,
Oh, I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's kind of the point.
But
Their stuff
that's-
is so weird, you never quite know, but it's fun.
No.
So
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it is, yeah.
Yeah. So,
I love
But
the letter
yeah.
8. I just don't use it enough. So.
well, if you do have it, I mean, I think we've even got a spare case. What colour do you want?
What colours I want? What
Yeah.
colours have you got? Everything else I've got is orange, but
I think there's a greeny, limey green colour. I think there's a red.
oh,
I think there's a white.
I'll have a look. see
I'll
what
have to
the-
check the basket. But-
Yeah.
Or I can do you a nice, I think, black for your Lyra thing.
I actually quite like. I mean, I'm not that bothered about colours of these things, but the fact that was Dom's and it's orange, I'm happy. to stick
Leave
with
it,
that.
leave
That's
as
why,
is. Yeah.
You know, But I'm not. I mean, so many synths are black, aren't there? That
Well, yeah.
to have something different is interesting. Roberto.
Just thinking of was it League of Gentlemen? Black. Despair.
Yeah.
That was
Was
Fast
it-
Show.
Oh, it was fast. Was it? Oh, yes, it was, wasn't it? Yeah,
Black.
Bigfoot.
Black.
Just a little touch of black. Death and despair.
None more black.
Excellent. Oh, you got it. Finally, the wine is ready.
Oh, that's my last glass. That one.
Oh, well, okay. Why do you keep smashing them afterwards?
That's true. I sing it. Yeah.
It
These
goes,
are
Das
horrible
Vidania.
glasses.
And you're like, "Ah, yeah." Do you know what? She's disturbed that cable.
She
And now
she keeps disturbing it. Yeah.
No, she's nowhere near it now, but she's disturbed it, and it's now
It's now
doing it
back
on
in.
its own.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to do this.
Yeah. I stereo there, sort of.
There we go. I think we're sorted.
No.
No,
Nope.
we're not.
Yeah. No.
No. Oh, that's the right side.
Let's try that.
That was right side.
Seems okay so far.
Okay, I think we're all right now.
So far.
God, if I get the card saying we called but you weren't in, I fucking. Oh mate, if there's
You
one
need some
thing I
ceiling
hate-
mounted cable routing so it's totally dog.
Yeah, right.
Or just
No,
conduit.
Lily will find a way. She'll build a portable laser and just cut them down
Yeah, out of whatever's left of the
Yeah.
tiles.
out of cardboard and milk bottle tops.
Like those
Make a
cable
parabolic-
ladders you have in data centers, you know, you just put yourself up on cable ladders.
Yeah, that's what Lily do. She'd just get a load of milk bottle tops and then make this parabolic dish.
Yeah.
And then so that- and it's focus the beam. Oh man. Yeah, I think have I got a thingy.
What? What
Thingy.
thingy?
I'm just wondering because when I mentioned that controller, it's got me thinking of whether I actually had. I seem to remember having one, but I don't know if there was a picky poo of it or not.
The red one, you showed it once.
Did I?
Yeah, a long
So
time
it
ago
must
you
it
showed
must be here somewhere.
Right
then.
around the time I told you I found that one and it was coming, you said,
Yes,
oh, I have
yeah.
this too.
No, I would have. Oh, here, yeah, I got one. I would have loved to have this. I would have loved to have built it though. I mean, this is just the keyboard part of it, but.
How was your clinker club?
Oh man, was it weird?
There you go.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was seriously weird. I mean, the evening started off weird, and then it got really silly. The last, because they were showing avant-garde films that this guy had made, and he was definitely a space cowboy. You know, he's a guy in his late 60s, early 70s. But it just got. I mean, put it this way: there was probably about 40 people at the start when I arrived, just before it started, and they lost half the audience about halfway through.
Wow.
They went. In fact, the couple I was talking to at
Wow.
outside of me went at half time. You know, I mean, I wasn't bored. It was interesting. You know, it needed more structure.
Yeah.
You know, really more than anything else.
Oh dear.
The poetry girl was really. She was actually really good, but it was some of her material was very challenging, especially the one about what's his face, Savile, Jimmy Savile. That was you know,
Oh, that's a bad
and about
move,
her
sorry.
having phone sex was rather challenging as well.
Oh boy.
With Jimmy Savile.
No.
Oh,
that was a
that-
different poem. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
'cause she's probably too old, right? So
Yeah, no, she was probably in the mid to late 30s.
I mean, too old for Jimmy Savile.
Oh yeah, but he didn't care, did he?
She was too alive. for
She was
Jimmy
too
Savile.
alive. Yeah, she did refer to necrophilia.
Oh, that's one of his things too. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was.
God,
Yeah,
yeah.
apparently,
Holy shit.
allegedly.
Oh, come on. You don't have to do the allegedly thing. He's fucking dead.
That's true.
Thank God.
Well, his estate might come after you.
That is.
No, the state were in cahoots.
Oh.
Well, they
Ooh,
were.
yeah, I suppose.
So he was your Epstein, basically.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know? It's really funny actually because he used to hang around. He came to Leeds a lot and came to North Yorkshire. And this is decades ago. A friend of mine said, Jimmy, this was at his height, and she said, I've met Jimmy Savile, and he's seriously touchy-feely in a really, really weird way, and it wouldn't surprise me if he was dodgy. And I always remember Debbie
Yeah.
saying that, and then, but he's this, he's on Top of the Pops every week, and Jim will fix it, and
Pretty
and
much.
and the BBC were,
Yeah. Clunk,
turning a
clunk,
blind
every
eye
trick.
to some extent, you might say.
Well, Ian, if you want to see an avant-garde movie that is not really supposed to be avant-garde, but the guy who made it is probably insane. It's a horrible movie called After Last Season. And I don't want to say a damn thing about it because it's just unbelievable.
All right, okay. I mean, I would go to another one of these because it was. Do you know what it really meant? The sort of San Francisco tape center things. Now I have a video from when they got back together in I think it was early 90s, and it felt like that. It was. I mean, actually, theirs was much more structured, but it was really, really seriously weird. The music was really weird. Clearly, everything was improvised. It's almost like nobody knew what. I mean, I thought some of the musicians were really, really good. There's a guy playing like a wind instrument. I don't quite know what it was. It's like a small, we'll call it a whistle. But he did that circular breathing thing that clarinetists do, and because you couldn't tell when he was breathing, and he was holding notes for 4 minutes.
Do technique, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so these, some of the musicians playing were really excellent. Really excellent. The girl playing the trumpet as well was seriously good.
Yeah.
But they were playing some really weird stuff. Basically,
And this is in Froome.
This is in Froome, yeah.
Who fucking knew Froome was like
Hotbed.
Well,
hotbed of- yeah.
I mean, I looked the guy who did the films and he played and it was his night. I mean, clearly he's clearly people rate him because he played at Cafe Auto. Now, Cafe Auto in London, in Shoreditch, is really, really difficult to get into play. So clearly he's got some pull, this guy. I don't think he's local. I mean,
maybe he just tries out stuff at Froome and then gets
maybe, yeah. I mean, it was certainly. I mean, like at one point he did this thing with this guy. It was just silly towards the end, and then halfway through it, he just took his trousers down and he had another pair of trousers underneath, and then he was stood there with. He was like, and he's sort of tap dancing and then playing drums and then playing weird guitar. It was just really out there.
Absurdist kind of
It
stuff.
was. I mean, like I say, some of it. You won't say it was brilliant, but some of it was a really interesting experience, and then some of it was just so bad it was just daft.
Is the room polite, or are they pretty honest about their reactions?
Actually, people listened, so it was quiet. Nobody was talking, which was good, and every performance got a really, really good applause. So it was interesting. And I would go back because it would be somebody else. It wouldn't be him doing it again. It would be somebody who was, And it's like a lot of these things, if you go to an EMOM and you're not going to like everything, but there's usually more than enough for you to like,
And if you don't like it, they're short enough where they just wait for
Exactly, yeah. Although one of these pieces was, the last piece was about 30 minutes, and it got progressively weirder, and I was that was I think, you know, I got to the point where I thought the film was really strange, and I mean they were all weird with the films, but it was really it was something about, and here we go, it's me late at night using F word. It was something about "Fuck Batman" was the title of the film. Yeah.
Wow.
And that appeared. There wasn't a Batman in it, but it was really obscure and abstract. It was like a car with its lid. Anyway, I won't. Let's not go there. It was so, you know, it's almost indescribable. And that was building up like a lot of things do. And I'm thinking, I think now's the time it needs to finish, because it's been going on for 25 minutes, and it went on for another 5 minutes after that. You know, so
Was it a statement about Batman or an action for Batman?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was sort of, he was, I don't know, because there was no bar or anything, so people had taken their own drinks. And I don't know whether he was drunk by the end of it, but he seemed, because he was talking right at the end as I was walking out. I could still hear him when I was in the car park, and he was sort of rambling, really, incoherently, you know, at the end. So maybe he took some substances, you know, because he seemed reasonably coherent through most of it, apart from that last half an hour. Yeah. But yeah, so it was interesting though. You know, Jane, I think, would have hated it. Jane was going to come if she's away this weekend, but she would have come otherwise. You know, but she'd have liked some of it. She'd, you know, some of it was challenging.
Yeah, Rob, there's one for you.
Mm.
Oh,
Oh, bless him.
You can see how grey he's gone, can't you?
Yeah.
And quite quickly as well.
yeah.
Nelly's like, for fuck's sake, take the picture and get him the fuck off.
Oh, he was snoring like a good one when I took that.
Yeah. But Nelly's eyes is like, fucking hell.
Yeah. It's just, oh, God, he's leaning on me again.
How did he
Really?
get the cut by the eye?
It's funny enough, it was Nelly that bit him.
Oh, what?
Oh.
And they were fighting over a bit of food that wasn't there. And what happened was that as she went down to sort of like, she does this thing where she sort of headbutts him, and he just happened to jump up at Nelly at the same time, and they just caught each other badly, and
Oh no.
he caught his tooth under her eyelid and tore it.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's terrible.
so yeah, and I was going, oh, is there anything else going wrong this week? We got Charlie with his skin infection. We got, you know, it's like, Jesus Christ, knock it on the head. But there you go. There you go.
Well, at least you don't have like mange spreading through the dogs or something like that.
Oh God.
Yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's still time.
It's early days. Yeah.
Yes.
You guys ever
So-
get ticks? Or is it too cold?
No, we get him.
You can get them. Yeah, absolutely. But you know, as a rule, if they stay out of the very long grass, mind you, there's no
That's the
very
thing,
long
yeah.
grass anymore around
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're just waiting for it passing by.
Who was I talking to the other day? I was talking to someone, and they were saying about I think it was about their partner,
Yeah.
that he would, you know, take the dogs for a walk, and he would always come back and have like 3 or 4 ticks on him. And so she said, I got quite expert at removing these things, you know, because you have to be careful as you remove them. But yeah, they're a thing for sure. But then, you know,
But you don't get
people,
Lyme disease equivalent or something like that. It's
Oh, we
just
get Lyme.
ticks.
People get Lyme disease.
They
from
do,
them, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not English ticks. They're not posh. and
No,
don't
but it's
have
regional.
diseases.
Like we don't get it in California so much. You get it in other parts of the U.S.
With monocles.
It's regional.
Okay. Hey,
It's a regional thing.
Well,
with ticks.
you've got to think that California's climate has way more variety than the UK climate, because the UK climate is pretty much the same. Whereas
everywhere's
California, you go
Yeah,
up
it's
north, it's UK like, but you go down south.
It's cold and wet
Sure.
all the time.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Like a lot of people get Lyme disease are in the Midwest. Like that's where Daryl Hall got his.
Yeah.
So
He has ticks on top.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's leveled out as my TikTok now.
Yeah, but it's leveled out at hundreds of fucking thousands.
It has, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I honestly, I don't get it. I don't
get it
I don't
either.
know. I'm not saying I don't get why you've been
no, I
successful,
don't. I genuinely don't get
but
why.
I
I've
just
been-
don't get TikTok.
no,
I just think, why?
you know, it has allowed me because I've got over 1,000 followers. It's allowed me to turn it. I've got a business account now, and they want me to open a shop, which I'm not going to do. And there is ways of making money, but I haven't quite worked out exactly what I need to do, really. And it's got to be minimum effort, if I'm honest.
Well, it's like that bloke that went to prison, wasn't he, for embezzling 10 million by AIing a
Spotify.
band and then putting it on Spotify and then get his own bots to just constantly stream it.
Stream it.
And
Yeah.
the irony is that Spotify are suing him for using AI when Spotify themselves.
yeah.
That's their
Yeah.
big deal. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, we can do it, but you can't. So, no.
Yeah, well,
What's the gimme chalk challenge? Wagyu says, Robbie, man up and do the gimme chalk challenge. What's that then?
No fucking clue. I guess it's a TikTok thing. I have.
He's a mix of CCCP. Really? Yeah. Is he in a Chinese fight? Definitely.
Yeah, he sits outside his local takeaway.
Yeah.
man badly parked crossroad.
It's doing a dance cover of Baby What? I can't
You
remember
doing that, Ken, has just reminded me. We had a comment on last
Oh,
night's show.
did we?
Baby Metal
Yes.
song.
Oh, I don't think the Japanese accents are quite what this channel requires.
That's
Was the comment,
Oh, really?
and I'm like,
I thought we gave context myself.
our accents now racist. What? I got told off once. Many
Well,
years
technically
ago.
they could be, couldn't they? But it depends.
Yeah, they-
It's about the context. It's about
Yes.
it's in whatever context it's
He
in.
was, yeah. I mean, how many times do people say something to me? Hey, the man, mum has a space.
Yeah.
The balls, and nobody bats a fucking eyelid.
Jesus, Vigorosa, no.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what Dave was doing was recounting a tale between him and somebody who spoke Japanese, and
Yeah.
um,
And that the
wasn't-
accent was causing a confusion
Exactly.
into what he was saying.
What he said and the way he said it wasn't racist.
No, exactly.
Did he say he
Yeah,
could
that
have lobster
definitely
craws?
But I thought the bit that I'd never heard this from him before. The bit he said towards the end when he was, I can't remember what the context was, but he was saying that he had dinner with somebody very high up at Yamaha, and he was looking to go into management at Yamaha.
Yeah.
And the conversation went, and then the guy from Yamaha said, "Your eyes are the wrong shape,"
Yeah.
and I was just like, "Whoa!"
Yeah. And yet you have somebody comment on him doing a Chinese accent.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, that was pretty. I mean,
That was Yeah, I agree.
I guess it happens.
Yeah,
I'm
say
sure.
Japanese
Yeah,
accent.
I mean, it's very honest of that person to tell him that.
Yeah.
Because normally that wouldn't happen, wouldn't it? You wouldn't.
Exactly.
You'd never find out that that your eyes are the wrong color or your skin tone. It's usually skin, isn't it? You're the wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I was told a story, and I've recounted it before, from Steve Howell when he was working at Akai, and they just brought out the 5000 and the 6000, and they'd been approached by Robbie Williams Tech, and they were asking for a function to be built in the S6000 that would allow them to literally select a song, and then the S6000 would automatically load up all of the samples, all of the programs and the multis, and the MIDI file, because it had MIDI file playback. And so literally they could just say, I want, they could select Angels, for example, and all of the sample tracks and all of the MIDI files and everything would just be loaded up. And they effectively called it the setlist function. And if you have one of these machines, you can find it in there, because they did implement it. So he approached Akai here in the UK, So they went to the Japanese, head office and said, we want this feature. And apparently the Japanese office couldn't understand why Robin Williams, because they didn't get the translation.
They get the Robbie.
thing.
They got Robin,
And they got why Robin Williams want this? He's an actor, no. But
that is lost in translation.
But I mean, Steve worked for Akai for a long time, and he also worked for Roland and Korg and stuff. And he would go over to there, and he would recount tales, very similar to what David said, where he always used to say, "Why the fuck did the Japanese call their company Roland?" Because think about it.
Lowland.
Think about it's Lowrand. But he could never understand. He said, surely they must have thought about this.
I suspect it
Ace tone was a lot easier to pronounce.
Wasn't it about it sounding European? Though?
Exactly. Yeah.
They wanted it to. They didn't want it to sound like it was.
And the
Japanese.
funny thing was that in the 80s and 90s here in the UK, many English retailers of electrical equipment, because the Japanese manufacturers were just like massive and taking over, it became a thing where they would call their own brands by names that sounded Japanese, like Sansui.
Oh yeah.
Sansui is a completely made up name by, I think it was Curry's.
Yeah.
Curry, the Dixon's group.
No, it wasn't, because I was a Sansui dealer when I worked at because they had their own did Currys and Dixons. Matsui, you're talking about. Yeah, I
Was it
think,
Comet?
So Matsui was made up. I think Sansui was Japanese.
Was it? I can't remember.
Yeah, but Matsui definitely wasn't.
Yeah. But it was like tit for tat, because then
I'm gonna look it up now.
Certain companies in China and Taiwan were buying up old British names like Bush and Goodman's.
Yeah.
And building their stuff with the British badge, or the formerly known as British badge.
Yeah, Sansui's Japanese.
Yeah.
Yeah, headquarters in Tokyo.
Well, a
Yes,
tech guy I used to know at
Matsui,
Guitar Center swore up and down in a Roland Tech manual once he read,
Rotel,
it said
that's right.
to fuck and unfuck a screw. Because they got the things messed up. Right? It can happen.
Yeah.
I do remember Sansui, because I used to work for a hi-fi shop, and one Christmas they gave us all Sansui watches. Little digital watches, which was and everybody in the store got one, which was
Yeah, Mitsubishi was a real thing.
Yeah.
But eventually, the Mitsubishi brand was sold off, and another company, probably Taiwanese or Chinese, were building products with a Mitsubishi logo, but it wasn't Mitsubishi.
Mitsubishi was so real, they built Zeros in World War II.
Yes. Mitsubishi, I all my TVs and VCRs for a number of years were Mitsubishi.
Wasn't there many TVs?
Brilliant. They were some of the best. I've still got in the garage somewhere. I'm pretty sure I haven't binned it yet. I had what was it called? The Mitsubishi M1000, I think it was, which is a Super VHS deck with a drop-down panel that was on, sort of like those kind of.
Oh yes,
it just went like this, and then you had the scroll wheel editing, jog wheel, and all this kind of stuff.
Hi-fi stereo, I take it.
Oh, it was amazing.
Actually, I used to use that for mastering.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. It was brilliant, because
especially on Super VHS.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
Do you remember the fad back in the 70s of how can we sell, small black and white tellies and make it interesting? Oh, I know. Put them in a bright red sphere.
Yeah, wasn't it Philips?
I think Philips did, yeah.
It was Philips, I think. Yeah.
I think a couple of followed suit as well. Did something similar.
Oh
quite
yeah,
collectible. Quite collectible now.
Orange was a good colour.
Orange one.
Yeah.
And white. White was the other one.
That's like some of the appliances on A Clockwork Orange, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. That's that's exactly.
Yeah, well, these round ones, they made it in the films. If they're going to be slightly futuristic, they have one of these globe TVs, even though it was black and white.
Yeah. sonic remote controls. You remember there were like 2 buttons, and you pressed it. There was a piece of metal that went like that, and it was a sonic remote.
Yeah.
That's great, wasn't it?
My dad had a remote on his colour TV.
Yeah, it was you.
Yeah. RTV, please, son.
Well, I remember when
Yes,
we
Dad.
got.
But
Chink.
did you ever use a black and white TV with the piezo remote?
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, with it was a sonic remote.
Yeah, the click, 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 click. Yeah,
Yeah,
my grandparents had
yeah,
one of those.
Yeah.
I remember when my dad got his first. He got his first remote control VCR where the remote control was wired.
Wired, yes, I remember studying that.
And then because the dealer, the local TV's electrical dealer was a customer of his at the restaurant and would always come in and sell Dad the next big thing because my dad always wanted the latest toys.
Yeah.
And he sold him the upgrade, the infrared upgrade, which was this big black box that you stuck a thing on the side of your VCR, and then this black box would just slide and sit on there, and then you would plug that into the remote cable socket on the VCR, and you had your new remote control that was infrared.
Yeah.
I was, whoa, this is amazing. Yeah. Oh dear.
Our first Trinitron TV was just the buttons with all the numbers inside of it, and you just had to get up and push the button. It never remote for a long time.
Because Sony Trinitron, wasn't it? But they did. I remember when I worked at Lasky's, them selling, and it was like a modular TV system that was meant to, and it was really good. It was really expensive. But I mean, it was meant to go on forever, that you could just add to it and add to it and add to it. But obviously, after 3 or 4 years, they did something else. But
they last a long time. And we had that TV in the for like 15 years, and then I inherited it in my bedroom, and I lost the top bar of pixels on the CRT.
Yeah.
So I was watching letterbox movies. I didn't give a shit because I wasn't watching the top of the screen anyway.
Yeah. But no, Trinitrons were good, really good TVs.
Yeah. There's been some weird remotes and stuff in the past anyway.
Yeah.
I still laugh at that when I go in the workshop and I see that remote for the Korg PS3200.
Yeah.
And a cable that long.
Yeah. It's not very remote, is it?
So you got the remote, but the buttons are just there, mate. Didn't think anyway.
Did you hear about one of Wozniak's side projects when he left Apple? He had a company called Cloud9. They made little inventions and stuff. And one was a remote extender. So you would stick it to the front of your standard LED remote and basically bounce it off any wall in the room. It's so powerful, you didn't have to aim it at the TV.
Oh, yeah.
And it was super cool. It's like $30.
I'll tell you something I did see. It was a design that was actually sent to the patent office around about 1883, 1884, something like that. And the idea was it was a Hoover. And what it was, you had this Hoover-shaped thing, and the picture showed this woman with this Hoover-shaped thing. And then a tube ran from the Hoover, and it went to a bellows that was under a rocking chair.
Oh yeah, I've seen
And the
this.
husband, the husband sat in the rocking chair and did
He
this,
rocked,
and it worked.
and that worked the Hoover, yeah.
And you know what the name of the company was?
Roland.
Behringer. And when I
Was
saw
it a
that, I went, they haven't moved on much, have they?
No, that's amazing.
Was it a Juno 1 or a Juno 2?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a Hoover salesman. He's sort of saying, "Oh, typical. It's our idea."
Because when I first started working at Lasky's, it was when there was 3 formats. You had the Sony format, the Betamax, which is Betamax, wasn't it? Oh, I missed that, wasn't it?
Put it up again. We also blow.
That is super. And then there was the Philips version of tape, and then obviously JVC. And it was
Do you remember before VHS Betamax and the
Video
Philips
2000? Yeah, Video
but
2000.
there was the format before, which was actually called the VCR format, which was a single spool, and it went top to bottom.
Yeah.
That was the first VCR that we had, and it was a Philips machine. It was the N1501 or something like that, and it was a huge. The tapes were square.
Yeah. I
And they had
remember
a
these.
single spindle, and the tape went from the concentric spools,
Yeah.
and the tape went from one to the other and back again.
It sort of worked like an 8-track.
Yeah,
All
Except
right,
it was using two spools rather than one.
Yeah.
I used to have an 8-track.
Yeah.
and
player,
you put this thing in, the
Yeah.
thing down. And then the buttons you had like you had play, record, rewind, and fast forward. And the buttons, they travelled about 4 inches into the machine. Yeah, it was just like. The counter was a good old traditional physical, counter. The tuning was, you had a little box, a little flap under the box, and then a little slider. So instead of like a rotary tune, it was like on a slider. That was quite cool. Of course, you just tuned it in.
So that single speed, they had like an SP equivalent, not the other speeds.
No, this was just standard thing.
Yeah.
And again, this was my old man. One of his customers was actually a lot of his customers at the time, because the restaurant was about 20 miles from Great Yarmouth, and at the time Great Yarmouth had a lot of offices for offshore oil drilling. So all the main company would be on in and around the Great Yarmouth area. And when VCRs came out, one of the first big sort of uptakes was on offshore. Anywhere that you couldn't get terrestrial TV, the companies would buy these recorders, record the stuff onshore, and then on the next trip out on the helicopter, they would take a box load of these cassettes, so that the workers could watch, Match of the Day from last week or whatever.
Yeah.
So this guy came in and he was telling my dad about this, and my dad was like, "Yeah, I've got to get myself one." He said, "Oh well, what happens is we change the machines every 6 months, and we bring the tapes back, and then after a few, so Dad would get one of these machines like second hand, along with a whole bunch of the tapes, and then we'd record stuff off the telly. But of course, back then, everything had to be, you couldn't just record something and watch something else. It was all, it was.
I mean, I think we're saying that Betamax is so much better than VHS. It is, and that's because there's more tape around the head.
Yeah.
And laser discs. When I had the audio clinic, we used to use laser discs because the hi-fi quality was great for demonstrating hi-fi. We'd have a TV, and we'd be able to show, So you were able to do things like, I remember allowing the boys to see because they were really quite young, but see sort of what was the film? There was a film anyway. I could basically cut out the sort of scary bits of a movie for them, so that they would be able to see it almost as a U.
Yeah.
Because you could do that with the laser disc player.
Yeah.
Also cool for games like Dragon's Lair too.
Yes.
Random access.
Yeah.
I remember we used to rent our video player.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, most people did.
Yeah.
I did for a number of years. Rent my
They're
TV and my
they're
VCR.
quite pricey, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you go Friday night, go and rent a film and a player to play on.
I bought mine because I was working at Lasky's, so we obviously got staff discount, which was basically
Always helps.
whatever it came in at. And then they also did. I bought it on HP, so I think I got it it was year interest free because we were staff. So every week, every pay packet, there's so much would come out to buy I bought a 14-inch colour TV because I couldn't really afford anything bigger, and I think it was a JVC stereo VCR.
Yeah.
Which is pointless actually if you think about it, because I didn't have a stereo telly. I didn't use headphones.
I used to get my stereo cassette recorder. Big sort of ghetto blasters as they used to be called. I'm not sure that's politically correct anymore. But anyway,
Well, that's what they were called. So fuck it.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I used to take the RCA stereo outputs from the VCR and plug those into the RCA auxiliary inputs on that, and then just sit that behind the TV before I had a Nikam stereo telly.
Yeah. I had Nikam stereo telly. Yeah, I remember.
Nikam, yeah.
Nikam, yeah.
Near instantaneous companded audio multiplex.
Was it? And
Still remember that.
NTSC as well, wasn't it? Never the same colour twice.
Yeah, never same colour.
I remember when we got our 32-inch
PAL. Ours was PAL, but NTSC was
JVC TV,
Mm-hmm.
and it was almost. Well, I think you could get 4 cats lay on the top of it without any trouble. It was so.
Yeah.
It took up the whole corner of the room.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it was a massive thing. It was a buzz and mate, that ain't coming up.
I upgraded my rental TV from a 24-inch, I think it was. This must have been like early 1990s, and I upgraded it to a 29-inch, which was 4x3, and I said, "Oh yeah, I'll be able to take that," because I used to get the train into work. And I spoke to the rental company and I said, I'll come and pick it up. And they said, "Are you sure? Have you got a car?" And I said, "No, I'll take it on the train." And they're like, "Are you sure?" And I said, yeah, because I was so desperate to get this.
So keen, yeah.
Because it had NICAM and everything. And it was fucking huge. And it killed me to the train station is only sort of like a quarter of a mile away. And I carried this thing with those, I had those plastic strapping things
Yeah.
were cutting into my hands. And I get to the railway station, I think, this is fine, because now I'm at the railway station, all I've got to do is get it on the train, and at the other end, my missus is there with the car, and we'll just put it into the car. But because the line that I was on was a pretty not a very well subscribed route, should we say?
Yeah.
They only put those little single car trains on. It's just one, and the doors were like this, and I got this and I literally had to squeeze it on. It was like screeching on the side of the thing. And the guard came along and said, "You can't keep that there. What if we have an accident? Nobody will be able to get off." I said, "Well, what do you want me to do with it?"
So they'll be dead when this telly hits them.
Well, exactly, yeah. this television will protect them from the impact.
Yeah.
But I managed to get it there, and then, we got it in the boot. I was so determined to get that home. But it was nice telly.
Is this back when SCART was a thing?
Yeah, this
SCART
was
stuff?
early
SCART
90s,
age,
yeah.
SCART.
And then the next telly I got was my first widescreen. But it was a cathode ray tube widescreen.
Yeah.
So that was fucking immense. I had that.
Yeah.
So big.
The craziest video technology is stuff they had in the studios with the old high-speed metal tape spinning in the room.
Yeah.
Because if it broke during operation, you were in the room and you get all slashed up from metal tape flying everywhere.
Yeah. Bloody hell.
Old tech.
Yeah.
I had towards the end of my CRT ownership, I think the last one we had was I think it was a JVC, and it started to, because I'd put big hi-fi speakers next to it for my home cinema. So I had a big centre speaker right underneath it, 2 big hi-fi speakers next to it. Of course, it had all started to go around the
magnets.
edges. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember I bought a degaussing tool off of eBay, and I plugged it in and was going round, and it was just making everything fucking worse. And then after about 10 minutes, this thing just melted. I was like, oh. So I completely fucked up the TV.
Oh dear.
And so I said to Jack, we can't afford to buy another TV now. We got the kids, I was still paying off all my debt. And then I thought, hang on a minute, I do have insurance. And I said, I wonder if we can do something, with the insurance. So Jackie's like, oh, I don't know, you're being a bit dodgy. I said, that laptop that you say is really old. And my brain started cogitating. And in the end, what we did was we deliberately picked the TV up and dropped it a little bit.
Ooh.
And we dropped it on the laptop. And then I put in a claim, and they said, as far as the TV is concerned, because I took some pictures of the damage and what the screen was doing, they said there's no need to send that back. We'll pay out on that straight away. So great. I bought myself an LCD, which was still they were still quite thick things.
Yeah.
But they wanted me to send the laptop in to be inspected. I thought, oh god, I'm going to get busted here. And I sent it in, and about a week later, they sent me a check for the laptop as well. So we got a new laptop. But that's the one and only
That
time.
Puricelli guy's just admitted to it, sending the boys.
I know.
Yeah, that's it.
Took a while, but we got there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit! What are those lights?
The statute of limitations is long gone. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well, I thought, fuck it, I've paid into the insurance. God knows how
Yeah.
long. They owe me a little bit.
It's a bit different now, isn't it? Trying to get insurance
Oh,
claim.
Jesus,
Bloody
yeah.
hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you standing up when it happened? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
That goes against the claim.
Were you
Were you
Actually,
awake?
Speaking of statute of limitations, have you heard about the RFK Jr. Bullshit with the whale? His daughter was telling a story about him cutting a head off a whale on the beach because he wanted to study the skull.
Yes.
And now he's in trouble many, many years later because it's a federal offense to do that. And
but he's got a real thing about dead animals, hasn't he? Like,
well, for a guy who's anti-vax, who's clearly not a real science guy, he clearly likes to study animal skulls, which doesn't make any sense to me.
very strange.
It's an interesting law to have, though, isn't it?
Well, no, they protect the animals. Like I worked at a zoo, so I had access to like great horned owl feathers. But unless you're Native American or work at a zoo, you're not allowed to have those kind of things.
Yeah.
Because they want them to stay in nature and not allow people to go out and collect them illegally, like killing the animals and stuff. You never know how they got them.
I suppose
The whales
Dick Cheney.
are specifically studied by scientists because we don't whale anymore. Unless you're Norway and Japan, nobody's allowed to whale anymore.
Yeah.
Only way to study these animals when they beach.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you're robbing
thinking-
scientific literature and stuff.
Thinking about it, though, I suppose Dick Cheney feels the same about ducks.
Yeah.
Doesn't he, I suppose? Because they did that thing with, what was it, a meme, wasn't it, where they had the computer game Duck Hunt,
Yeah.
Dick Cheney edition. It says, when you see a duck, shoot player 2.
Instead of that dog that pops up, it's Dick Cheney. Right?
Yeah. Don't shoot!
Yeah, how many of us have played that game? Anytime that dog pops up and mocks you, you just want to like.
Yeah.
I love dogs, but that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, that particular evil dog. Talking of evil dog.
Yeah.
No, she's not in here. Oh, okay. I'll tell you what she did yesterday. She stole the ashtray out of the bedroom.
Wow.
What? And it's
Why?
a big glass one. Really big glass one. She took it down in the garden and chewed on it. She's mental.
Wow.
Never known a dog like it. God
Glass
knows what
doesn't
she's
have
going to
much
be like.
flavor, so.
Yeah, but she just sort of like grinding her teeth on it. She goes, "Oh, that was fun," and then leaves it there. And then I'm going, "Where's the ashtray?" But you know when a dog sometimes you leave your copy on the floor next to you on the floor and you're doing something or other, and a dog might nick your copy. I turn around, the mug's gone.
Wow.
Yeah, and she's down the garden with this fucking mug.
She's tired of moving her bowl out.
Oh, mate. Yeah, well, I mean, we put a brick in her bowl, so she can't do it now. Even the water bowl in the kitchen has 2 house bricks in it. Otherwise, she will take it. And she takes it out into the garden, tips all the water out, and then chews on the metal.
Now we know why.
I'll tell you what, when she's fully grown, mate, I don't know what we're going to do. We go, Fiona, where's the kitchen door?
Yeah.
You wake
Well,
up
how about
in
the
morning,
food
"Where's the
consumption?
house?"
It's in the
On
garden.
the roof.
Yeah. Didn't we have a settee?
Where did that CS80 go?
Who's
Yeah,
got the
but-
Mustang?
Yeah. Where's the telly?
Your food bill must have gone way up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was one of the first things we noticed. Because the puppy food's more expensive than the normal food. Even though
But she's still stealing from the other dogs too, right?
No. She's knocked that on the head now. Or we have knocked that on the head now, I should say. And what she does at dinner time now, she sits very quietly and waits. And she sits there and sits there. And I deliberately feed her last. Just to teach her the patience. But also to instill in her that no matter what, she will get food. But what happens is, she's waiting. Charlie's finished. He's had a drink. He's gone out for a wee, come back and gone into the front room. Got up on a settee. I'm going to sleep now. Bye. And the others are just finishing up and they're getting ready to go out. And she's still sitting there. And she's looking at you like this. And so I prepare her bowl. I put it on the ground and it's just like this, just crazy. And there's biscuits and meat flying in all directions. You've never seen anything that's so ravenous, so ravenous. And then she finishes it and goes, yeah, cool, and just walks off.
Well, I remember eating like that when I was a teenager.
Yeah, but I mean, she really can't seem to get that out of her psyche at the moment. But she'll settle. I mean, she'll get older and she'll calm down. She'll settle down. But she's a very characterful husky. That much is certain.
But not much talking yet, huh?
She sometimes she'll howl. I mean, if Fiona goes down the road, she sits at the door and does her little like that, and that's about it.
Do you ever go down there and just go, ooh, try to get him to howl with you?
Yeah, I try to get her to howl, and she's not interested. But she's not interested in any particular sounds, to be honest, apart from one thing, which had her up at the speaker, tilting her head like nobody's business, was when I was playing a mini Moog in the front row, and she was like at the speaker like this.
She's got taste.
Yeah, and she goes, I like that. I like that.
She says, "Ore Moog."
Yeah.
So, yeah, mind you, she could probably restore one now. She's watched me do it. So, yeah, she's a smart little cookie, but she's very. We're using the word characterful, but it means so many different things. Absolute, mate. You know, there's not a single bottle or packet within anywhere lower than 4 foot off the ground in the entire house now, because she doesn't give a shit what it is. They had this. Fiona had this bottle of fragrancy thing that you'd spray on pillows and stuff like that just to make them smell nice. I don't know how she did it, but she managed to get hold of it. And she ate it. She's absolutely covered in this stuff. You know, she stinks like a fucking tart.
That's shocking because her nose is so sensitive. I think it would drive her nuts.
No, but she had it in her mouth. She had it all over her fur. She completely destroyed this bottle. And we went into the kitchen. It was like, holy crap. Oh, it smelled like Julian Clary's underpants. It was so strong. It was like, whoa. I mean, there's fresh, and then there's like, whoa, this is just off the chart, you know. And she's there going, hey, what do you think? You little bitch. So,
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be glad you have a raccoon, because I took care of the baby a couple weekends, and they destroyed my bathroom at home. It was fun, but it was horrible at the same time.
Well, this is it though, Andy. I mean, technically speaking, I think she got raccoon DNA in it. Honest to God, because was it probably about 3-4 weeks ago now, which is an age with a puppy. It's a completely different dog practically. And there was this sort of like crunching noise going on. And I looked at Fiona and I went, where's Lily? And she went, oh, she was here at my feet. She's not there now. I said, well, there's a crunching noise going on in the kitchen. She went, oh, shit. What do you reckon? I said, I'll go look. So we'll go out there. And she's laying on the floor. And she is sort of like sideways and doing this business. And she's eating, or trying to eat the ceramic hot plate on my 3D printer.
Wow.
She's never shown any interest in it at all since we got her. But that night she decided, oh, do you know what? I think I'll chew on that for a while.
Well, at least it wasn't hot.
Well, yeah. And thank God it was ceramic.
Yeah.
So, but like I said, she's done Fiona's iPhone. Spit straight through the screen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can't claim on insurance for these things. You go, oh, dog did it. Yeah, right, mate. Yeah, she loosened all the wheel nuts on her smart car. cut the brake lines.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, she damaged Brooks's car, didn't she? Cut the fuel line on that.
Yeah.
Little bitch. Oh, I don't know. But we keep saying to ourselves, yeah, she'll grow up, she'll settle down, and she'll get better as she gets older. She'll get better. No, still hasn't happened yet. 'Cause technically, she's not supposed to be still mouthing, but it's her go-to. What?
Poor Smudge. Smudge got eaten.
Yeah, it's even the right colour.
That's one of my favorite memes, is the Smudge the cat meme with the pronouncing words incorrectly and stuff.
No, I do wonder though, Andy, about, the possible repercussions if he loses. Well, we know he's going to... I would have thought he's going to lose.
I hope he's going to lose, but because the
It might
idea
be
of
worse.
having him, it would be. Well, I know what you mean. I mean, we know that he wants to be a dictator. He doesn't want elections. He just wants to be president forever till he pegs his clogs. So democracy goes out the window.
I mean, he's already said it in so many words. It's not a mystery. Right?
He has said it. And actually, I probably said this before, that book I read by the woman, I've forgotten her first name, Hill, who worked for Obama and then worked for Trump's White House. Fiona Hill. She said it in her book that's why he admires Putin so much.
Yeah, he's jealous. He wants to be just like them.
Yeah, he does, exactly.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Putin would wipe the floor with them if he could,
Yeah.
right? Because
he
Trump's
would,
really
yeah.
a wimp.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's not very bright for a start.
No,
I mean,
it's-
and actually that came out in the book. Actually, that
Christ, they've got shoes that could outsmart him.
Well, I mean, he uses the same phrases every time he talks.
Yeah.
It's limited vocabulary, limited this. Everything's the best you've ever seen. Everything. It's just like, can you come up with some new shtick? I mean, come on. What's going on here?
Yeah, and he always likes to use that line, people have told me,
Yeah.
people say.
Great
Yeah.
people have said great things about him.
Yeah, and all this sort of things.
And he literally said after the debate, right afterward, it's my best performance ever.
Because you
Well, he
know
would
that
do,
if
wouldn't
he loses and he starts tweeting about how
Yeah.
the election has been stolen from him again,
Yeah.
he's going to wind them all up.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to get themselves into some serious fucking shit again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Except this time, people will be waiting for them.
I'm going to
They're
say
gonna get caught out.
the authorities will be ready for him.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
this time there'll
It's
probably
really-
just be a massacre. A bunch of MAGA people
Yeah.
will get mowed down.
And
and
it'll
good
be all like,
riddance.
oh, I never said anything. I never did.
Yeah.
And he never seems to, there never seems to be the follow-up.
It's quite interesting that if you read about him and Roy Cohn, who was this...
Oh, yeah. He taught them all kinds of bullshit.
Yeah, basically, he's emulating what this guy taught him, this crooked
Yep.
lawyer.
The
Oh,
pit
right.
bull action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get people's faces first. Never back down.
Never,
Always be.
you never lose.
Yeah.
Even if you lose, you never
Yeah,
lose.
actually, that's in Fiona Hill's book as well, about him, and actually part of that came from his father. So that's a family trait there that he's never wrong.
Yeah.
He's never.
Well, that's
ever
the thing.
been wrong.
I think that's how he first came across this guy. Was
Yeah.
when Trump and his dad were taken to court for
The black
it was
tenants,
something-
right?
Yeah, black tenants. It was something.
That
I
was
can't
it,
remember.
yeah. Yeah.
And Ray Cohn got them off that, and from that moment onwards, he just wanted to, learn from this
Yeah.
guy.
He's his idol. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, people are saying that, this Ray Cohn guy is still having an impact on him. Because, he was something to do with Reagan's administration as well, this Roy Cohn.
We also did some mafia stuff, too. I mean, he was a dirty lawyer.
Yeah. and
But
he was extremely gay,
Oh yeah.
but
was useful.
persecuted.
Yeah.
Persecuted gay people and because he was, I think, back in the 50s, he was also part of the communist witch hunt.
Really?
Well, he
Who
died
was-
of AIDS. I mean, he was,
died of AIDS, yeah.
Yeah.
And still, to his dying breath, maintained that he wasn't gay and threatened people if they.
Yeah, he called it off
mentioned-
an Oreo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Trump is great
very
because he
interesting story.
fancies himself this amazing businessman, this self-made man supposedly, and he has like at least 15 major failed businesses.
Oh God, yeah,
And
Two
it's like he's a loser.
casinos.
He calls everyone else a loser. He is a
Yeah.
loser.
yeah.
Oh dear. I don't know.
Yeah.
You think he'd be better at golf by now? Jesus Christ.
Well, apparently his golf game has been okay, but he cheats all the time. There's video footage of him maybe cheating.
Oh, there's video footage of him yesterday, and he does this. He does a chip, and it literally goes off at 90-degree angle into the trees. It's like, Jesus, I thought it'd be better by now.
He does a lot of gimmies. He goes, "Oh, I'm going to drop a ball here." He picks it up, puts another one down somewhere else.
Yeah, yeah,
He's just cheating all the time.
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
it's going to be an interesting time.
it certainly is. Yeah,
So,
I suffer your pain. I understand your pain, Andy.
Well, I wish.
you
I
an
mean,
awful lot-
the
you an
capital is
awful
a
lot of
pretty important
Americans.
place. I wish the
Yeah.
police actually were more defensive back on January 6th and just would have shot a lot of those guys on sight instead of just one or two people, because they deserved it. You do not invade that place.
they're not going to be so forgiving next time if it does happen.
I hope not, but you
No.
never know. Because some of the cops are on their side, unfortunately. They're stupid.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
come on in. Do whatever you want.
Yeah,
yeah.
They were trying to get Mike Pence. Although they made a fake gallows out front, they probably could have used it if they wanted to.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, it makes you wonder. Does it not?
They went and trashed people's offices. Those people could have been in their offices and
Well,
been attacked.
yeah.
I bet there'll be a pretty big exclusion zone on confirmation day. Pretty big. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they just locked down the whole of DC for that day. Nobody
Could
in,
be.
nobody out.
Yeah.
But then, of course, if they do that, then the MAGA lot will just go, "Oh, you're just stopping us from, seeking justice."
You can't win. It's
No,
it's-
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's another one of Trump's things is that you never you never lose. You never admit defeat. I mean, when you say that the game is rigged before the game's been played,
I mean, he's the champion of saying fake news, right? Yet he was
Oh,
repeating
yeah.
fake news during the debate about the pets.
yeah, exactly.
Oh,
It's like,
God,
what
yeah.
the fuck? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw it on TV. Must have really happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's brilliant.
But then he's got a mouthpiece like for Fox News,
Well, and sometimes
he?
they throw him under the bus, and then he gets mad. It's great. I love it. It's just-
Do they?
oh yeah. He likes loyalists. He hates anybody else. He really wants to be in everyone's.
Well, even when was it Fox taken to court and they said no, we're entertainment, we're not a news channel.
Well, they were busted for the Dominion lawsuit thingy with the claim that they
Yeah.
faked the vote and all
Yeah.
that shit. The electronic voting.
I watched a bit. I didn't.
And that's
find
why
it very
Tucker Carlson
entertaining.
basically got fired
Yeah.
because he was one of the pushers of that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. It'd be funny if it weren't actually going on not too far away from here.
Yeah.
But they of course they hate California. They hate everything about California. They love to vacation here. They love where the money comes from, Silicon Valley and places like that, and Hollywood. But they also hate it at the same time because it's so anti, any of their core values. Meanwhile, Republican core values. I mean, how many Republicans are playboys and cause a lot of abortions, right?
Yeah.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah, well.
That Matt Gaetz guy's a total scumbag.
Ooh.
So yeah, it's an embarrassing time for sure. So people say, "Oh, are you proud to be an American?" Yeah, I'm proud to be an American, but not because of those fucks.
Better out than in.
But we've all got scumbags,
Mm.
haven't we? We've got scumbags here.
Oh, yes.
Well, you can't separate politics from scumbags, unfortunately, anywhere you go.
No.
Yeah. I think that
It's a requirement.
if somebody wants to be a politician, that should actually negate them from being one.
I agree.
So, you want to be a politician? Why?
Well, it was the old Greek way of democracy. You didn't choose to be a politician. You had to do, it was like jury duty.
Yeah.
You were just called to do 6 months or whatever it was, and everybody had to do their bit.
That's exactly how it works at university for head of departments.
Yeah.
So the head of department will be a senior member of, and they'll do it for 2 years, and then somebody else takes over. No elections, none of that sort of business. It's not a job for life.
No.
You don't get a bump in salary. You just do the job.
Yeah.
And so when I was at York, sometimes people hated the head of department because sometimes they're not very good.
Yeah.
And you're looking forward to those 2 years when they're finished, and thank God for that. I do remember one head of department saying, "Oh, why does everybody hate me?" She didn't say it to me, but she said it to her secretary. And then told everybody else what she said.
Oh, man. Oh, dear me. Yeah, well. After the shambles we've had here in the last few years, I suppose.
Yeah, we each had our own kind of trumps, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've had a lettuce. I mean, the lettuce was just hilarious.
Brilliant.
In fact, there was a show at Edinburgh this year again about somebody pretending to be her, Liz Truss, and the lettuce thing. And I mean, we didn't go see it, but.
Yeah, I wonder how that all came about when you think about it. Yeah, I can remember a time when the thicker bit was satire.
Oh God, yeah.
Now it's a fucking documentary.
It is a documentary.
Yeah.
And I don't see. Actually, I watched Martin. What's his face? Moneyman. He was just a YouTube video came up while I was getting ready, and he was talking to. He was on the Times radio. He was talking to John Pienaar about the pension thing, and apparently he was going to go off and have a meeting with Rachel Reeves about it, and he just said, "I can't believe that a Labour government's done this, and they're not going to U-turn on it, And he was giving some sensible ideas of what they should have done, but already you could argue that this government are not listening.
Yeah.
So things will get better. They've told us that, and things will get better, and there'll be some very unpopular decisions. So the pension thing is one of many, I think.
But the thing is with the pension thing, they've said that 10 million pensioners will lose the winter fuel payments. But what they don't tell you is that of those 10 million, over 9 million of them don't need it. Because they're quite well off. I think the figures came out yesterday that it was like 780 something thousand are going to be adversely affected by this means testing.
What Martin, what's his face, said was that the government don't know how many people it's going to affect, and what he was suggesting was the way to actually to do it. And apparently the Tories did it over COVID, didn't they? They gave everybody in they did it on rates bandings, A to D.
Yeah.
What he was seeing, he said A to D is probably too high because people in the D bracket don't need it,
No.
really.
No, exactly.
But A to C, they should definitely give it to everybody there.
Yeah.
But he said that there are other people that have got early onsets of dementia and won't be able to claim, although they really could do
they
it.
say there's a huge number of people that don't even claim when they could.
And some people are too proud because they don't want to state benefit, you know. So, you know,
it's like my mother-in-law before she went into a home. She got the winter fuel payment. She didn't need it.
No.
She absolutely didn't.
Interestingly,
She knew she didn't need it. And she said, "I don't need this."
Yeah. Well,
there was somebody on, I think it was on the BBC News website today, saying, when I get my winter fuel payment, that goes to the holiday fund,
yeah,
or it pays for a really nice meal out with my wife.
yeah. I mean, the interesting thing was my mother did need it. Because the amount of money my mother had at the end was nothing really.
Yeah,
she had some money, but it
there
wasn't
absolutely,
enough.
yeah, there are absolutely people that need it.
You know,
and I think I think first of all the current administration have got some big decisions to make, and they're not going to be popular because if it is true, which I don't see why it's not, that there is this £22 billion black hole in the country's finances. We've got to do stuff to reduce that. So we've got to do these things before. And this is an unpopular one, and I'm sure that they probably didn't really want to do this. But if you're paying out, if you're saying that every person who's of pensionable age will get at least £300 over the winter months to help pay for their heating, when a huge majority of those people don't actually need it. It's a silly system to start with. But you're right, we don't need to give the people that need it, we need to give them that money.
Got a better idea.
Go on then.
Get the energy companies to fucking fund it.
Yeah, because if her mother was still alive, she didn't have pension credit because she was actually too proud, to be fair. She definitely would have needed it because she didn't have it, you know.
Yeah.
And without me, she wouldn't have known how to claim it.
Yeah.
She wouldn't have been able to claim it on her own.
Yeah, my mum was like that. She was always too proud for
But like
for
my
charity.
mother-in-law would just get it. She said, "Oh, I've just had this payment into my bank account. I don't need this, you know." And she's
But Martin Lewis said an interesting point, which is I thought unusual for him because I remember his surname finally. He was saying that they're doing it on the basis that a number of people who should claim it won't.
Yeah.
So if that's true, that as a policy stinks because you don't do that to people.
No.
You know.
No, it's,
and you certainly wouldn't expect a Labour government to do that if that's true. You know. But it was an interesting thing for him to say, I thought, really.
Philomena Kunk for Prime Minister.
Well, yeah.
Could do worse.
She could.
Oh, I don't know.
I thought she was great, actually. It's Diane. Is it Diane?
Diane Morgan.
Morgan, isn't it? Yeah. I think she's great. Yeah.
Greenwich, this is where they make time.
Well, that's all Charlie Brooker, though, isn't it? He
Oh,
writes
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Not to take anything away from Diane. She's a great comedian in her own
She
right.
is a great comedian, yeah.
Yeah.
But Kunk is there's a lot of Charlie Brooker who is a genius.
Scripted version of Carl Pilkington.
Yeah.
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 I saw bits of that. I didn't see much of it.
But her delivery is excellent.
Oh,
yeah, it is.
She's
It's all about the delivery.
Yeah.
She was in Afterlife, wasn't she?
She was, yeah.
She was very good in that.
She was great in that, yeah. I mean, I'm not a fan of him, but actually I thought Afterlife was excellent. It really was. You know, I mean, I got The Office at the time, but you know, I even watched the American Office, which I quite liked as well.
Yeah.
I'm watching Calling from Accounts at the moment. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
That's back on. That's good.
No, we're happy that Slow Horses is back.
Yeah, I'm pissed off that it's every week though.
Yeah,
I want to binge watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've read the book, so I know what happens because it's pretty, you know.
Oh yeah, they're pretty faithful to the books.
Yeah, they're very faithful to the books. Yeah.
No, it's a very.
And
good...
apparently, was it you that was telling me that they are filming all of them?
Apparently, yeah.
Although it'd be interesting when we get towards the end.
They do, like this season, was filmed straight after the last season.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So they've already got this stuff in the bank, and they're just drip feeding. The one that I'm really waiting for is Severance, the second season of Severance.
Yeah, I got into that. Jane gave up after about third episode, but I watched all of it. I really liked it. Yeah, that's coming back soon, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's New Year, beginning of New Year.
I thought it was sooner than that.
I hope it is, but I'm pretty sure they said it's beginning of the New Year.
Yeah.
There's some good stuff on Apple.
It can't. Somebody just sent me this really funny. There's a guy who does a lot of songs based on memes, especially around animals. So he took the Trump samples talking about stuff, and he made a song about the eating the cats. Here, there's a link in the private chat. You should share this. People get a kick out of it, I think. This guy, the Kiffness, he's pretty funny. He's done a lot of the cat memes and does songs.
Yeah,
he's funny.
Oh, it's already running.
I put it in the regular chat too, so people can see it if they watch later.
Turn it on. Well,
unfortunately, it's a Facebook link, so you have to play it on Facebook.
Yeah.
He was amusing for like one or two, and then it's just like that again.
Yeah, I didn't keep up. This is pretty good though.
Let's see if this works.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
He's got some great cat sound memes.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat.
They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
There you go.
Yeah.
They're eating the cats.
That's No Cat. I love No Cat.
They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Great stuff.
Brilliant.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
There you go.
Thank you for that.
That's brilliant.
Isn't that good?
It's made my fucking day. That.
Yeah.
Not just because it's funny about
Absolutely.
pets, but it's a good attack on that asshole. So.
Oh man, alive. Yeah, and there had to be a husky in there, didn't there? Singing.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Gotta have a solo.
Oh yeah. Oh man, that's beautiful.
Yeah. Those little
Excellent.
gems come out once in a while.
Oh yes.
Gotta share it.
Yeah. We should have it on PSN. Just talk about how the video, the music on it.
The poor terrified dog at the end. He's just There's a great there's a series done based on this famous video of this like Russian lady with her little hamster pet, and she's feeding it some fruit, and she takes it away from it, and the hamster does this thing that ferrets do once in a while. It just kind of has this 1,000-yard stare where it just freezes for a while, like it's literally frozen in time. And so they started doing this like Vietnam flashback stuff with the hamster, with the sad platoon music and stuff. And they did other ones with a dog who's doing that, looking at a cupcake, and they had some other ones where they're just like frozen, just this crazy look on their face. And
Jesus.
yeah.
Talk about comedy being the cure for everything.
Yeah. The animals usually do it, so.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Oh man. Wow.
There was one that came from a Japanese TV show where they're showing some kids a prairie dog, and it's just in this little box, and the kids are like, they're all talking, speaking to it in Japanese, and and all of a sudden the camera just happens to zoom in right when the prairie dog kind of goes like this with this like "you caught me in the act" stare.
Yeah.
And so someone added the dramatic music, dun, 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 and it's dramatic. They call it dramatic chipmunk, even though it's a prairie dog.
Yeah.
And that was a huge meme for a while. It was funny shit.
Wow. Yeah, need more of that in the world.
But I love that no because it gets really upset.
Have you seen Matt's cover photo on Facebook?
No.
Matt Evans.
Yeah. It's brilliant.
Where is it? I don't know if I can call it out from here.
Oh yes, we've had that. Yeah, we've had that on the show.
Oh yeah.
In fact, I've got it right here.
Oh, that's good, isn't it? I go to Facebook and I met with my ex-girlfriend with her new husband, all smiling. Hello, Ellie. That's all right.
Nice Longhurst meme there.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate the way this keyboard keeps disconnecting itself. You type in something and you end up the last... Yes. I think we had that up on the show, didn't we? Not the show,
Yeah,
the...
yeah. That.
Yeah. That's it, yeah.
Too
It's
funny.
very clever. Yeah. I don't know where he finds them, I really don't.
I think he made that.
Did he?
Matt made that. Yeah,
Did he?
Oh.
pretty sure.
Because it seems very specific, didn't it?
Well, it doesn't have the lingerie on, but it's.
Yeah.
Oh, man. When you think about it, it's quite an interesting photo to take anyway, really, when you think about it. I'm in women's clothing. I'm going to stick my dick into this Range Rover. Here, take a pic.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's just,
Yeah, it's like,
where the hell was that taken?
Yeah,
And how big was the fan base?
yeah. Well, I didn't realise it was a thing. But,
Obviously it is.
yeah. Go to Pornhub, type in Range Rover, see what comes up.
What's Pornhub?
Oh, Something Robbie's on. He told me
Alright.
about it. Yeah.
I would expect to find that on a place like called Gear Sluts, right? But they can't call it that anymore. So.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's time for bed.
Because isn't that what happened to Muff Wiggler, isn't it?
Same thing, yeah.
Change
got-
it, yeah.
What is it now?
Mod Wiggler.
Mod Wig.
Model.
Ah, okay. Right. It's lucky I didn't run that site.
Be so much worse.
Oh, if somebody said, no, you can't use that, you've got to change the name. Go, okay, I'll do it. And I'll just
Make
I'll
it even
present
worse.
a whole new website tomorrow. Like that. There we go. Cunt wagger.
Well, it's just, it started out as an innocent name. It's from the Big Muff pedal
Yeah.
and some other pedal called something Wiggler. And he just put them together, thought it sounded funny. And it was fine for, I don't know, 10 years,
Yeah.
15 years, whatever.
There was a moment I remember Mike sending me this clip of somebody online, some female individual had taken massive umbrage. I said, "Oh, look at this terrible site! It's called Muff Wiggler, and it's the whole fucking thing really, really
He's blowing up.
played havoc with Mike's mental well-being.
Yeah.
I just found it on
massively.
It's also an item of clothing.
It is.
Yeah.
As well. So it is this fucking thing of people taking offence on behalf of others. This, by proxy. Fuck
Yeah.
off.
Interpret it however you like, but it's not necessarily what you think it is. So.
Yeah.
The thing is that these people
got no
that
time for
criticised
it.
they spent no time finding out why it was called that, because
Yeah.
once you find it, it's just like, oh, is that it? It literally was, as Andy said, it was the name of two guitar pedals.
It's like someone getting mad at the name Pink
portmanteau.
Floyd when it's just named after two jazz guys,
Yeah.
right?
Well, it's
What's
like
a
when,
Pink Floyd? That sounds offensive. Yeah.
it's when Life of Brian came out in the cinemas, and all these people were protesting outside, never having seen the film.
Oh, that happens here all the time. Yeah.
They said
Well-
the only genuine sort of reaction that they got of people being offended was during the stoning scene. It said John Cleese was wearing the wrong clothing.
It's not period accurate.
They were upset about. They go, no, he's wearing the wrong combination of robe and hat and all this sort of thing.
For God's sake, yeah.
So, yeah, but yeah, this is it. As I said in the chat, language, it can be tricky and everything like that. I go, but at the same time, you go, yeah, but it doesn't have to be. If we just go around quietly shooting all the fucking idiots, we'll probably be all right. Jesus Christ! When somebody takes offence on behalf of other people, without
Well,
really
people
knowing
need
what
more
the
to
hell they've been
do. They're
offended by.
just finding problems everywhere sometimes. Just
Yeah, I
have
mean,
something to
it's
do.
it's just sort of like just drown them at birth and just be done with
Well,
it.
Mary
Fucking hell.
Whitehouse.
Because no matter what the group is
Yeah.
called, there's going to be assholes in there anyway. So
Yeah.
I understand if some women joined the forum and felt abused by some members who were just dicks anyway. But they weren't like not invited because of the name of the place.
But it's easier to attack
Oh yeah,
the
totally.
site than it is the
The
individuals.
people, yeah, right.
Yeah.
But you read the disclaimers before you sign up for anything. This is a public forum. We're not responsible for blah 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 blah. You read all that supposedly when you sign up for an account.
But it's the same situation of you give an inch, they take a mile. At what point does it become impossible to communicate with people? It becomes impossible to name anything without some chinless fuck getting upset about it.
Well, the same reason one of my friends literally buys almost all of Trump's bullshit. And I said, dude, you used to be a reasonable guy like 20 years ago. What happened? Just whoosh, gone.
Yeah. Don't know. It's just mad, isn't it?
Made.
Mad mate, isn't it? Yeah, mad.
He's made. Oh, sorry, you can't do that because
Oh. Yeah, can't do the Gumbies anymore. With the handkerchief on the head.
Oh God, yeah, the Gumbies. Remember them?
Yeah. And no. Yeah, but I mean, you know, like I say, seen so many things now where satire has become reality, or more to the point, more scarily, the norm.
Well, one of my friends I've known for at least 20 years ghost banned me on Facebook, and I didn't know it. So one day I sent him a message in the messenger. Hey, what's going on? I haven't heard from you in a while. Check this out. It's just a thing about some tech, because we're always talking tech stuff. And then he waits a couple weeks and writes like, oh, you didn't notice? I blocked you. I said, no, and why would I care? What the hell is your problem now? He said, oh, I'm so sick of people talking about Trump and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, so you're the snowflake that's too sensitive, not the libs and everybody else.
Yeah.
Right? It's called humor. I posting silly, goofy stuff about the guy. I mean, you look at, the muckrakers from the old days of U.S. politics, like 1920 or 1910 or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah.
And they were able to have fun back then, making fun of the politicians back and forth and stuff. What happened to humor? What happened to people?
Yeah.
We've devolved.
It certainly feels that way now.
It's just these little babies. I'm like, so if you don't like it, don't read it. But why would you throw away a friendship over some stupid comment, especially when it's a joke? I wasn't being mean. I was just making little jokes.
Well, I mean, I've had people private message me saying, "Oh, I'm unfriending you because of that comment you made on Facebook about Trump." And I'm going, "See this? This is me not giving a fuck."
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need friends like. I mean, you generally don't need friends like that.
Yeah.
But the problem is, just like my other friend who I still talk to, who's also on the fringe. It's like they were fine years ago. Something happened. A switch went off.
Yeah. Well, I've got a friend who I mean, I've played in bands with him. I've known him for 30 odd years, and he's moved to Spain now. And through another other friend who went out to see him, he went down the conspiracy route. So all the way through the pandemic, he was believing all the crap that was being put out there, And I can't have a conversation with him. I almost unfriended him on Facebook, and I thought, well, Ray, if you do that, if you start spouting that crap on Facebook, I will unfriend you. But he didn't, luckily. But my friend Nigel has been over and to visit him and tried to talk sense into him, and he doesn't want to listen. And you can't. These people that you can't communicate with them.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, fine. Let them.
I mean, well, it's when it causes other people distress, though, doesn't it?
It's so weird, though, because these guys weren't stupid. I mean, I had
exactly,
deep conversations with them at bars and for years.
This is a bright guy,
Yeah.
A really good drummer, which is a shame.
That's why he's a drummer.
I'll never play with him in a band again.
It was probably something in the back scene.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But he believed all that crap, He wouldn't have the vaccine because it was, So whatever ludicrous thing was being spouted, he bought into it. Yeah.
Well,
and there's loads of people out there.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah.
It's a shame too, because like I said, these are pretty good guys for a long time. It's like, what the fuck happened?
I think the worst thing is when you lose a friend and you don't know why you've lost a friend.
Yeah.
I played with a band in a girl a few years ago, and I'm still Facebook friends with her mum. And every time I say, oh, I won't name her, but I'll say, oh, say hi to so-and-so, how is she? And then I suddenly realised that she'd unfriended me, and I tried to contact her over something, and just absolutely no response. Just wouldn't respond. And I don't know what I've done.
Yeah.
I'm not losing any sleep over it, but it's like, what caused you to think I did something? Because I've not spoke to you for 4 or 5 years, face to face. But
it's very weird how it's become just so prolific.
Some people are ticking time bombs. It seems it's just something goes off and
yeah. I don't know.
funny world we're in.
I mean, you know,
Like one of my friends, I talked to him on January 6th. I said, called him up. I said, hey, look what your buddy's up to now. He's like, oh, man, this is not. We get all bent out of shape.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm just having a laugh, and you're the one melting down on the phone, almost basically like short of breath and lost for words and stuff. So who's melting down, right? I'm just having a laugh, but it's just so sensitive and so precious.
Yeah. But, you know, I mean, I got a personal interest in, you know, the woke attack on comedy. And it's...
Yeah. I mean, some of this stuff I can understand, because some of these comedians are just shit, right? They're not even funny.
yeah. But, I mean, you know, like, you know, you should be... I mean, you can crack a joke, or you can make something funny. You can make anything a joke. You can make anything funny. And it's down to the individual to decide whether they want to hear that or not.
Well, it's like the gallows humor you were talking about the other day. I mean, some of that stuff's fucking dark, but it's funny, right? So
yeah, exactly. You know,
I mean, you know, I've when, you know, Jerry Sadovich was cancelled. Was it last year? It was last year, wasn't it? When they cancelled his show. Now I've seen him twice, right? And I mean, you know, his comedy is out there. I mean, his magic's brilliant if you're into magic, which I'm not necessarily into, but the comedy on its own is brilliant. And he's not doing anything. The only thing that I didn't like was when he bullied an American lady in the front row to the extent that she left. He just picked on her. And it's the only time I've ever seen him do that. Literally pick on somebody so much so that she left. You know, and that I thought, no, Jerry, you're out of order there, mate. You know, it wasn't funny, and you shouldn't do that to somebody who's paid good money for a ticket.
Yeah.
You know. So you know, he can step over the edge.
I mean, if she's a heckler or something like that, that's one thing.
No, I mean, she didn't. I don't know, you know, because I think he just said, you know, any Americans in the audience, and she put her hand up and he's right, you can fuck off. You know.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then continued because she just. She sort of, you know.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
Well, like idiots like Joe Rogan, right? He's so rich from that stupid Spotify deal. He's huge. People all over the world watching that idiot. He's not a good comic. His last show was, I saw 5 minutes, probably the worst thing I've ever seen. He's not funny. Yet he's so mad about the woke and taking stuff away. It's like, well, if your comedy stinks, it doesn't matter what they took away. You suck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But... yeah, I mean, there's always, everything has its limits. Everything has its, you know, its boundaries. And a good comic will play to the room.
Oh God, yeah.
If you want a shock, because you used to get the shock comics, and some of it worked, and some of it really, really didn't.
No, it's right.
You know, and. You know, they go, oh yeah, but you got to be brave about comedy. Yeah, but there's making people laugh. There's making people feel uncomfortable about something, but ultimately making them laugh about it and seeing the humour in it. But there's, you know, and then there's just going too far. And I think when comedy gets pushed by the, you know, the wokerati, whatever you want to call it, but it gets pushed, it will push back, and then that's when you find comedy will start going over edges and pushing things a little too far. So, but you know, the classic rule of thumb of playing it to the room doesn't seem to be enough. Sometimes you can play to the room and you can still get, you know, into trouble or counselled over it in some form or another. But you can't say anything without it offending somebody somewhere.
That's true.
So you shouldn't worry about offending somebody, especially if you never intended to. And the fact that, you know, if you say something and you had no intention of it offending, and somebody's offended by it, that's their fucking problem, not yours.
It is, yeah. I was just trying to think, all the comedy we saw at Edinburgh this year, I don't think I was offended by anybody. Some of it was funnier than others,
Yeah.
you know. But that's always the case.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
None of it was actually the only comedy which was appalling was that I told you about it was a musical show. And the comedy element of it was so bad that people were walking out.
Yeah.
It was just absolutely appalling.
Yeah. Yeah, but see, some comics do that when they see that it's starting to go wrong,
Yeah.
get desperate and push it,
Yeah.
and that's the worst thing you do. The best thing is either dial it right back or just walk off the stage,
Yeah.
and be done with it, and just say no, fucked up, try again tomorrow. You can't work every night. You just can't.
No, it can't. I mean, because you as a musician, you can have an off night if you're playing. You can certainly have an off night. I've been on the bills with comedians. I mean, I've probably told this story before. When they did the Comedians TV show back in the 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was on the bill with one. I think it's Frank Carson, right? Yeah, and he died a death. We were headlining this band, and he was, if you like, he was the warm up act,
Yeah.
And he was a lovely bloke. Actually, we got on really well with him. But his act that night died a death, and he said, well, I've got me £300. I'm happy. He said, yeah, they weren't my audience tonight. I hope you have a better one, lads. And that was his response.
Yeah. He's probably had it quite a few times before.
Exactly. Yeah. You know.
But yeah, you just I don't know. I mean, I've had people on here be offended at something I've said or something somebody else on here has said, and go, well, I'm leaving the channel. Yeah, all right, bye. Don't let the door in the fucking arse on the way out. All right, see ya, bye. Okay, if that makes you feel better, cool.
I mean, the thing about this community is, it doesn't matter which show it is, whether it's this or PSN or Ramsey's or any, generally there's a good group of people that are like-minded. We might not all agree politically, really, but we are like-minded. We're interested in a particular subject, but we can talk about a whole lot of other stuff. We don't get many trolls here.
No.
And thank God for that.
Because we'd give them shit if they did.
But yeah, exactly.
Be taking the piss out of them for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, and I mean,
you even stopped getting those chat people.
Trolls. Sorry, go on, Andy.
I was saying, you even stopped getting those crazy chat people that would come in and leave messages.
But you won't get trolls coming into the chat room because there's plenty of people in there that will shoot them down, and we would shoot them down. They would wait and do it. They would do it in comments, wouldn't they? So that it's not going to be. They wouldn't do it in the live situation, because most of the trolling that I get is always somebody just leaving a comment. And they just get ignored.
Yeah. Wagyu, everybody has slogged off the Genos 2 again.
I haven't. I said there's a market for it, remember?
Yeah.
Which in itself is a...
Yeah. Camden.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Camden on a Sunday.
It's not for us.
It sounds good. It's just a running joke. That's all.
It's not for me. They weren't that sort of keyboard, because Korg have got the PX range, whatever it is. It's not for me.
Yeah.
It's not for any of us, really, is it? But
you fucking should.
But there are plenty of people out there that'll buy it.
Oh yeah,
the whole market.
Yeah,
and that's fine. It's just not for us.
Well, the thing is, there's good arrangers. There's good arrangers, and there's
on
bad.
Here about that on PSN, haven't you? You've lost a couple of people.
Yeah.
Over it. Which, I mean, I'd have to say, they have to, broad shoulders.
Well, we lost someone on both the pub and PSN.
Yeah.
Who took offence or got upset that Kent expressed a particular view about something, I can't remember what.
Yeah.
And they said
that probably didn't mean anyway.
No.
And just doing it for the humour element.
Exactly. Yeah. So Paul Holmes says he might troll. We could have a troll then.
Yeah. Okay. You're going to live in the woods.
Yeah.
Or under a bridge.
Yeah, live under a bridge.
Yeah.
Carry a big club and just go, no.
Versace knows looking watches. You're on form tonight, Wagyu.
I must admit, I've heard the Genos too, and as an arranger, it sounds absolutely gorgeous. It
And
really
that's
does.
what it is. What it,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even explored it. I wouldn't, because I wouldn't need to. I'm sure it's very good at what he does, and for that home market, the replacement for what used to be the home organ
Yeah.
market. It's a big market out there for.
Well, I mean, as a group, us together here as a group, there's always the hooks.
Cruise market as well.
That stay, the Hebden Bridge, the Genus 2, and all that. It's and that's part of the sort of like the glue that holds all the community together, because they're quite niche, and it doesn't mean anything else to anybody else.
So anybody new coming in now would go, what the bloody hell?
What the fucking? What's going on in Hebden Bridge then?
What's happening? What's this thing with the Range Rover and sticking your willy up it?
What's wrong with the Genos 2? Does it kill people or something?
Well, the Range Rover is self-explanatory. So.
Well, yeah, it is kind of It's kind of just there. Doing its thing.
Yeah.
I
have to say, the first time you showed it though, and it was a quick. I thought, God, it is Longhurst, and then you realise it's not.
Yeah, because you were flashing it on the screen.
Yeah, it was really quick.
Was like,
I thought,
oh my God,
what
he's put
the
up a
hell?
Oh my God. You go, no, it can't be there.
Just like that.
Subliminal.
Yeah.
It's like Fight Club, just subliminal frames of stuff.
Yeah, just fill in the face yourself. Mother.
Yeah.
No, it's a.
Robert's in the chat. Thought it was tying a wig. Way.
Whoa.
That's dangerous talk there, pal.
Actually, it looks like that young picture Ty he showed. Remember that?
Yeah, in the bath. One in the bath.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But I know I did get a private message, didn't I? I told you about it, Robbie, about that guitar tied to a plank thing where I was hanging myself with a USB cable when you asked for my review of it. And somebody thought that wasn't funny. Go, offend people who've hung themselves. Wait, what?
Yeah, no, yeah.
You can't make jokes about death. People have died.
Well, their ghosts
Fuck
are
off.
offended, so.
Yeah. Just think of all those dead people that are going to be offended by that. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm thinking. All right, that's enough of that. All right, move on.
I mean, sadly, I did have a cousin who hanged himself, but I could still laugh at that. So,
Yeah.
No, I had
a mate, but I can still laugh at it because
my best friend hung himself. That's how he committed suicide. He hung himself. But when somebody says something, it offends people, and I go, that's hilarious. I'm sorry. It's just like, do you know what it is you're saying? But yeah, it's like I make jokes on Facebook about being agoraphobic. You might as well. There's no other fucking use for it. Is there? I mean, it's the most useless fucking mental condition to have. So what's to be gained from it? All right, I stay warm a lot. That's about it.
Safe on fuel.
What was it? I said my nickname's, what was it? Oil fire, because I never fucking go out.
Well, you have your dogs to keep you company. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I have so many. I think that's why I have so many.
Do I take offence? Do I take?
No,
you don't.
And I wrote that
It's a good
specially
picture,
for
though.
you.
It's a great picture.
Because when I saw that picture on, it was on the PSN page, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably.
I think you put it up. Yeah. And I looked at that and I just went, I know exactly what to do with that. Because there was nobody in there around you. I thought, okay, I know what the tagline's going to be.
They were all behind the camera.
Yeah, I know. There was a lot of people there.
Yeah. In my imagination.
It's like a Trump rally, isn't it?
Yeah,
Loads of people there.
Yeah.
So many people, so many great people.
So many great people.
Yeah, don't get mad when we say there were a lot of people there. So
There's some footage of Trump at at things where he's waving, and then the camera pans around, and there's literally nobody.
There are a bunch
there.
of those. They're really funny.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
I think he was expecting AI to fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
They forgot to do it.
Yeah, no green screen.
I think the only footage of Trump I'd ever be interested in is how many they bury him.
Well, yeah. he's
Really need him gone.
I
Just
know.
go. Just
I mean, I felt the same
die,
about
will you?
Margaret Thatcher, not wishing anybody dead, but I was.
Yeah.
I think it's a better world without Margaret Thatcher.
You can
I think
wish
it
it for
would be
a
a
few
better
people. It's
world.
okay.
It would,
It's
it
fine.
would be a
It's
better,
okay.
It would be a better world without him.
yeah.
So, and that's a horrible thing to say about any other human being, but he has no redeeming features. I'm afraid, as a human being.
No.
Sadly, and there are others.
Yeah, there's many actually.
Enjoy your noodles, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look out for broken glass.
Just be aware
That
if the
one
place
went- that-
calls
I
it.
did-
Is it
An old
singular
bike-
noodle
bike-
or noodles?
Yeah. Look out for broken glass, old bike wheels. If he hasn't got any of them, good noodle place.
Does it go meow?
Yeah, he'd have to drive all the way to Ohio to get that, wouldn't he?
It would be Springfield, wouldn't it?
Well, it actually happened. Was it about 120 mile from Springfield? But they put, they like to stress that point. It was only 120 miles from Springfield. Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, it's only 3 time zones away from Springfield. Ooh. Anything to just tie it in. It just seemed very weird that it, that it was videoed and it happened and it ties in so neatly.
And it comes out afterwards.
Yeah.
But some people are stupid.
Unfortunately. Pre-McDonald's.
All right, guys. I gotta go shopping. So.
Oh dear.
Okay, man.
What's that? Cat burgers.
Yeah. This time it's guinea pigs.
Ooh.
They're the least, not as loved as
Go for
cats
the
and dogs.
appetizers.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Dog steak sounds good though.
Yum yum, and some scorpions too.
Oh God.
See you guys.
Yeah.
All right.
See you
Take
later,
care,
Andy.
Andy.
Cheers,
Look
mate.
after yourself, babe.
Bye. Well, I think I shall go to bed.
Well, it's 1:30 now.
I know, bloody hell! I thought I'll go to 1 o'clock and then.
Oh come on! You know what the pubs are like.
I know, but it was me that was going to go at 1 o'clock, not at 1:30.
Yeah, but they just drag you back in.
That's it. I'm stuck here now. It's like I'm stuck in no man's land. I can't go to bed. I can't leave here until everybody else leaves.
Oh God. Yeah, you can only do an Ian once a night.
I've done an Ian tonight. No, I didn't come on earlier, did I?
What's this? Fuck off, you twats! It's Saturday night. It's not. It's Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Nah, see, nah.
So I can still do an Ian.
Technically, it isn't. Yes, it is a different day. You're right.
So if I do an Ian now and you have a pub later on, I can't come back and do an Ian.
No, you could come back on, but you couldn't leave it.
I'd have to stay right. I'd have to stay till you shut it down.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I wonder how much we can keep up this bullshit conversation.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's face it. It's 1:30 in the morning, and we are talking bollocks now.
Yeah. Well, we've been talking bollocks for about 5 hours now, if not longer.
Exactly.
I wonder what the world record is.
Do Ian's build up, skip 1 or 2, and I'm a surplus. Thank you, Paul. There you go. You see, I need to get a T-shirt done at some
You need to
point.
get a get out of pub free card.
Yeah, the Ian's get out from free card. Yeah. Definitely.
And one of us needs to go directly to pub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not pass go. Do not collect Polyroot 12.
That's it. Leaving early is only acceptable when you need a pass.
It's sort of like some sort of like disjointed jazz.
Is Paul actually asking if I've got Ian t-shirts? Maybe I should put it on Dizzy shirts, whatever it is. Have the shirt made so that people can buy it. I tell you, Biscuit, lots of people want my jumper. I love this jumper. But my family, and it's not just Jen, it's the whole family, hate it.
Why?
I've got no idea. It's my favourite jumper. It always has been. But yeah, the boys hate it. Actually, the girls don't. But the boys hate it. They always have done. And in fact, Matt bought me a red jumper. It wasn't striped. And said, "Can you now get rid of that horrible jumper?" And I went, "No." Yeah,
I mean,
weird.
admittedly, when you just glance, it does make you look like a box of licorice all sorts.
That's all right. I'm cool with that. I'm well happy with
I
that.
like licorice all sorts.
Got me Dennis the Menace badge on. You probably can't see it. Dennis the Menace badge on. You know. No, it's my favourite jumper. And God forbid if I ever get the holes in the elbows and that. I've just had to throw away a jumper because the elbows went. That's the other stripy one. The one that's two-tone. That's gone.
They hate it because Bill Cosby wants it back.
I should definitely wear it on Xmas Day. I would wear it on Xmas Day.
Oh, man.
Some Final Cut Pro visual effects. Thanks, Wagyu. Mate.
Oh, I don't.
See, am I offended? I'm going now. I'm offended. That's it.
Oh,
never coming back.
okay.
Never coming back again. I'm offended. The chat
fuck
room.
off then.
The chat room have upset me.
Oh, yeah, well.
Yeah, as if.
Well, come on. At least they take it in turns. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. At least I'm getting bullied by more than one person, so it's not personal.
Yeah. Maybe there's truth in it then.
Yeah.
You have the numbers, those excellent, wonderful numbers.
I'm offended with you, call sweaters, jumpers. Yeah. It's the Yorkshire thing.
I've never called anything like that a sweater.
Do I have a sweater? I don't think I have sweaters.
No,
I have jumpers. I've always had jumpers.
Yeah. Cardi, jumper.
Yeah. Cardi. Yeah.
Woolly.
Woolly.
Yeah, woolly.
Yeah. Pullover. Yeah, pullover. Where's my pullover?
It's weird because somebody was talking about Daft Apeth yesterday in the chat, weren't they? And it's an expression we use down here all the time. Daft Apeth.
Daft Apeth.
Aye. Probably because of Selwyn Froggatt or something.
Oh, I remember Selwyn Froggatt.
You remember Selwyn Froggatt, yeah.
Bill Maynard. Wasn't he? He was Selwyn Froggatt. That's the actor.
That's right, yeah.
Bill Maynard. He did something else, didn't he? Bill Maynard. Was he a wrestler?
Don't know.
In his early part of his career. Or am I thinking of somebody else?
Yeah.
It's very England, isn't it?
Oh God, yeah.
Because our friends abroad have got no idea what we're talking about. They'll have never heard of Selwyn Froggatt or Bill Maynard.
No, I don't think that made it across the Atlantic.
No.
Mind you, I suppose Last of the Summer Wine didn't either.
I never really found it funny now.
Well,
I watched a few episodes and thought,
yeah, I mean,
it was such a big thing.
It was sort of funny, but there was always some form of physical comedy involved.
Yeah, yeah, I remember.
And so it made the story is always kind of very similar.
I mean, I think my parents watched it, so I wouldn't have chosen to watch it. I would have watched it because I was just in the house at the same time as they were. In the early days, it went on forever, didn't it? How many series did it run for? It run for a lot.
Norwich lost.
We did,
The Canaries lost.
and we scored the goal ourselves. Own
No,
goal
we should-
after 4 minutes.
Norwich lost. Fuck me, you should be used to it by now. Come
I
on.
know. I am. Very used to it.
One of my
unfortunately.
ex-girlfriends was a massive Canaries fan. Huge fan. Oh yeah.
Okay. That's it.
Dum dubby dum dubby
That's
dubby
all
dubby dum. Yeah.
Good old Kate.
Something like that.
Yeah. Do you know what? I really didn't like that song when it first came out. Really didn't
Really?
like it.
Who the
Yeah.
fuck are you and what have you done with Ken?
No, what it was, my initially hearing it, because it seemed so not her.
Yeah, I know
It wasn't complex and all that. But of course, the second time I heard it and the third time, I'm going, okay. Because all her other stuff has been so complex and evocative and all that sort of thing, and then there was this sort of like very clumpy track. But then once you see all the nuance in it, and you go, yeah, okay, I get it.
See, because my random record of the other month was Lionheart, which I haven't played for quite a while. So I played it, and Jane really surprised me by saying that she didn't like it.
Huh.
Really surprised me. I went, but it's the one after Kick Inside.
Yeah.
No, she didn't like it. It was really, I think. Should we get divorced then, love?
Yeah,
No,
but you see,
I didn't say that.
artists like to, they like to experiment and like to move around
Exactly, yeah.
and see what, and sometimes it doesn't fall, in favour with.
Well, David Bowie, I love David Bowie because he was always trying to do something new.
Yeah.
But I don't love everything that he did. And I never got Tin Machine. But I'm quite pleased that he did it because that was just him doing his thing.
Yeah.
Didn't work for me, but, and there's odd albums that I didn't like by him. But you can never say that he did the same thing all the time.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, this was
Been
gives
listening to
an artist longevity, isn't it?
Yeah,
Been
been
able to
listening to
move on.
Ziggy again because they just reissued it.
Oh,
The Atmos.
It's out, is it?
It's out. Yeah,
You've been listening to the Atmos version.
yeah, it's good.
Is it?
It is good. I've had the Super Audio CD with the 5.1 on for some time, and that was nice because it just spread broke things up and spread it out a bit. But you were there.
I was
Gear
saying
Fest.
it's a really good talk. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's I can't even Emre.
Yeah.
It's weird. I think I don't know. Anyway, he has done a brilliant job, a really, really good job.
Yeah.
On doing that mix. It sounds.
I've just remembered. Hand of Lenin didn't do a
He did
thingy
not.
yesterday. I was
Lenin.
looking forward to you doing your Hand of Lenin.
Hand of Lenin.
That's offensive.
Sorry.
Yeah. To Lenin.
Yeah, exactly. It's Russian, so
Yeah.
it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
they're
'Cause,
white.
let's face it.
It's weird because I thought he
Russian
came
state,
from Liverpool.
Nothing against Russian people. I think the people are oppressed. But the Russian state,
Yeah.
many jokes as you like about the Russian state.
Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah. He was really good. He was good on the piano, wasn't he? I must admit.
Who? Lenin?
Yeah.
Was he? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's. I'm just,
I always like this period
I
with
think I'm lost
McCartney.
now.
It's a really slow burner. You get it.
Yeah, it's like you talk about John, aren't you? Yeah, I got that, but
Yeah.
Kent, it wasn't funny, mate.
It wasn't supposed to be.
All right, that's fine.
That's an excuse. That's an excuse I gave on stage once. It's not supposed to be funny. What?
Yeah. As long as we cleared that up, then that's all right.
Yeah, it was absolute fucking nothing. You go, that's all right. That wasn't supposed to be funny.
Best Kate Bush album. I don't know what is my favourite Kate Bush album actually.
All of them.
Well, actually, yeah, all of them.
Yeah.
I have got them on vinyl. I bought them when they came out. The only one, actually, I tell you one, the one I don't like very much, and probably because I didn't see the
Before the Dawn.
triple album.
Before the Dawn.
Yeah.
You see, that makes me emotional because I saw the show.
Yeah. Because Ty said to me that I needed to see the show, really.
Yeah, and the thing is, they filmed it.
I know,
over 2
and
nights,
I was waiting for.
and they've never released it. And then they put this out, and Kate Bush. It's the only time I've been really disappointed.
Yeah.
With Kate Bush, because she said, "Oh, I remember when I listened to Elton John's first live album, which was." It's the date, isn't it? I can't remember what the date is.
17/11/70.
Yeah, that thing. I hate it. I just hate it. She said, I remember when I first heard 17/11/70 and I could just close my eyes and imagine he's going to get it out of the rack. I can imagine what that looked like in my mind's eye, and that was fantastic. And I'm like, fucking hell, Kate, you just put on this amazing show.
US version.
There you go.
Because it's the... Oh, where is it? There it is.
Yeah.
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 You just put on this amazing show.
Yeah.
That was a proper theatrical. It wasn't a rock concert. It was a theatrical performance with proper sets that were beautifully built and designed, and you fucking filmed it over 2 nights. Now, why the are you not allowing not only people that never got to see the show?
Yeah, because that was
but also those of us who were there who only have what's left up here. You know, I mean, it's just.
Yeah, actually, there's a couple of albums that I haven't heard. One is Motherhood, and the other one is Ariel. I have listened to Ariel when it first came out, but I didn't buy it.
I would say my favourite.
I think
it kind of.
I think
it's like choosing your favourite kids. I mean, obviously, I think Hounds of Love is beyond reproach. It's just it's just perfect in every. And I've loved it increasingly more as I've listened to it. However, the Sensual World was rather fucking amazing, I think. But also the Dreaming, because there's, I mean, the Dreaming was just incredible. And also because it was just like massively Fairlight and more so than the Hounds of Love. But then, you know, even 50 Words for Snow, I think, is just beautiful. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, her early stuff is amazing.
I like the first album, and I listened to it a lot when, you know, through my formative years, really.
Yeah, I mean, Don't Put Your Foot on the Heartbreak and Man with a Child in His Eyes. And
I think it was the first album I ever listened to where you could hear the attention to detail and the attention to every single note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I got to get through the rest of her discography since I've only had time to get up to Hounds of Love.
Wow.
Yeah.
But, well, right now, I like them all a lot.
Yeah.
But if I had to pick, like, and it could change, probably The Dreaming and then Never Forever, a very, very close second.
Never got that. Yeah, Never Forever, a good album.
Yeah.
The Dreaming, I think, just because I think out of everything I've heard, Houdini is, like, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, see, I remember hearing Sat in Your Lap and Suspended in Gaffer and just thinking, what the actual, you know, just thought, what was she on? And then that thing sort of clicks inside you and you think, I don't care what she's on. this is bonkers, and I love it. And I will openly admit that when Hands of Love came out, the A side got played to fucking death. The B side, initially, I was like, oh, this is a bit concept. This is a bit, odd. And I just went back to side A where all the fucking hits were.
Yeah.
But then as I matured, got older, my brain, my ears just go, oh, no, actually, now I can listen to the Ninth Wave and not listen to all the hits, not listen to Running Up That Hill and Big Sky and Cloud Busting, even though they're amazing songs. I can listen to the Ninth Wave as a piece in its own right. And I think because in the live show she did the entire, so it was three acts. And the first act was her on stage kind of doing a little mini greatest hits thing. It's just her and the band. It was really good. Then she goes off and they reset. And then the middle part of the show is the Ninth Wave in its entirety. With footage of her lying in the sea with a life jacket on and all this, which had been filmed, sort of a few months before. Yeah. With the helicopter lights flying over in the auditorium, with then this big 3-dimensional cube, which was the house where her, the husband and the child from the story are in, and she's watching it, and it's just incredible. And even if she just released that, I'd be happy.
It's none of that makes any sense on just listening to the record.
Exactly.
It
was such an
made no sense to me
experience.
At all. Yeah.
So
such a shame. Such a shame.
I can only imagine that if it's, it's most likely a vanity thing, or and it is my hope that the reason for her never putting that out is because it was a horrible recording or something got fucked up. Which will be a travesty because it was a wonderful moment to experience. But we were sat there. We were just like you looked around and people were in tears. I think it was just because what we just witnessed was mind blowing. But the fact that it was Kate on stage, and it was just when she came on, she had this sort of big long kind of caftan thing and jacket, and she was barefoot. And she's obviously not the Kate from back then, but she still looked and sounded amazing.
Yeah.
And her band, was just incredible. And Bertie was there as well. He played because the third act was Ariel, the last second side of Ariel, and he played the painter, which was this character that runs through that piece. Yeah. I just wish she put it out. Because I want to see it again, because it was just mind-blowing. Just mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Because she won't do it again.
No.
Not now. And yet Peter Gabriel will happily put this stuff out,
yeah.
Go on, Pete, have a word.
Yeah.
Well, talk of the devil.
Yes.
Like I said.
Right. I am really going to bed now.
Yeah.
So, time to tune in. Thank you for your company, gentlemen. And ladies.
Pleasure, sir.
Ladies in
Pleasure.
the chat. It's another spectacular evening. Well, weird. Some of it was weird. Not this bit.
Really? This wasn't the weird bit?
This wasn't the weird.
Wow.
I've done some video footage which I will put up on the channel at some point.
Yeah.
To edit 3 short. It's only about a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, but you'll get to see how weird it really was then, because I'll put it up on the channel at some point.
Yeah, I'll look at that.
Night, guys.
See
you later for a bit.
See you later.
Take care, mate.
Cheers.
Bye.
Ba-bum. Oh, you write this, Sister Babe. Sis, where are you down? I can sense you in the room. Where are you? What are you doing over there? You've gone right to the back of the cupboard. What's the matter with you? It's moved.
Trying to avoid the cables.
Yeah. No, I've got them right out of the way now.
Mm.
No, hey, you good girl. Is that why you weren't laying in your normal place? Eh? 'Cause of the... Who's a sexy girl? You good girl? Yes. Oh, okay. Very, very pleased with that noise floor. After the mechanical washing machine type noises that I was getting here before. It all sounds a lot better now. It just,
There you go.
what is that?
Mercy Street.
Mercy Street.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, this. Yeah, a lot of this stuff has been very much on my line. Yeah, very much on my mind the last week or so.
Yes.
Still haven't had the reply, but
No.
I don't know whether. Are we expecting one?
No.
No, I don't think we are we? It's a shame, isn't it?
That's the way it is, isn't it?
Yeah, but it makes you want to go. So, what is it you can do? I mean, obviously, you have to get somebody huge, and then other people go, "Oh, well, they had that huge person, so it'll be okay." And then it's perpetual from there. You know, it feeds itself. But even though we actually do get quite big names on the show, it's in very niche areas rather than a generalised sort of like super famous person kind of thing. Like your man yesterday. You know,
Yeah.
got to get him back on.
Yes.
There's more there,
Oh, it's absolutely. Yeah.
much more. So we'll see. We'll see. At some point.
The thing is, with people like him, he absolutely doesn't need to do anything he doesn't want to do.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And this is the thing.
Yeah. There's,
It goes beyond sort of like promotion. That's out.
Yeah.
It's more about, it has to be sort of like a mate doing a favour.
yeah. Or just a willingness to, talk, casually
Yeah.
about something. And I get the impression that he doesn't talk unless he has to, you know.
Mhm.
I mean, I subscribe to his Bandcamp page, which is one of the best subscriptions that you can ever invest in. $3 or £3 a month, and you get access to so much music and a whole bunch of video content as well, where he sits down and talks about a particular track. And just lately, you know, because he was doing it all across the whole I.O. Release phase, which took a year. But then once I.O. had like been done and was out there, he started to release, you know, demos from way back, you know, from his early solo career. And he'll provide a video, and it'll just be him sat talking to camera for 10 minutes, just, you know, talking about the process that they were going through at that time, and how it didn't turn out to be the one that was used on the album and whatever. And it's such great insight. And of course, you know, he's such a considered speaker as well.
Yeah.
You know that everything that comes out has been processed, and you know, you're getting a real mine of brilliant information. It's such a good thing. Such a good thing.
Yeah. But you know, and it's putting this fucking jigsaw puzzle that it is together. You know, because you know that, you know, if we had got Peter, that would be a great tie-in to getting some form of communication to Kate.
Yeah.
And so forth, you know,
dominoes, isn't
and
it?
you thread it together, you know.
Yeah.
And you go, yeah, but but I think nobody wants to be the first. That's the thing.
True.
But I don't know if there's a good way. Although, you know, we've had people on that have, you know, they've been in the charts, you know, they've done the business, and they're fine. But I think they're more down to earth about it. You know,
I mean, can you imagine
some people still suffer from that sense of grandeur.
Yeah, but also, you know, somebody of his stature is probably getting asked to do multiple things on a daily basis. And he's the same. He's of an age and of a stature now that he does not have to do anything unless he absolutely wants to do it. That's just the way it is, you know. And you got to respect that, but also it's incredibly frustrating, because you think, oh, just give us a couple of hours of your time. That's all we want. We'll never bother you again much.
But I mean, it's like Ty. I mean, Ty's position in the scoring world is quite high up. I mean, he's quite a mover and a shaker in that environment. But it's only through friendship that we get him coming on and berating me in one way or another, and or telling me off or something. And but you can't be friends with absolutely everybody.
No.
Not simultaneously, anyway. So, but yeah, you go from one thing to another. But I've tried to get people for the show who might not necessarily be immensely famous or anything, but are interesting people to talk to, and get a bead on what they're into and stuff like that. And it is normally met with indifference. But like you say, if they're getting asked this 40 times a week, then unless you've got something special to offer,
exactly, and
it's not going to notice.
A lot of these people will only want to do these kinds of things on a promotional cycle of something that So if there's an album, if there's a tour, and when they do it, a lot of these people don't want to do, loads of them. They'll just say, well, I'll do this one, and I'll do this one, and I'll do this one. And who are we when, compared to, the myriad number of other media outlets that would love to talk to Peter Gabriel or whoever.
Yeah, I know.
But, I thought that about Steve Porcaro. But then, Steve Porcaro's, literally responded straight away and said, sure, let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's down to the individual as well, isn't it?
And he's one of one of the greatest sort of
synthesis
songwriters of his generation. His music is everywhere.
Well, I'm not going to name names, but ACO. But yes, I have been asked how much does it pay before now when I'm trying to get a guest on the show.
Yeah.
And I said, unbelievable amount. It's called fuck all.
Yeah.
And again, without naming any names, I asked someone who is incredibly well known within our community, incredibly well known, and they were incredibly polite when they responded, but basically said, I see that you only have 4,000 something subscribers.
Yeah.
Maybe get in touch when you have a few more. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. But you want to send that sort of like email reply back. Well, if you come on, we will.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Win-win.
But so, and that individual, and I still respect them, and I still think they're amazing and what have you. But that individual clearly, probably gets these requests all the time, and they are also still in business, and so they might want to, make sure that whatever airtime they give it to the outlets that have the biggest reach, and we're not one of them, and that's fine. I don't mind that we don't have 100,000 subscribers. I'd love it if we did, but I don't mind, because bottom line is we have fewer people to please.
Yeah, but there's also another aspect to it as well. When you could say, oh yeah, we've got 4,000 subscribers, we're small. Yeah, actually we're niche.
Yeah.
And getting people on who are not a face, but have played an important part in the industry. Like Day Yesterday, and various people like that. And that's more cozy in a way. Yes, you can have the big lavish show, and you've got thousands of fucking subscribers and all the rest of it, and that's one. Yeah, okay, that's cool and everything else like that. But all the time it's quite it's our little community. It's us, and and we get to enjoy it and fuck everybody else. Because these people that we get on the show most of the time will not be asked to go on anything else. So we're getting to hear about things that nobody gets to know about. Or it's it will be considered hearsay in another show because they haven't approached the guy.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've had some great guests on the show in the past.
No, we have.
Yeah. And
we'll try and continue that tradition.
Yeah, it is. It's not easy though, is it? It's like pushing a car up a hill with a rope.
It's got more difficult since COVID is no longer a thing, because COVID certainly drove
that
a whole
really
bunch
helped.
of people.
Yeah,
it drove
because they had nothing else to do. Yeah, maybe we should just invent a virus and then we'll be fine. So,
I think Access has already done that.
Yeah.
So we certainly benefited from the fact that everyone was at home and still needed to still be out there promoting stuff.
Yeah, having Mick McNeil on was good.
Mick was in the chat yesterday.
Was he really?
Yeah. Yeah, Mick McNeil's still one of our most popular videos, and I think that's a combination of us, as in our community,
Yeah,
and also
yeah.
the Simple Minds fan community, which is still very big,
Yeah.
and still of the opinion that Mick McNeil not being in Simple Minds is an absolute travesty.
Yeah, well,
I would agree. The more I learn about Mick McNeil, the more I'm just in awe of the guy. He's such a talented musician.
yeah.
And so very lovely as well. Just as a human being, he's we speak occasionally, and he wanted to post a clip of one of his appearances on his YouTube channel. He said, "Oh, would you mind?" And I said, "Mind? I'll fucking edit it for you. I'll do it." So I took it out and sent it. Go for it,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And we still get comments to this day on some of his some of his early appearances.
Yeah.
Must get him back on again soon.
Yeah, yeah. Get
We've got a
JJ
good
on
one
again.
coming up next month in about a month's time. Another kind of
Mover and shaker.
well, yeah. I mean, he's written a good number of number one hit singles and top
Okay.
tens and stuff.
Yeah.
But he has his own projects as well, and he's got a new one coming out. So I said, "Oi, come on, promote." And get him on because he's such a lovely guy as well, and he's a proper synth nerd. So
Yeah. Oh, good.
yeah, he's been on before. So but
Ticks all the boxes then.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's a lovely guy. Lovely geezer. But we work on it. But it is like walking through treacle sometimes, getting some of these people just to reply.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, I've lost count of how many times I've asked hands now. He's not keen. He's just not keen. So.
But he doesn't do that sort of thing,
Yeah.
There'll be a reason for it, and
Yeah,
and it'll be.
it's fine. I can respect that, but I do like asking him all the time.
I will hold your synth hostage.
Yeah. So, but he's funny because I was trying to convey to him. I said, I was a huge fan before I started. Before you started paying for my synthesizers and the upstairs bathroom. But do you know what I mean? And I was a big fan of what he did and how he did it and the way he went about it. But I don't think he was very comfortable with it.
No.
So, but when you look on the, I think was it Hands and Friends page on Facebook. It's just one long stream of goo. So the people, oh, you're so brilliant, so fantastic, oh, I love you, like that, So, yeah, he probably gets too much, I suppose. Got sugar intolerance. Because there's too much sickly sweet going on. But hey, it's better than people not giving a shit whether you're alive or dead, isn't it? I suppose so.
Yeah.
Take it at value.
There'll be a time when Moby slips down the pecking order. I wouldn't mind speaking to Moby.
Huh. I think it'd be interesting to get old Steve Davis on, actually.
Yeah, and he probably would do it. Because I could speak to Gaz and get him to
and vice versa.
give us a thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm just. He would be the last person on the planet I think would be into synth.
Well, I remember not long after he retired from snooker, there was all this stuff about him being a DJ. He was DJing a lot, and everyone was saying, "Oh, look, Steve Interesting Davis is DJing. He's into music." You know?
Yeah.
But then
that's right.
when this whole thing came out that he was actually into making music with modular, shit blew up. But Jackie.
Yeah,
called
because
it
I would like to know about the road.
Yeah.
From
But
potting the black to.
But is it a road though? Because I mean, the fact that they play snooker. I mean, anybody can play snooker, and he might have just, he's an Essex boy after all.
Yeah, it's true enough.
Why do we assume that somebody who just plays snooker for a living doesn't have musical tastes? And they might be slightly different to what we would imagine.
I've always been very intrigued though about this invisible barrier between me and sonic state. I'm so intrigued about it. Even Richard Hilton has said to me, he goes, "No, don't get it."
It's.
What did I do? What did I say?
And honestly, I don't think it's anything personal.
No, I don't think it is either. But it just seemed like, okay, whatever. Okay, fine. Because I think I've been on them all now, haven't I?
The way that,
I was a podcast tart for a while.
Yeah. The way that Nick arranges everything is a little bit scattergun. It's a little bit like, a fisherman who's got 20 rods and hoping that he gets a few bites, because he'll cast his lines out and then see who comes in. Very rarely is there any sort of because he very rarely has a specific guest on, and then he might say, well, actually this guest has got something in common with you and you, so can you please come on? But yeah, I don't know. I went on the show. God, I can't remember the first time I went on the show, and I thought, oh, this is it. I've cracked it. I'm in.
Yeah.
My foot's in the door. I didn't hear anything ever for months, probably years after. And then, occasionally, I'd pop up on the, he would send me an email, or I'd say, oh, I see you down one. If you want anyone, I'm at home and I'm not working. And then, I don't know, was it last year or something? So I don't know what changed. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I mean, Nick might have seen a pub, but I mean, as you will know, I don't do pub when I'm on PSN. There's platforms, and you play within the rules of the platform. So, which is very easy to do. Basically, it's like, you're around your auntie's house on a Sunday. You fucking behave yourself, don't you? So, as opposed to at home when you're sort of tearing wallpaper off and throwing water everywhere. So, it's that kind of scenario. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm not bothered about it. It's just I always wondered why it was just. Because even when I won the competition, and he said, "Oh, we'll come on the show and show us how you made the track," and then he changed his mind and made it a video, and then just played the video, which was heavily edited as well. So I don't know. I don't know.
I think he has a group of people that he trusts and relies on, feels comfortable with.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think that's. I don't think there's anything malicious or vindictive or anything.
Oh no! I don't think that at all. No. But what was the other? Who was I talking to the other week? Oh God, he used to be on it all the time. Oh God, what was his name? Back in the day. When Spearsy used to be on it a lot. There'd be him, Gaz, and
Rich.
Well, if it wasn't Rich, it would be. Oh, what was his name? Oh God,
Robbie Bromley?
No, before that.
Oh, Mark Tinley.
Yeah, Mark Tinley. I was talking to Mark about 2 weeks ago, and saying, "You all right, mate? How's it all going?" All the shit in his life has kind of, it's settled down now, and he's in a better place, and he's a bit more human again, shall we say?
Yeah.
And I said, "Oh, I said, are you going back onto Sonic State at all?" Because I said, "You haven't been on it for donkeys." And he says, "Well, no." I said, "Oh, I thought you'd go back on, But I said, "No, I don't think I'll get back on now." I went, "Oh, okay." So I don't know, but people have commented to me about Yode's sparkling personality on the show, should we say? Even people have been on the show themselves. I don't know what it's sometimes. I watch Sonic State. It's very direct and it's to the point, and it doesn't stray or amble too much.
Well, he's only got an hour, hasn't he? So
yeah, exactly, and it's sort of very professionally laid out. Whereas, PSN's a little bit more. It's a bit more flexible, isn't it? So it's a bit more ever laugh while you're at it, but get the points across, but have a laugh. For fuck's sake, cheer up, you old bastard kind of scenario, and that works as well. It works really, really well. Like with Randy's show as well, and it is true. Every time I do go on a podcast, it ends up being a pub. It's almost like I'm infectious or something. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like it starts wandering off in different tangents and all sorts of things. But I don't know. It just strikes me as weird because it was something I thought I'd never actually get involved in at all until I think it was you, wasn't it? You hit me up and said you want to come on PSN.
Yeah, that's my
really? Fault. Because that show went on for 3 hours, didn't it?
What did?
When I came on the show as a guest.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, it was supposed to only go 2 hours, and it went 3.
Yeah, quite likely.
I remember it was people in the chat going, "Who the fuck is this? Who is this bloke? Fucking hell, what's going on?" Oh God. And I knew nothing about microphones. I'd never used a microphone before. I didn't know it needed 48 fucking volt. You got this microphone work, mate.
You tried plugging it in.
Yeah. Plugged in, but didn't turn the 48 volt on. This mic's useless. It costs a fortune as well. What the hell? Must be broken.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it talks about all sorts of crap, don't we?
We still do.
Well, yeah.
It's our shtick.
Pretty much.
Right.
I don't know. What are we on? It's coming up for 2:30 now.
I know. In 12 hours, somebody's gonna try and sell me a new car.
Oh, that's today, isn't it?
Yeah. My VIP is bollocks. It really is. It's just the dealership.
Yeah.
Apparently, they make this big thing. They said
get them in the showroom.
Yeah, we're doing this special 4-day event: Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. On Wednesday, and they went into this detail. They said on Wednesday afternoon we will be closing the showroom early to prepare for our VIP event, and then you'll book your slot, and you'll have an hour and a half. I'm thinking, this is probably the second biggest purchase that people make in their lives is their vehicle.
Yeah.
And you want me to sort of sit there for an hour and a half and make a decision on, but they say, oh, we've got wonderful discounted prices, and for these 4 days only, we've got an extra special extra discount. We can't tell you how much. I'm thinking, it's, and I'm curious. I am just purely curious. If I come out of there tomorrow with an order for a new vehicle, I will be highly surprised.
You're going to be getting the hard sell.
Oh yeah.
And it's that classic: get them in the door, and then sell.
Yeah. And they said to me, "What
if they offer it to you for the right price, mate?"
Well, exactly. I mean, I told them specifically. I said, "Look," they said,
Part X.
What vehicles are you interested in? And I said, "Well, I'm interested in either a like-for-like replacement, but just a more up-to-date version, or the shooting brake version, the estate version."
Hello.
Yes. And I said, I suppose I'm going to be interested in having a look at the ID7, which is the new electric saloon that they've got. But I really don't see me getting electric for a shit ton of reasons. One of which is that I would have to install a charging point here, and this isn't my house. I'm a tenant, so I don't know how the fuck that works.
Yeah, it gets a bit
and
icky.
how much it costs and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, and the car that I've got I'm very happy with it, and I have, there's no need for me. The only need for me to change my car now would be to simply maximize its value.
Yeah.
As it stands, because obviously it's now 5 years old.
Okay.
So,
if they could offer you some super Part X, and a really decent sort of like eyebrow lifting discount, I'd go for that shooting brake, mate, in either red or blue.
Well, what I would really like, because I've got the 200 brake horsepower diesel,
right,
which for me is perfect. I mean, it's fast, it's smooth, it's very economical for the size of the car that it is. I was getting sort of 50, 55 to the gallon across Italy and France. It's very, very good.
Yeah.
It's 4-wheel drive. It's got loads of toys on it, automatic everything sort of thing. It's there's very few options I could have had if I'd ordered it from new, which I didn't, obviously. So the only thing that I would want would have to be better. Unless I've had some times in my life where I've had to just grab a car, and it's been of a worse specification of the one that it's replacing. But generally, that's because the one it's replacing has either blown 10 of its 16 valves when the cam belt went, or my wife parked it in a field on its roof. So anything,
keeps the wheels clean.
Indeed. So I'm always going to be looking to improve, and really the only model that I would be interested in is the R version, and the R version is the fast 320 brake horsepower, 155 mile an hour limited top speed, etc., etc. But that's the fucking top of the range car, and I'm like, I can't afford that. So that, like you said, it's got to be an eye-watering discount to get it anywhere close to my, affordability.
Well, as Leo says, they haven't got the big margins anymore.
No, exactly.
But
so
if they're trying to sell motors, they're on the back foot, not you.
It all depends, how desperate they are.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So I got a phone call the other day confirming my appointment. And the lady said, I see you've shown interest in the Arteon Fastback, the Arteon Shooting Brake, and the ID7. We have all of those in stock for you to test drive. And I said, yeah, but I actually said the Arteon R. I don't want the fucking Elegance version or the, at the very least it's got to be R line. I said, have you got the R's in stock? Because I don't think you probably have. Oh, I don't know the specifics, but I do know that we have the models in stock, and whatever. But I'll be interested if they give me a test drive of the ID7, which is their new electric saloon, which kind of is not a direct replacement for what I've got, but similar.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to have a go in that, just as an experience. I've never driven an electric car before, certainly not a production electric model. So I'll be interested to do that. But
yeah,
I said
come
to the
home
missus,
to a real log fire.
Yeah. I said to the missus, put your best frock on. Let's pretend that we've got some money. Which we haven't. And let's see what they offer us. I mean, you never know. They might have an exceptional deal.
Yeah, you a member of was it Keyboard and Synthesizer's Facebook page?
Keyboard.
Yeah.
Oh, is this the one that's run by the guy in Israel?
Pass. Well, a guy put up a photo on it, and it was he's redoing his studio. And what he did, he's put all his keyboards, I think, to 9, 10 keyboards, next to each other in the kitchen.
Oh yes, yeah.
And gone. He said, "Yes, he goes, yeah. I've got all my keyboards standing up in the kitchen, right, and all this sort of thing." And there was people saying, "Oh, I bet you're not married." This kind of thing, And I'm looking at these keyboards standing in the kitchen, and I went, "Oh, I've got an idea." So I went and found my photo of, 8 Jupiter 8s behind each other with Siri at the front in the kitchen on the floor. And I put that up and I went, "Yeah, I know what you mean, mate." All right. Holy fuck. Wow, my God. Oh, the explosion. Oh, I think it's terrible. You got 8 Jupiter 8s, no wonder there's none around. And it's like, what the fuck, what? So I put, none of them are mine, actually. No, nobody's reading that bit. No. He goes, "Oh, that's just greed, mate." And it's like, oh, do you know what? Fuck off.
If it's the group that I'm thinking of, it's... I got invited to join it. And so I thought, oh, well, look, it's a group called Keyboard Synthesizers and something else.
Yeah, and something else.
Like pianos or
bigots.
something.
I think it's Keyboard Synthesizers and bigots.
Yeah, something like that. And I joined it, and it felt a bit creepy because I posted the picture up on one of the Yamaha groups of something else, and this guy who runs this other group commented underneath it saying, "Oh, please post this on this group." And this was a common thing that he would do. He would hang around all the other synth groups and say, "Please post your pictures on my group." And it just, something about it just didn't feel right, and it got quite spammy. So in the end, I just I left the group and I haven't gone back. But I've noticed him recently posting things, comments on other people's posts in other groups saying, "Oh, please post this on my group." And that's the one where you saw that picture, because I saw that as well. Somebody shared it with me. And there's something a bit weird. And the guy that runs it owns a studio called Landmark Studios, and it's in Tel Aviv or something like that, somewhere in Israel. And they were approaching people to do interviews, but what they did was they basically supplied them with a list of written questions and then have them talk to camera as if they were being interviewed. One of them was whiffing, which put me off straight away.
Oh dear, yeah.
Yeah, it's an odd group. It's an odd group.
Yeah. Yeah, but even though I explained, because I think it's a beautiful picture, because Siri looks absolutely gorgeous sitting in front, sitting right up to the camera with all these, and 8 Jupiter 8s look nice, and they're all restored. They were beautiful examples and everything. No, it was Kill the Heretic. I was just like, oh, do you know what? Fuck it. Something else.
Oh, 8 CS80s would have been worse.
Yeah. Well, I got a photograph somewhere where I got 16 of them in the workshop. They'd fucking freak out. Their heads would explode. And yet, none of them mine.
Exactly.
it's I don't know. Yeah, I mean, do I like to provoke? To be honest, Neil, sometimes it's nice to just go, "Ee," you know. But that wasn't my intention with this photo. It's just kind of married up with what the photo the other guy put up in a way. Yes, it happens to be Jupiter 8s. That's what I was working on at the time. It could have been, you know, Tysco 400 SXs. And so probably just lose their shit over that instead. I don't know. That's why I don't think I bother, you know, don't bother about it anymore. Just do it, and if I don't like it, tough shit. Because it doesn't matter what you do. Coming back to what we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? It doesn't matter what you do, you're going to upset somebody. So, there you go.
Just looking at the comments now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, I did, but nobody wants to read that comment now. That's the thing. They were still going on about, oh, yeah, that's 150,000 quid's worth of stuff in one picture. Oh, my God, you know. No wonder nobody can buy them. They're all rare because you've got them all. Yeah, I think they made more than 8, mate. And although I'm saying, no, I'm actually a technician and these are the ones I worked on, nobody wanted to read that. They just saw the photograph and just immediately go, oh, I think it's fucking outrageous. You know, like this. And it's like, yeah, all right, fuck off.
It's painful like that where I think, you know, this is where I couldn't say with any certainty, but it is like a fucking shopping list for a burglar. You know?
Yeah, the good thing is that when these photographs are brought, these fuckers are gone.
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing waiting for them apart from teeth if they tried to break in here.
Yeah.
And a golf club.
And Fiona.
And Fiona. Well, yeah, she'd just sit on them. And then let the dogs just eat them where they lay.
Right, I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, it has gone 2:30 now. Enough already.
Indeed.
Yeah, go to bed, people. And if you're living somewhere where it's still sunny, go to bed anyway.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. We all need more sleep.
No, it's dark here.
Yeah, there you go.
Cool. All
right, gentlemen and
See you
ladies.
soon.
Yep, everybody look after themselves, stay well.
Take care. Indeed.
And keep your head down where appropriate.
Absolutely.
Take care.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.